Okay, we're back. You might have to refresh browser. Also, I don't know why, but I type browser like I would type Bowser from Mario Brothers. I do find it entertaining to use the letter Z in words where it sounds like it's like a Z type sound as opposed to an S type sound. But yeah, should be back. Sometimes that happens, and I do apologize for that. I wish there was a way for me to have better control over it, but basically I have to connect to a server, and every once in a while the server will run into whatever problems, and then I just have to like reconnect. It hasn't happened to me for like literally 2 weeks, so it's very intermittent. I don't know how to control it. I don't think it has anything to do with the internet connection. I think it's just the connection to the server. I mean, it might possibly be something to do with the internet connection because of my bitrate, but I couldn't tell you. I'm not a doctor. Anyway, this character will be at the level cap soon, which is exciting. Then once he gets up to the level cap, then I'll have another character at level cap that I can do another set of weeklies with. I will say I definitely do enjoy playing Minstrel more than I do Lore Master. I don't find Lore Master as fun as some of the other classes. I think it's good. It's a good class, but I just don't find it fun as some of the other classes. It's very cool, and I recommend Lore Master to people all the time, even though I don't enjoy it that much. I don't know what it is. I think it's just the fact that Lore Masters are not mobile. That's actually, you know what, that is definitely it. I'm trying to think of like why I prefer the Minstrel versus the Lore Master, where I can do everything on a Minstrel while moving, but you can't do that on a Lore Master. Yeah, Runekeeper is similar. It's got the movement. I like Runekeeper. It's a great class. And Runekeepers and Minstrels are both good healers as well, which is fun.
Nothing to report. I am relieved, friend.
Give me that horse XP. Hey, boys.
I will not spurn the gift.
What game do you play most of? Most off stream? Off stream? Holy crap! What do I play off stream? What do I play off stream? That's a good question. Well, I had to finish Cyberpunk, so I finished Cyberpunk. So that was a game that I played off stream for sure. Because I streamed it for about 50 hours and I played it for about 100. So that was good to polish off. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Very fun. What other games do I play off stream? I play a lot of Lord of the Rings Online off stream because I raid in this game quite a bit. So I do a reasonable amount of offline Lord of the Rings Online as well. Not that I don't want to live stream it. I guess it's like the issue that I run into is if I'm only going to be playing a game for like 30 minutes or something, I usually don't want to just turn on the live stream for that 30 minutes. No, I don't really play any Path of Exile. The problem with Path of Exile is it's such a high investment game where you have to spend a lot of time like playing Path of Exile a lot to both become, you know, good enough at it to be proficient, and then also to yeah. So if you want to play well, you need to spend a lot of time playing Path of Exile to become good at it. And then also just I find that there's a part of the mapping process where I essentially just get bored.
Thank you.
Like there's eventually your progress just like full stops, and I really don't like that. I found that to be like it's probably my least favorite thing about Path of Exile is eventually I just get to the point where I literally can't do maps anymore. Like, not that I can't, I just can't get any new ones where I will sit there and I will take my maps and I will do like tier 10s and I will run like 15 tier 10s, all of which at 100 quantity or higher, and I'll get basically like 1 or 2 tier 10s back, no tier 11s, and a bunch of tier 9s and 8s. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool, then I'm done. That happens to me every league, and I just quit instantly on the spot. And I don't know how to fix that problem. The feeling that the game, that like you just can't play the game is not fun. I don't like it. I hope that they find a way to fix that system, because it just, like, that was one of the things I enjoyed deeply about Delve, is that in the Delve League, if I want to level up and do higher level content, I just go and choose to do higher level content. But in regular Path of Exile, the game's like, oh, you want to do higher level content? We're really sorry, but we're going to give you standard RNG, which means you're not going to be able to do it. there are better strategies to use to do some of these things, but I don't know. I feel like, again, another game where like the end game progression system is you have to do some super weird min-maxing to just play the game is probably not something I want to do long term. I find it just not very fun to do any sense of progression in that video game. And I feel like that's a silly problem. So I don't really play a lot of Path of Exile, both on or off stream. I pay attention to Path of Exile. I read the patch notes. I watch streams every once in a while. I do enjoy watching some Path of Exile streams. I do find the game is just fun overall, but until they fix the mapping system, where me, a player who just doesn't have very good luck with the game, can progress, then until they fix that problem, it's probably not something I'm going to go back to for a long time. Like I said, it's very annoying to get to the point, and it happens every time. I get to tier 10 maps, and then I can't go past tier 10s. Because they just don't drop. So, that's no fun for me. What else do I play off stream? Dude, I don't even know. I feel like I don't even play a lot of video games off stream. Sometimes I do. I mean, I do a bunch of stuff in Lord of the Rings, so a bunch of raiding, other types of group content. I play Dungeons and Dragons online, not really raiding, but sometimes like endgame R10s, that sort of thing. But I just do off stream because somebody messaged me at random times. I will say it's probably Lord of the Rings online. The largest game I spend off stream is Lord of the Rings, for sure. Just because I find that there's so many different things that you have to do in grinding for every week. There's so many different like weekly quests or the things that you need to do. Got him. I think that's it. Yeah, it's not like there's like some special game that I've been playing. I'm trying to think. Even on like yeah, there's a lot of Cyberpunk. Sometimes if a friend of mine recommends a new game to me, I'll like play it off stream. So if somebody is like, hey, we should play like X game together, like a different MMO or another game, then sometimes I will do something else as well. I'm trying to think. Let me go on Steam, actually, because that'll tell me what games I've been playing. It feels like I don't know much about my own life. Because I just can't remember any details about anything. Oh, I'll say that definitely if there is a game that I play on stream, I'll usually touch it a little bit off stream. So, for example, I've played a whole bunch of Bloodborne off stream just because that game is really fun to run around and fight monsters and stuff. It feels good. When I normally would play it pretty much only on stream. What else is there? I play with a bunch of my friends on every weekend. I also do a bunch of other stuff, so it's not even just like video games. I do I run a Dungeons and Dragons campaign with some of my friends. Some of my friends will also get together and we'll play Among Us, a popular game. Another game. Have you tried Elder Scrolls Online? Oh, dude, I love Elder Scrolls Online. I have a Warden, a Dragon Knight, a Templar, a Necromancer, and a Sorcerer, all at cap. And I'm like champion point 400 or something. And I've done, I think, every dungeon on veteran mode. Although I haven't done a lot of the raids just because I did the first few raids when they came out. I played the game on release and I really enjoyed it. And then I played the game, I continued to play the game after they actually made the game good after release. So yeah, I enjoy Elder Scrolls Online a lot. It's very much like Dungeons and Dragons Online in terms of the customizability of your character, which is important. So for me, it was definitely just a straight up good experience. Being able to pick your character class and your race and have those things all be separate. So it doesn't matter what race you are or what character class, you can tank, you can heal, you can DPS. You can use whatever armor you want. You can use whatever weapon you want. It's not like, oh, you're playing as like a hunter, so you have to use bows. It's like, no, you're playing as a Nightblade, so you can use whatever weapon you feel like. And that really appealed to me. It's the you know, the Elder Scrolls playstyle. I always loved just playing whatever kind of character I wanted when I played an Elder Scrolls game, just kind of making it my own. And so that was just a good experience for me. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Online is fantastic. I haven't played a lot since the summer. I was playing a ton of Elder Scrolls Online in the summer, so July, August, September, but I haven't played a lot since then. But Somerset Isle, great expansion that came out. I think they had a new one that I own, but I haven't played yet. I buy all the expansions because I will go play it. One of the reasons why I don't play Elder Scrolls Online very often is because literally no one I know plays that game. If I had more friends that played Elder Scrolls, I would go play it with them, and then we would all have a happy time playing Elder Scrolls together. But most of the people that I know and interact with don't play that game, which is also fine. I enjoy getting the opportunity to play the games that I'm currently playing. Oh, important note that you might not know is that Dissonant Cry or Piercing Cry is an immediate skill because it's an interrupt. Therefore, you can animation cancel, so you do not need to wait for other animations to happen. So when you click on Minor Ballad, once it starts going off, you immediately want to Piercing Cry to animation cancel it to save some damage. Every time, if you can. So something like this. So instead of like waiting for this whole thing to go off and then using Piercing Cry, you want to touch and then Piercing Cry, like that. So it animation cancels it and cuts it off. You want to do like, put the buttons next to each other. Kills people. But yeah, Elder Scrolls Online is fantastic. The customization is great. The landscape is great. It has some of the best landscape questing out there because they just do such a good job of every MMO is going to have very repeatable landscape content, where it's going to be like, oh, you're just constantly doing the same thing. Every quest is a little different, but it's all kind of the same. Where you know, the quest is go kill a couple monsters, talk to a guy, go rescue somebody. Every quest, as I said, is going to be kind of the same in terms of its general scope. But that being said, they do a great job of adding all the voice acting, individual characters, playing the area into it. They do a really good job with that. So I highly recommend you check it out if you haven't played. It usually goes on sale. I think it's on sale with the Steam Winter Sale for like $10 or something. So it's buy to play. The only downside is that if you aren't a subscriber in Elder Scrolls, the crafting system is set up in such a way that there are 100 million arcane crafting components for each individual crafting specialization. So if you aren't a subscriber, you don't have access to the crafting bag, and the crafting bag is essentially the saving grace of that game because it takes all of these crafting components and allows you to actually play the game. Because it takes them out of your inventory and puts them in a separate bag that's account-wide. It's the best crafting system ever that I've ever seen, but not being a subscriber is a big pain for crafting, because it takes up so much inventory space. And that's the kind of VIP, by the way, that I actually like, is when game companies will be like, no. Most of the stuff in the game is like free and accessible. We add a level of convenience from the paid features, and I like that quite a bit. Yeah, buddy. Empty orcs. Got him. Oh. Heal self. Good old Cord of Salvation. Wait, how does this work? 10% call damage. Oh, but I didn't get the buff. It didn't apply to me. What? Weird. I need to figure that out. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Online is a really good game. Highly recommend. Very, very fun. And then other than that, what have I been thinking about playing? Honestly, I don't know. I don't even know what if there's any other games that I want to play on the horizon. I'd like to go back and revisit Solasta, continue off where my character left off, because they've made an update to that, so I'll probably do that on like a Sunday live stream or something, which could be fun. I'd also like to also again revisit Baldur's Gate 3 with some of the new changes, although I'd have to make a new character. I don't know if I'm going to stream that. We'll see. But yeah, I'll probably end up making a new character in that game, or new file, and just quickly burning my way through that and re-enjoying that. And I find a lot of the times that I play games off stream, honestly, I'm playing games with other people, so it's not really a lot of like solo gameplay. It's just stuff that I want to enjoy with friends. So if that happens to be DDO or LotRO or whatever, then that's what I'm playing with my friends. And if it happens to be another style of game, like a Jackbox game, or Among Us, or Depth, or whatever. Like at some point I want to get back into some Massive Orion 2 as well. That's a fun game. I want to play some more of that. So. And now apparently I have Chrono Trigger to finish, or to, sorry, not finish, to play. So that one's gonna have to make it onto stream somehow. Don't know when I'm gonna do that, but we're gonna get through that, because I've never played that video game, but I have it on Steam now, thanks to Mr. Howie doing. Good old Howie. Being like, no, you have to play this game. This game from the 90s, you have to play it. Unacceptable that you have not played it. Game's less convenient. Okay, I guess. Okay, so, well, here's the main problem, right? So, the question that I pose is, what would you rather as a solution? A game which gives you access to the content, but then makes it slightly less convenient unless you pay for some aspect of it, or does not give you the content, but everything is convenient, so you just have to pay for all of the content individually. Right? Like, somebody has to pay for something. People have to pay for this video game. So, if you have to pay for content instead of convenience, then that means that a lot of the content, especially newer content, things that might be more fun, are locked behind a larger paywall. Versus if you have to pay for the convenience, you can avoid many things that are like talking about convenience. For example, if you just don't do the crafting in Elder Scrolls, you don't have to deal with the problem of the inventory management of the crafting system. If you do the crafting system, you have to find a way around it and solve it on your own terms. But at some point, somebody's got to pay for this product. Now, in theory, you could also make the argument that, well, it's a video game that you buy, so doesn't that pay for itself? Except they put the game on sale for like $5 or less all the time, because they just want people to start playing it so that way they can purchase with some of these other systems. Yeah, it's just like, I would love a system in which more games could be more freer for different reasons, where instead of paying for a convenience or paying for a service, you instead just have a lot of games like Path of Exile, which is basically paid for with cosmetics. But if people aren't buying cosmetics in your game and you have to pay your staff, what do you do? Kind of where I land on that. Which I don't think is like a hot take. I think that's pretty much like, somebody's got to pay for video games at some point. Yeah, the subscription model is kind of weird. I agree that it is definitely outdated. But, well, sorry, I don't entirely agree that it's outdated. I actually think it's the opposite. I think that the model that I'm getting tired of is the subscription plus also you have to pay for stuff. And the reason why I say that is because think of how many things that people are okay having a subscription with. An easy example is if you're into any type of fitness or activity, you have to pay a subscription. Would you like to play soccer? Guess what? You gotta pay to be part of a soccer team or whatever. You want to go to the gym? Guess what? You gotta pay to have a gym membership. Do you want to, play tennis? Guess what? You need a tennis court membership. All these things cost some amount of money on a recurring basis to be able to do the content. I think that MMOs as a service is not the worst idea. What I don't like is the MMO as a service that you both have to pay for upfront, and you also have to pay for as you go along, and you also have to pay for it as a subscription. That's what I don't like. But for mini heal, no, my Runekeeper is already fully raid geared and level 130. I have both. I'm just leveling up a minstrel now. Yeah, the answer is if you don't have, like with real life, if you don't have money, you're kind of out of luck, you know? Did I miss anything in here? Heraldry, Orthorog triplets, Sauron's presence. Okay, no, I did not. But, like, there's pretty much no way to get away from somebody has to pay for a thing, and, like, something, like, you can't make games for free. Games can't be free. The people work on them. They can make old games free. Nintendo could take their old library of games from, like, you know, 1990 and make them free, because somebody already made them, and they made, like, $1 billion already. So that doesn't really matter. But anything that is new and people are currently working on, those people have to get paid, so they can't be free. Finding a new expansion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's why I don't mind the system that Elder Scrolls uses, which is basically subscribing gives you all of the content in the game, and then the only thing that you have to buy is they also have, like, their expansion that they do once a year. And it's like a $40 expansion. So you subscribe for the year, and then you also have a $40 expansion. And it gives you access to everything in the game. It's not like LotRO or DDO, where there's, like, multiple expansions you have to buy. If it's not the current expansion, you don't have to buy it. So, for example, the first chapter they released was the Morrowind chapter, and then when they released, what was it, Somerset after that, Morrowind became baseline, and it became part of the game. So you didn't need to buy it a la carte or separately. You just had access to it. Same thing with the, you know, and then when Ellesweir came out, Somerset became baseline, and if you it came with the subscription. That, I think, is the correct model. I think that's the way to do that. Like, you know, basically, in my eyes, Feywild came out, therefore Sharn should be a quest pack. Like, it should be included with VIP. You know? War of Three Peaks came out, therefore Minas Morgul is a quest pack. It doesn't make sense to be like, you can play the game, and then you also have to spend a few $100s on the game. I like these games. I like the people that make them. I want to support them and make money, but I don't understand. It's confusing for new players. It makes a big upfront cost. Obviously, I don't know what the financials are behind the scene, and I have no idea if that's even an affordable thing, but I feel like that is a smarter way to go about your system, so it's easier for people to understand and get into. Now, obviously, it depends on how much money they're making off of these old expansions. I mean, heck, LotRO's still selling the quad pack, right? But, like, realistically, if you're subscribed, you shouldn't have to pay for anything before Minas Morgul. You should get Moria, you should get Mirkwood, you should get Rise of Isengard, you should get Rohan, you should get all this stuff. Especially considering it's really hard to even justify, like, the concept of some of these things. Like, Rohan, dude, that expansion's not done yet. Mounted combat still sucks and barely works. So, why are people being charged to play it? You know what I mean? Like I said, there's definitely better systems out there for all of these things. I just think that it is. I just don't know what the answer is. Well, the primary answer is these companies have to make money, and so they're going to do whatever they can to make the money to support the staff, which is the correct thing. That's the thing that I support the most. Doing whatever it is to support the people that work there. But yeah, mounted combat's never going to get immediate rework. It needs to get removed from the game. Mounted combat doesn't work in a traditional MMO. It's a minigame. They should do, if they were going to rework it, they should do what they do in World of Warcraft, which is mounted combat is just for certain sections, and it's like a little roller coaster ride, where the horse does the moving, and you just have little action buttons you click on to do mounted combat. Is my LA already built? Yep. Well, not really built. I I don't have maxed out tactical damage rating. I need some crystals, but we're getting there. And I have all the correct legacies on there, at least for damage. Yeah, when you boost a character up to level 120, it gives you pretty much a maxed out legendary, which is really useful. Also, get this, Harper Fighter did it back in 2016 when Gnome was released. With the old Kensai tree, pre the Kensai buffs. There was a time where Kensai sucked, and then they buffed Kensai and made it one of the best trees in the entirety of DDO. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing too. Legendary servers, the whole point was that they could go through and fix like old content. So they've been adjusting old raids and making more things fun. They added, what was it? How's this guy not dead yet? But yeah, they were adjusting like all the old content, and you know, they made extra tiers for Rift, and they added extra tiers for other raids. If they didn't do anything with Rohan, they're not doing anything with Rohan. Just by the way. Oh, don't anti-exploit on me, dude. What is this? Is he stuck in a rock? Oh, it is there. Somehow it's not showing up. Emboldening finish? What's this? 15% outgoing damage buff. Oh. So wait, I'm supposed to get my coda up? And then I use the coda. And I have Vigor of the Minstrel, which gives me... Oh. Emboldening finish. Oh, it only lasts for 10 seconds? Oh, that can't be good. Wiping away 9% damage buffs for a 15-second buff that only lasts for 10 seconds? I don't love that. Unless you don't wipe away the buff, at which point it's just a 15% buff, and it does some extra damage. I don't know. That's a weird one. Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like, you're right, mounted combat does need a severe rework. Will it get a severe rework? Probably not, no. And that's just the way it is. Yeah, the cool thing about Minstrel is that Minstrel doesn't do a ton of damage all the time, but it has really good burst damage, which is like, it basically has no damage over time. It's all just, you gotta hit the monster to deal the damage. My understanding is you can get somewhere like 110k on a Minstrel, which is pretty sweet on a dummy. I'd love to learn the real Minstrel rotation. Sick. There we go. Got the Dark Totem's done. Gonna finish off this heraldry. Yeah, I saw a message in my Discord I wanted to respond to. Double check on some stuff. Make sure everything's good. Here we go. Get out of here. I think that's all the quests. Yeah, it is. Heraldry of the High King. Talk to Eartur and Adam Bell. The Damble. Ugh, it's crazy to think that I bought boosted XP or the bonus XP from the perks for like literally weeks, and this character's gonna run out of the blue bar. The blue bar is just nice for being able to level easily. If you don't have it, you'll finish all of the quests in Minas Morgul, and your character will be level 128 if you have no blue bar, which is unfortunate. And a way to solve that problem is simply to use a lot of the XP boosts, these ones, the enhanced XP supply, or something that gives you like 100%, which you can get from some of the, not called daily dice rolls, they're called the Hobbit gifts as an option. It's not the best option, but it does something. Yeah, well the biggest problem is like crazy desync. Like, because all the other stuff is just balance issues. But the fact that it's got crazy desync, where if you start getting on your horse, depending on the zone in which you are in, it desyncs you all over the place. You might slide around, disappear. So I just want to, get that sorted out. That would be like the most important thing. Make it physically function first. Physically function first. That's the most important detail. Talk to Eirtur. Black Book of Mordor. And I have to talk to Magoldir. Alright. Come back here to Eirtur. Prince of Belfelis.
Listen well to my orders. A task for you, soldier.
There we go. I have to go over there. Oop. Oop. Like, I'm not discounting that the other problems exist, but like the fact that the thing doesn't like work in modern content is a problem. Because there's too much lag, too many connection problems. And the desync. Desync is bad. It takes you fully out of the experience. Oh, that's some good water. Good aqua.
Listen well to my orders. Are you able and ready for battle?
Alright, I'm going to join a group because some guy just opened up a thing. So I'm going to go jump in a group real quick. All throughout today, I'm going to be swapping off of my minstrel and jumping onto other things. Because I'm going to be attempting to do all the minor dungeons that I haven't cleared off for the week. So that should be good. I'll be swapping a little bit back and forth into different things all the time. Alright. I might use this, actually, might log in and then use this opportunity to hit the washroom. Because there's like, there's a lot of a lot of different weeklies and weekly resets of different dungeons. When I had 3 characters at cap, just Runekeeper, Warden, and Captain, it was a lot of work just to get,
Quest.
That's not the right character. It was a lot of work just to get, the... what do you call it? To get some other stuff. Just to get like the 3-mans done with all of the on tier 3s for all the loot. It's way even more. Also, Azrael Omega, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Feeling good, hanging out, chilling. There we go. Do I have my things? No. / tell this guy. X. Perfect. I just have to go get my tank gear, which might take an extra second, but it's worth it because then once it's there, it's done, and then I can tank the dungeon. How much tank gear do I need? This is tier 2. Am I gonna wearing... Can I just wear, like, my regular gear? No, I'll just get the tank gear, because I don't have to worry about it. I was gonna be like, can I just not do that? Nice. There you go. You gotta enjoy that. That's the benefit of working from home sometimes, if you can, or even working from the office, depending on what your business is like. But you can just have something on in the background while you get your work done. Perfect. Get all my tank gear out here. Swap into my tank stance. Equip tank gear. Equip. 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 And also equip.
Hello there.
I don't have the best tank gear. I have good enough tank gear. That's how I think about it. There's definitely better stats and items I could get, but it's good enough for now. Alright, is the dungeon already open? After. Yep. Shakaloosh. Come here. DPS Herald. Dear brother on highest DPS. Bam. All the monsters coming in. Chaos, and then taunt everything. Everything comes to me, and we're all good. Captain is also very fun for smashing through a lot of these monsters. It is very, very easy. Looks like I'm still not able to crest the sound effects of my video game with my voice. Come on, man. Stupid bad guys. Get a heal going. You want heals up so that way you pull aggro over top of like the minstrel or whoever is also healing in your party. Go. Oh man, that guy got murdered. I think I had too many monsters, maybe. I should have been healing more, that's my problem. This up, get my extra defense. And now we just pop the old last stand so I can't die, because I'm still taking a bunch of damage. There we go, everything's good. I don't know what I'm going to do when the last stand runs out. That's I haven't figured that one out yet. There's an answer in here somewhere. I'm back up to full, so it's all good. Important note about Captain is that there's a buff that you want to keep up 100% of the time if you're tanking, which is Battle Harden, reduces your incoming damage by 15%. It's like the best thing ever, and it's very, very good, so you want to use that as often as possible. And yes, I did just also let that Hobbit die, so yeah, Frodo, no. I shouldn't have done that, but, you know, what are you going to do? It's okay, that's how you just pull everything into one big pack. Damn, look at that. Look at that damage, man. So much faster. Turn on my Cappy buff? Which Cappy buff? Like my mark? Yeah, I probably could have put a mark on. I can assume that we can just go. Hit it for wobbling. So what I do is I taunt Asbaz, then I taunt Mogrash, then I wait, then I double taunt. Taunt. And then that should hopefully be good enough. Taunt. I'm just constantly taunting these. I can't kick that. Somebody else should. Thank you. I've got now the big bleed on me, but that's okay, because I'm just going to heal through it. Also, why is my mana low? Dodge Remorseless Strike. Remorseless Strike is a frontal, so it's going to kill my Herald. Oh, he didn't even die. He only took 133k. Nice. Good job, Herald. Come out for like 14 years. What class would be a good play? You like melee? So what did you play in World of Warcraft? Warrior, Death Knight, Rogue, Demon Hunter, Paladin, Shaman. Do you have like a particular character that you enjoyed a lot that there might be a reasonable analog for? I'm trying to think of. I was a, for me, for the most part, I was definitely a, I played a lot of Death Knight, a lot of Paladin. Ret Paladin? Terrible. Horrible class. What else did I play? Well, mostly Protection and Holy Paladin. That was my jam. Prot and Holy. And also Blood DK. I'm a tank player more than a DPS. DK and Paladin? Okay. The best comparison for that, yeah, probably would be Champion. Unfortunately, Captains and Guardians, who would be a reasonable comparison there, are not very good right now in terms of DPS. Alright, come on, everybody. Over here. I'm just trying to pull all the monsters into one big pile. I think I got it. Except for the goblin thrashers over there. But yeah, if you like melee DPS, Champion is probably going to be your go-to. Champion is a dual-wielding / two-handing class, and they are pretty much exclusively focused on damage. You can technically tank on a Champion, but it's mostly a joke. It is a class that's designed for DPSing. They have 2 different specs, an AoE spec and a single target spec, all about literally just either the single target spec is you use the different wound attacks that single target monsters and cause massive bleeds on them. The bleeds are like just extra damage on top of your massive crits and huge numbers. And then you have the AoE spec, which is has some of the best sound effects in the game, which you're going to get used to the sound effect of shing, shing, shing as you start smashing through monsters. So it's pretty sweet. Come back to me, monsters. I think I'm going to lose aggro. There's nothing I can do. Gotta wait. Eventually, these things will come back to me through heal aggro. How did I lose aggro twice? That I don't understand. Yeah. Finish doc. Do I just buy the latest or level up and buy it all? So I believe the expansions is the sale still going on today? I could be wrong about that. Hunters are pulling it? No, it's the warden. Basodir is a guildie. Guy does hella DPS. Wait, what the heck? Wait, what? Wait. The boss was taunted, though. You guys see that? I literally had the taunt on the boss, and he was focused on the hunter. What? Also, this guy's very dead. Okay. I'm gonna step over here, raise them, step over here so they're not in front of the melee of the boss. What the heck was that? Chatting in Discord? Yeah. That's weird. So you're only level 10? Yeah, so anyway, I was talking about expansions. In terms of the expansions, yeah, if they're still on sale, if you're unsure about how far you want to get into the game, buy the quad pack. Which will give you all the content all the way up to level 85. The reason why I say doing that is because it's like 20 bucks for your first investment, and it will tell you everything you need to know about whether you will like the end product of the video game. So it'll give you like pretty much as much information as you could possibly want about that. Yeah, so that's pretty much where I would go. Because if you decide you don't like it, the investment is a total of $20. Because Lord of the Rings Online, very fun game, but not every video game is for everyone. Every video game is going to be a little bit different, right? So, I think that would be your best bet for sure. Enhancement says level 2. Oh, then that's definitely a bug, yeah. Yeah, because it's still on sale, then that's pretty good. All the expansions are currently on sale. They're half off. If you're not sure if you want to invest in the game currently, because the expansions that you need to have are... what is it? Minas Morgul. All the expansions, basically. That hunter's going to deal with that problem, isn't he? I'm going to try to aggro it, but... One's mine. Give me that. It's the constant stun that's very annoying. There we go. I have everything aggroed down. There's no way I can lose aggro at this point. There's too much threat. Yeah, it's still weird though. It shouldn't apply. Increased medium. Treaded, you're going to feel different than now. They have not upped or changed minstrel damage. At the very latest, I don't know about patch notes, but they've made no reasonable adjustments to minstrel since November of 2019. The minstrel's pretty much been exactly the same for a calendar year. Since the release of Minas Morgul, anyway. What was that? Looks like somebody just spilled a bunch of marbles. Yeah, the quad pack will also get you the new classes Warden and Runekeeper. Warden is a really cool class, and it's one of the highest damage classes in the game, but it is unlike anything in World of Warcraft at all. It is completely 100% different. It is one of the few classes that has no comparison to any other class from any other video game. It's basically Street Fighter, where you build combos to do attacks, which is very cool. It's not even comparable to Monk from DDO, which is the same concept, except basically Warden is if Monk was done properly. Taunt. Taunt. I'm just gonna keep taunting this thing until I have permanent aggro. They're still reworking Monk combos. They said that they are planning on making some changes and adjustments to Monk. What are those changes? I mean, who's to say? I don't know what those changes are, because even if I did know what those changes are, I wouldn't be able to say anything, because I can't talk about those things even if I knew if they were or were not going to make adjustments. So I have no comment on the subject. You know what I mean? What? No, I don't know where you're getting this impression from, and I don't like the insinuation that I might have some type of hidden or extra knowledge that might not be available to the rest of the player base. I think that's just that's a ridiculous assertion, and definitely you should purge that idea from your mind. Madness. I will say that Sir Verlin did talk about during the Dungeons & Dragons Online question and answer session that he did. He talked about how one of the things they want to do is make updates and changes to existing classes, and one of those classes he mentioned was Monk. I'm dying. It's a lot of smash bones. Oh, I got a Hauberk of the Windgate. Apparently we're doing T1, yeah. Oh, any certain server you should be on? All the servers are based in North America, but there are some servers that are specifically European servers, as in you're going to have more players who are there on the time zone. I would recommend checking it out. If you play in North America, some of the larger servers are Brandywine and Arkenstone, and on Europe, I believe the big server is... I always forget this server name. Wait, it's in here. It's in here. No, it's not. One of the European players in chat will tell you right away. I play on Crick Hollow because that's just the server that I play on. There you go. Evernight, sure. I play on Crick Hollow because that's the server that I play on. No particular reason. I just do play on the server, and I already have a guild, so I have no intention of moving to another server. So yeah, those are kind of your options there. And also, that boss does not talk too much. I love that boss. Braz and Ulk. One of my favorite bosses. Wonder if I can get everybody killed here. I mean, you come around here. Drop the old flag, because flag doesn't have a target limit, which is kind of weird. And you just do straight up AoE healing with the goal of pulling as much healing as possible out of my character to make sure that everybody is constantly at full. And then by doing all the healing, it pulls up a whole bunch of healing aggro, which then means that I have aggro on all these monsters. Total party wipe? Never. Dude, I'm playing captain. No one can die. If people start dying and I want to not be lazy and help everybody, I just pop last stand in harm's way, and then literally nobody dies. I just don't always do that because I'm lazy. Do I want to press the abilities that are good and powerful? I don't know. And in this boss fight, I literally only need to hold aggro on Asboz. It doesn't matter what happens to Mogrish. I'm going to hold aggro on both, but I don't have to. And I let him drop aggro for just a second to pull. For those of you that don't know how aggro mechanics in this game work, anytime you use a taunt ability, the taunt will multiply the amount of threat that's total on the monster by 1.3 and then give it to you. So if you... let's say the party does 2 million damage to it, and then you taunt it, the game will think you did 3 million damage to the target. No, 1.3. What's 1.3 of 2 million? Oh, like 2.6 million or something like that. No. Yeah, 2.6 million. And so then you have top aggro. But then people will keep doing damage, so then you need to keep doing taunts. And eventually you'll multiply it to the point where it doesn't matter anymore. No one can overlap your aggro. And then it's just the tanks that are passing it back and forth. Which is one of the reasons why if you'll have situations where at the beginning of a fight, the tanks will swap taunt. So one tank taunts and the next tank taunts and the next tank taunts. Because you're just basically multiplying the aggro really, really quick. And then passing it back and forth. So then whoever is holding onto it then doesn't have to worry about losing it for like the rest of the fight. Also, I don't know why I lagged into that corner. I like the fact also that I have no target limit. Ooh. I like the fact that I also come on, Rain. I sometimes have make haste running in these dungeons, and I don't even remember about the fact that like it happens because I feel like everybody runs so fast. Like hunters run so fast outside of combat, and wardens run so fast outside of combat. Like ugh. One thing I haven't gotten used to that I know a lot of people like to run is running red captain on my tank captain. I hate running red tank captain. I know it gives you the extra banner. I know why it's good. It's very powerful and useful, but I just don't like running it. Nope, come back. Why is that hunter all the way over there? You got a red. Yeah, a lot of people use the red line, but going red basically gives you access to the damage banner. I don't like that. I like the blue banner. Not the blue banner, but the blue line. The extra self-healing. It's just too useful for a lot of different situations. Although I will say in raids where you don't actually need the self-healing that much, like where it's like it's nice to have the self-healing for sure. But it's not like essential as opposed to when you're doing like I find 6-man stuff like this, you don't need a healer when you go like with the blue line because you have so much extra healing. Even something as simple as like just picking up the extra crit chance. So out of here, grabbing like the extra 5% crit chance and tactical critical multiplier. What was it? I don't have any crit, but I still get to rock 15% crit on all my heals, which is not bad. Because it's like a flat percentage, which is a nice addition. That guy's frozen. Oh. I don't think I'm going to get any essence today. Grim, why do you use TA? TA? Third age? I lie. I like the color of the splash art. First age icons are ugly. And don't deny it, you know it's true. Don't look, if you guys are in chat and you're like, man, this guy, he uses third age icon, he's using a third ager and he says that the first age icons are ugly. No, they're not. Yes, they are. Admit it. You know that they are. You know that they're ugly as heck. I don't even have a shield brother right now. The best one are the second ager. The second age icons are the best ones. Like, look at this. Look at this sword handle. Look at this icon. This is gross. Is this a good icon? Oh wait, I can't see the sword. I'm looking at the handle. Why do I don't want to look at the handle? What a waste of time. Even this one's not that good as well. It's just a handle. I'm not in love with this one either. I don't have any here. The warden, my warden second age is my favorite. Bug, not doing it on purpose. In Raven's Maid, how do you... If you target the barrier and examine and press use, it'll open the barrier? At least there is where the barrier drops. Oh, yeah, no, that's fun. Yeah, you knew that. The problem is you can't complete the quest if you don't release all the ravens, because it's part of the completion requirement. So you can get the end chest, but then the quest won't be done. And it'll bug out, and then you can't actually finish it. I just realized I forgot to take my vitamin D. Vitamin D. Why go outside when I can take pills? It's like the same thing. Do I need a second run? Ah, thank you for the hydrate. Alright. I'm going to hit the washroom because I need to do that. I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you for watching so far. I'm going to play an advertisement while I walk away. Aha, so you're not missing any fun content, but there's an ad that will help support the channel. Woohoo! I was just checking to see if my roommate made more coffee, and she did not. Stream I'll pass lead? Oh shit. I just made leader as I went AFK. Hilarious. That's what happens, I guess. Look at that, 2,300 embers. That's why I like to run these every, like, you know, get your daily tier 1 done, because it's an extra, like, 400 to 500 embers every day you can get per character. So if you play this game a lot, and you have, like, 5 characters at cap, that's like an extra 300 embers or 30 scrolls a day. Granted, you have to play with other people, but you also get marks. Here you go. Fellowship. Transfer leadership. Oh, and I got another item I can dust. Even more! Ha 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 ha. Shakaloosh. But yeah. And I hope, it's one of those things. Hope she makes coffee eventually, or else I'll just have to go do it. I didn't get another coffee this morning. I only had one, which is fine. I can handle only having one cup of coffee, but I wanted more than one. Also, I'm one piece away from my, the blue set, and I want the blue set, man. One piece away. Just gonna go. There we go. Another thing I love about Captain is the healing amplification. So, like, I don't heal as much when I'm in my tank stance because I don't have any of the gear, so my healing is lower than it normally is. But the incoming healing, dude, 62% incoming healing increased. Hell yeah. I heal so much. It must be so fun to play like a healer with a Captain group. Because they just have so much extra healing, you just feel like a god with... Oh, I healed the Captain for 500,000? Oh, cool. Like... Really dumb. I hope I'm able to get through this without these people taking aggro off of me. That might not happen. I'm trying my best. I'm literally spamming as many heal spells as possible to make it so that people will get as Yeah, that guy died. I can hold aggro on a lot of monsters, but there is a definite target limit with Captain. But now I should be good. I think I have aggro on everything. I think we're good. I gotta say, it is definitely stressful to have this many monsters in one big ball. It's like so many orcs, and my character's just like, stand strong, hold. You will not fall this day. That's when you gotta like go straight to Aragorn, pull out the greatsword, and just start clubbing people as you charge in. Why tank with a shield when you can tank with a sword? JK, back to shield I go. Alright, sweet.
We have never met our match, you pitiful wormling.
And just mash this key. Mash. Got this guy aggroed, then I got this guy aggroed, then I'm gonna put a heal on this guy, hit this guy, taunt this guy, and I should be good for the rest of the fight. If I'm not, that's hilarious. And I can't do anything about that. And he puts the big bleed on me. Somebody kick that. Thank you. That one always makes me nervous. Oh, hey, and that guy never put the bleed on me. Why didn't he do that? That's strange. Big bad boss man never put the actual big bad bleed on me. So I only have the tiny little weeping wound, which is only 284,000. Bjornings are really good for these, by the way, because it's all combat damage, and you can easily just sit at 75% common mitigation plus other stats. So you resist bleeds hella well, even though Captain is only at 63. Need more defense. Well, you have a lot of incoming healing to resist bleeds, which is nice. But the problem is you get incoming healing from flag, and then you also get incoming healing from... Oh, this effect right here. So turning point. Defeat events grant the captain incoming healing. You get 5% extra incoming healing for every time you get a defeat event. And as a captain, every time you evade, you get a defeat event. Partial blocks, parries, and evades grant a defeat event. I'm just going to heal this champion who's just getting completely wrecked. Pull everything nice and close here. Give it a sec. Let it simmer. Let the aggro simmer. And then pull it all together. It's all about just letting the aggro simmer a little bit with this type of character. That's essentially how you need to tank on Captain. You can't pull aggro right away. If you do, you're going to lose it 100% of the time. You kind of just have to let other people hit the monsters, hope on the fact that they have enough physical and magical resistance rating. Sorry, tactical and physical mitigation. I know what game I'm playing. To not instantaneously die when a monster taps them once or twice, and then pull aggro on them. Obviously, during a raid, it's a little bit of a different scenario, because you can't just, like, be like, hey, DPS, yo, take this ad, lol. Take the boss for a couple seconds. Like, that doesn't work. But in group content like this, it's not too bad. And the stun also helps quite a bit. But not enough. Got him. Here we go. I didn't have my AoE taunt for that fight. Yeah, Captain's a really fun tank. If you haven't had the opportunity to try it out, it is very, very entertaining. They also have some cool features, like not needing Fate at all. Fate gives you mana regen, but you don't need mana regen, because as long as you press this button right here, Inspire, you never run out of mana, ever. So you don't actually need mana regeneration. And on top of that, you want to be casting Inspire all the time, because it applies a heal over time to you and your entire group, which happens to contain all of your healers. Your healers will always be in your group, and so those are the people that you want to be making sure don't die. And applying a heal over time to them is important, because a lot of times healers are very bad at like actually protecting themselves and keeping their health active. Oh, another important note, you can kind of glitch this boss out a little bit. So as you can see here, I have a flag on the ground. Also, I have a flag off cooldown in my inventory. What you can do is you can use your... If you use the flag at the exact moment that you get knocked back on this character... Uh-oh, a lot of people are going to die. Oh, no, just one person. Oh, no, two people. Never mind. I'm going to pull him here, like so, and I'm going to twist him this way, so people aren't in the frontal when they get aggro. Anyway, when you get knocked back, if you drop the flag at the same time, I think he does it 15 seconds into the fight, you can double dip on the flag, so it'll throw the flag down, but then your skill won't go on cooldown for some reason, which is kind of neat. So it's like a very miniature... I guess it's a bug, but also kind of technically an optimization. It works really great if you're playing as red captain, because you can count it, and then wait for the knockback, and then throw the flag, get knocked back, it doesn't take the cooldown, the flag is there, and then when the flag disappears, you throw a second one. So you have 2 damage flags in a row. Or in my case, I was 2 heal over time flags. Or incoming healing flags. Oh, right. That doesn't work. I am literally stunned. Which is hilarious. Whee! They just boost me over here. Hello. Oh my god, I gotta go get that. I don't want to go get that. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Get a little bit of an AoE stun out, and then pull everything. And that should be good. This should be fine. This should aggro everything. Even though I'm stunned the entire time. Another problem with trying to grab aggro on monsters is sometimes, like, if your character is stunned, like I am from these stupid trolls all the time, like, they have so many kicks. I also forgot the fact that movement is such a big deal in Lord of the Rings Online. How there are so many movement effects. It actually makes me kind of... It's an interesting and fun contrast between LotRO and DDO. How in Lord of the Rings Online, monsters knock you back, pull you in, do all sorts of stuff all the time. But in Dungeons & Dragons Online, if you do that, literally it destroys the video game, and it doesn't work. You can't have monsters that, like, push you around and do stuff, which is kind of weird, considering in a game like Dungeons and Dragons, the idea of pushing a monster seems like it would be a really cool and interesting idea for an effect. Like imagine a fireball that moves monsters or does something like that. But in this game, it just happens all the time. Trolls knock you back, and fireballs knock you back, and all sorts of stuff knocks you back, and I find that very entertaining. And there's also something about the fact that it's his greatest creation. Oh, Gross and Ulk. Outside of force taunts? Yeah, you can. Captain Tank... Well, okay, so... Captains hold aggro usually from healing aggro, which is how you generate it in the beginning of a fight. And... I totally agree with you that Captain tanking is... You know, it's not a very active playstyle. The problem with Captains is more of an issue in that they can basically do everything. So they are healing their group and buffing their friends and also tanking the boss. And also they have crazy cooldowns where it's like, oh, did both of the healers die? Great. Well, first I've got Last Stand for 50, or, you know, I can Shield of Dunedain for the first 20 seconds, and then I can Last Stand for another 17 seconds. So I can go healerless for 37 seconds on a Captain, where, like, basically any other class can't do that, really. You can do a little bit on a Guardian, but it's not quite the same. I actually don't think there's anything wrong in terms of the playstyle of whether it's interesting or not with the blue captain. The problem is blue captain has two major problems. One, they can't cross heal, so if somebody's in the opposite group, you can't do anything. And then two, they can't single target heal. So if your tank is dying, you just kind of, you know, watch. So those are major problems. And overall, I think red captain is fine. I just think their buffs are too strong and they're too mandatory. The fact that you have to bring a red captain to every single raid seems strange to me. To me, that's a problem. I would much prefer a situation in which... oh, great. More blues. Thanks. I would much prefer a situation in which captain is not like a mandatory class. Like, pretty much every raid has two captains as a minimum. You have a tank and you have a DPS. But it's not because captain DPS is good, but it's because the buffs are too strong, and you need... you know, to push through phases and stuff, and for adding damage, Oathbreakers is too good, and there's no equivalent. No other class has anything that is similar to Oathbreakers in scope, and, like, that's a major problem as well. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is to that problem. I'm sure there is one, but... Did I put the bracers in there? I think I did put the bracers in there. I think I did have these in there. I don't know if I'm supposed to have those in there. Alright, cool. As I generally, I like the healing, but I definitely agree that, you know, it's the least involved of all of the tank classes because there's so little that you actually do. Shaka T3. Oh, I can tank this Shaka. Do I want to do that, though? Because, like, I do want to do that. Oh, man, look at that. That's a healer's ring of the threshold. I don't have, like, a million health, though. Yeah, exactly. Like, captains do too much. I think that's kind of my issue, is that they just do too much. I think that it would be best if they could have either some of their abilities are split up, or, I don't know. In a perfect world, I would say that essentially for captain, most of what you need to do is just separate some of the abilities that are too good that you can bring captains for. So, for example, make it so captains, if you're tanking, can't get access to the blue and the red marks, which are the good marks. So if you want the blue mark, you have to bring a blue captain. If you want the red mark, you have to bring a red captain. If you want the yellow mark, which no one does, you have to bring a yellow captain. Make the yellow mark actually useful. Gut captain HP, so it's not higher than every other class. Yeah. You don't see the issue? That's because you don't play at level 130. There is no reason in the game to take a tank that is not a captain at any point ever. There's not a single boss fight, not a single scenario where another class outperforms a captain as a tank. Not one in the entire game at level 30, 130 at max level. No dungeon, no boss fight. Just take 2 captains. The reason why people have videos where they're playing Guardians, or they're playing Beornings, or they're playing Wardens, completing raid content, is not because these classes are good by comparison. It's because somebody has a Guardian. Somebody has a Beorning. Not everybody has a captain. Holy moly, let go of my captain video game. Like, there's 5 tanks. You should have at least one scenario where you want to bring another tank. I think maybe the only scenario I can think of is like Guardians for ad control, but like, what fights do you need good Guardian ad control? On the most ad heavy fight, which is, as far as I can tell, is Shelob, is probably the most ad heavy fight, or like Beasts of Slaughter. In Beasts of Slaughter, again, just do 2 captains. That's the best way to go. And in Shelob, you use a captain tank. Like, I don't know. Made it.
I have orders for you, soldier.
But it's like, it's also not an easy problem to fix, because you can just like gut captains and make them less fun to play, or like get rid of some of their like unique abilities. But that's like the worst way to make a change to the character class, is to like take away all the things that make it cool. To be like, oh, well, you're supportive, get rid of that. Let's change this. Make everything the same. I think that captains need a nerf, and then other classes need an interesting adjustment to some of their playstyles to make them more interesting. That would be my dream change to make, like, to fix it. Instead of it just being like, oh, we are nerfing captains, it's like, no. We are making small nerfs to captains, and then also making other classes have a niche in a support role. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, you don't have to use captains for everything, but captains are just better. And it would be nice if there was like, if every role had like a niche. Like, could you imagine if you got to a boss fight and you were like, man, it would be really cool if we had a champion for this fight. Like, a great example is like Beasts of Slaughter, Amdan Damul, so many ads. It'd be nice to have an extra DPS effectively. So imagine if you had champion tanks who could deal a whole bunch of additional damage on top of what they were already doing. How cool would that be? That'd be sick. Like, they could like be the tank, but then, or like be tanking a boss, or off tanking all the ads by just holding it through damage and being resilient. But these things are not super likely to happen. I have to kill this guy? Like Numenorian Captain? Yeah, I think I have to kill these. I wasn't sure exactly where my quest was leading me. Hello. Yeah. Man, minstrels are fun. This is a fun class. They just blow up everything from 100 miles away. Aggro hole clamps. But there's a solution in there somewhere. There's, you know, and they're working on it. As mentioned during the talk with Severlin, the question and answer thing, that they were looking at some of the disparities between some of the classes. Specifically, there's a lot of Guardian players who are out there who are concerned about the effectiveness of their character and how useful they're going to be in the long term, which I think is important. Oh, I'm not playing this. I'm playing red. I mean, yellow spec is your fave? Yeah. It is pretty cool being able to buff all your allies and stuff. Singing the songs and inspiring people, adding damage. What color captain is the ultimate tank? Yellow. Yellow is a captain tank. Be aware, I have no insider information But Captain has been so good for so long, you can expect that at some point there will be a Captain nerf. I think it is highly unlikely that SSG will, like, make all the other classes better without nerfing Captain. I am fairly confident that one of the things they'll do is they'll do a Captain nerf to go along with it. Die, Mordor Crusher. So if you're like, man, Captain's the best class, I gotta get on the bandwagon. I mean, the bandwagon may leave the station, so. They'll probably do a combination of both. Like, probably do like a nerf and then also like a buff of the other classes. That's what I imagine. Again, this should not dissuade you from playing the class. Captain is going to be the same all the time. It's always going to be like a hybrid support slash whatever else, which I think is cool. I like the fact that you can play like the Captain as like the support healer. Actually, something I really enjoy doing is playing Captain when you have magic DPS. I think another problem that exists for blue Captain is that tactical DPS sucks. If you have a tactical DPS in your group, it's an awful leveling experience. No, it's not. It's an awful leveling experience because of legendary items. Captain and legendary items are different things. If your character had a maxed out legendary, you would have a much better leveling experience. But you don't have a maxed out legendary because the game doesn't give you good options to get a maxed out legendary if you're a solo player. That is a completely different experience. You have the same experience with every class in the game. It is because if you don't have your legendary weapon with a high base damage rating, it takes 1,000,000 years to kill everything, no matter what stats or items you equip. It is just an internal problem, and it is a separate problem. And it is a problem, but it is not the same problem. The Captains are... If you just have your legendary weapons buffed up, Captains make awesome levelers. But if you don't have them buffed up, then it takes forever. But that is not unique to Captain. That is ubiquitous to all character classes. Yes, they are slower, but it's not so slow that it's unplayably slow. Eventually be effective in endgame content? That's never played before. There are a couple like evergreen classes that are always useful no matter what, that will always have a place in every single group in endgame content. Classes that are evergreen, hunters. Hunters are extremely high DPS. They've always been one of the top DPS. They're not always number one, but they're always around there, and a good hunter is a good hunter. So I think that Hunter is definitely a good choice if you like damage. Lore Master is another good class. Lore Master has the most potent debuffing capability of any class in the entire game, and so taking a character and having the ability to essentially strip down all the damage that monsters deal to infinitesimal levels is always going to be useful, and on top of that, it's just a fun, good character class to level. The problem is, if you like playing DPS Lore Master, that hasn't been good in at least since the beginning of Minas Morgul, so that's definitely not really a great option if you like doing DPS. Pretty much all the magical DPS in the game is behind all the non-magical DPS. Which is unfortunate, because magical DPS is cool. Don't you want to play as a Runekeeper or a Minstrel? Yeah, you probably do. Another Captain, again, that's pretty much evergreen, unless they make some type of change. Or another character class is the Captain. Captains have too many good buffs, so no matter what, until they change how Oathbreaker's Shame works, which I don't foresee happening ever, Captains will always be like pretty much essential for debuffing and buffing monsters. Like there's no real way around that. Captain is just kind of too good when it comes to adding additional damage. So those three classes are evergreen. Minstrel is another one. No matter what time it's been in Lord of the Rings, Minstrels have always been just healers that have been good enough. I think that no matter what happens in the balance cycle, I feel like they can't really do anything to make Minstrels worse, just because so many people play Minstrels, and Minstrels have been a standing, one of the best healers in the game for so long, that Runekeepers don't always need to be that good, Bjornings don't always need to be that good, but Minstrels are just right there. Storytelling and making, yeah, for 100%. I love this game a lot. It's a fun game to play, but every class has a dead spec. And some classes have 2. So I think that that's like an issue, basically. So, like, for example, Guardian has 2 dead specs, Hunter has 2 dead specs, Lore Master has 2 dead specs. These are problems. These are, like, not easy to solve problems either. Like, if you're playing a Hunter, blue is not even close to the damage of red, and yellow doesn't do anything. It's only used for, like, a swap before a fight. It's never actually used during a fight. You know, Lore Master, red and blue, again, dead specs. You really only want to be, because they just don't do enough damage to make it, like, valuable. Was near to ban it? It's okay, I banned it, dude. I Bannerino'd that thing. Yeah, if you want a tank type class, I would love to recommend Guardian, but I think that Guardian will become, like, they're gonna buff Guardian at some point because a lot of people are complaining about it, so it's something they're going to do. The Guardian's gonna become, like, again, a very, very powerful tank class. But yeah, well, that's it. It's teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work, man. I love the screams of minstrels. Uh-oh. I gotta heal. Ah, heal. How much health does this Mordor Archer have? Did I not crit this guy at all? I'm like, how did I do so little? Yeah, if you like support and DPS and tanking, Captain's definitely a good choice. I don't think Captain's going to become not a good tank at any point until they change the cooldowns, because you could literally cut Captain's health by 30% and people will still take it into raids. I mean, I could say, like, the shouts of minstrels instead. The shouts as they enter the battlefield. The shout of a warrior skald taking a stand against the orcs of Mordor. Is that better? Is there a better way to put that? Burglars have 2 functioning specs. Wardens have 2, well, technically 3 functioning specs, although their tanking has problems. Their self-healing is basically useless because they got nerfed at some point and then it never got fixed. And they basically got nerfed and replaced with nothing. And BPE, a lot of monsters, a lot of endgame bosses have tank bust abilities, which is basically attacks that can't be block parried or evaded, which means your warden can't do anything because they're all about block parry evade. The old BPE. What else is there? Champions have 2 good specs, and then again, you can play a tank champion if you have, like, enough gear, enough stats, and people that know what they're doing. But it's just a worse and inferior experience, and it also doesn't have, like, a clear centralized goal. Because the thing about tank champion is you can hold aggro on stuff, and you can do some damage. Like, they have, like, the worst cooldowns. They can't clear debuffs from themselves, so they rely pretty much exclusively on external stuff. They can't really do any self-healing because bracing attack heals for, like, it doesn't scale off of any of the stats that champions have. Instead, it scales off of your level. So it's based exclusively on character level, which is not a good way to scale stats. What else is there? Runekeeper. Runekeeper's just in a weird scenario where they just don't do as much damage as other classes, so you play a healer most time when you get to raid. You can definitely play a damage Runekeeper, they just do worse damage than other classes, which is unfortunate. But technically, all 3 specs are sort of viable. They just, you know, obviously there's some that don't do as much damage as others. Captain, 2 specs are viable. You can't really play blue Captain, because you need tactical damage for that to work. You need tactical classes to be good to play blue Captain. What else is there? I don't think of other classes. Beornings. You can play tank Beornings. They're, like, not too bad. And healings are good. I don't I've never seen anyone play a DPS Bjorning. I assume that's because DPS Bjornings aren't good enough. Although I don't play them, so I don't know. My Bjorning is has like all tank gear, so I couldn't tell you. And tanking on a Bjorning is very fun. I enjoy it. It's fun to screw around on the bear. It's a good experience. What else is there? I don't think of the other classes in the game. Did I hit them all? Oh, there it is, Brawler. It's already in the game. What? I didn't realize it was actually here. That's so funny. Oh, God. That's really good. Yeah, burglars have 2 functioning specs, and then the blue just doesn't really know what it wants to do. I think that's the problem with a lot of specs in the game, is that some of them just don't have clear goals. It's like, well, what is the spec supposed to do? It's like, oh. Like, what is blue burglar supposed to do? Oh. It's cool. It's fun. Like, what is it supposed to do? Brawler is not a troll? No, Brawler's the new class. It's coming out this year. 2021, baby! What? No, it's coming out this year. It was talked about in the Q&A with Sev. They're not releasing the plans yet because the class isn't done. But when they have more information, they'll release the class. Plans. This is Brawler 2021. That's all we got. Bjorning, Burglar, Hunter, Champion, Guardian, Loremaster, Minstrel. Minstrel has 2 specs. Yeah, that's all the classes. But yeah, there's too many classes that have 2 dead specs. Like it's a blue Guardian or bust. Yeah, is it going to be good? I don't know. What is it supposed to do? I don't know. My thinking is medium armor based healer. And melee DPS. Because brawlers are all about, you know, staying in the fight. And that's what it sounds like to me. Somebody who can, like, be in a tavern brawl is somebody who can, like, literally just keep fighting for, like, basically ever. You know, never run out of steam, never run out of stamina. And to me, that just screams, like, high morale. So it's all about, you know, keeping people's morale up and working through the fight. I could be wrong. Maybe it's a tank thing. I don't know. Induction bar display. Here we go. It could be good. I'm excited. Anytime they add a new class, I'm always looking forward to that. I was always hoping for like a crossbow-based class, because nobody uses crossbows really. It's just like a weird. It's a thing that technically exists, but then nobody uses it. And I was hoping for a class like a tactician or something. That'd be like some weird hybrid like buff debuff class, where you can like give people orders and commands to do things, and you could like point out weak points on targets. And have individual attacks like that, and it would be based around using like crossbows and what have you. Later, Captain Awesome, you have yourself a great rest of your day. Yeah, so again, this is the... I don't know what the Brawler is actually going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a hand-to-hand class. A lot of people are making the assumption that the Brawler is going to be something like Monk from Dungeons & Dragons Online, which is weird, because Warden is like Monk from Dungeons & Dragons Online, but like way better. So I don't know what it's going to be in terms of like it's actually going to do as a standalone effect and ability, but we'll see. It'd be cool though. Brawler, somebody who gets into fights. It's not fight night, it's fight day, because every day is fight day, because it's Lord of the Rings. God, I love the loot filter system. So it can filter out all the crap that I don't want. Target progress bar. This is what I wanted. I need to hit this melee ability. I don't need to kill this many cultists. But I kind of want to kill this many cultists, you know what I mean? Man, critically striking on this character is so nutty, because I just critically strike literally constantly. It's so crazy how often you critically strike, and then the resets. Every time you use Minor Ballad, it reduces the cooldown on all your other skills. I'm sure there's probably like a proper rotation for this. I just would need to learn it, but I don't know. Minstrel seems like kind of fun. It's like a fun DPS class. Because you're constantly just throwing in like additional attacks and spells and critting people for like 100 million damage. Wait, what was this guy's armor? I guess I'd look at my armor now. Oh my god, Matham armor? No, 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 you're level 130? Oh god. Bro, get your Shakaloosh. That's when you gotta get the Shakaloosh gear. If you don't run Shakaloosh, the Stair of Battle, if you don't have access to it, obviously that's one thing. But Shakaloosh, the Stair of Battle, is available if you have access to the new expansion, the War of Three Peaks. And the War of Three Peaks, and Shakaloosh is a very easy dungeon to do on Tier 1, and it gives you gear that is as good as Remerkant raid gear on Tier 1. If you don't want to do a Tier 1 raid, but instead want to do a dungeon that is so easy, you need a tank or a healer, but not both. And then a bunch of random people in the middle, and yeah. And I would recommend investigating that, because it could be very useful for you, picking up some extra gear, making the character more powerful. Oops, I didn't stun this guy. See. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of the things that is definitely something that I find conflicting about Lord of the Rings Online. I love this game, man. And I think that some of the ideas behind the classes and the way the stuff works, like the theming, is awesome. I love the whole morale system instead of health. Like, obviously, it's literally just a renaming of the word health into something else to make it more thematic. But goddamn, if it's not thematic, that's like a good idea. Oh man, we need to recover our health. How do we do that in this video game? Well, you can't take damage because that doesn't make sense. So they just called it morale. Great idea. Love it. Again, I'm a big fan of stuff with good theming. So I'm happy with the concept behind the morale system. Everything else, it all works for me. It's another dot. Oh, dots. Sick. But like, I don't know. And then the classes themselves, I love the way that Champion, Guardian, and other stuff are designed with the 3 different specs. I just wish that all of them were good. Which it turns out takes like a bunch of time to like fix and change and make adjustments to. Could you imagine if there was like all just instantly there? Like, imagine a world in which literally all of the classes in the game had just 3 good specs that were supposed to work the way that they were like described as working. So you had like Guardians had an actual DPS spec and an actual debuffing spec that you could compare. So then it's like, oh, instead of do we need to bring a lore master, it's like, oh, do we have like a lore master or like a yellow guardian? Someone's like, oh yeah, I got my yellow guardian, and they just come in and do the debuffing. Is it in a perfect world when it comes to the rebalance of the game? I would see it as being something along the lines of where the buffs and debuffs go into individual channels. So like if you have a melee damage debuff on a monster, then the melee damage debuff is called like weakening, and then it reduces melee damage that the monster does. And you can only have one weakening effect on a monster, so you don't need to bring two, like a yellow guardian and a yellow lore master, because their effects don't stack. They both apply a weakening effect, but they both apply a weakening effect, so it doesn't matter which one you bring. But they apply their debuffs in different ways, or maybe like, you know, lore master gets a tactical one, but guardian gets a melee one, or something like that. I don't know. Just having a way to make it so that the classes don't like obsolete themselves, or don't make themselves either obsolete or do the opposite, where they make themselves essential to do everything. Is it hard to die in this game? I feel like you just steamroll everything and barely get hurt every time. So I'm not that bad at this game. I've been playing it for a while, so I have a lot of experience with it. And on top of that, this character is a... If I'm playing any of my characters level 130, they all have full raid gear, so the landscape can't even come close. Landscape gear, I wouldn't even have half of the health on normal. Or like when I'm playing the game. This character is a boosted character. I pumped it up to 120 because I don't have the patience to actually level through the game, because I've done it a few times. I know the story. I'm done. So with this character here, Frosty the Snowman, I bumped this character up to 120 using the boost that comes with the Minas Morgul expansion. Well, not the boost with it, but there's a Valor that puts you up to 120. And for whatever reason, the decision was made that the Valor item would give you gear that's better than all of the gear in the entirety of the Minas Morgul expansion from Landscape. So all the gear that I'm wearing is better than all of the gear that I will pull from doing quests. So until you get to dungeons, you don't need to replace any of your gear. I don't think this was a good idea, but this was the decision that was made for the itemization. Also, I do not know what's happening, but I am, like, stuck. There it goes. Like, waiting for the whole zone to load. I feel like the game just, like, froze in place. So yeah, so I don't die a lot, but I do like minor movements and optimization. So for example, I kite monsters around a lot to make sure that I'm not actually getting hit by a lot of their attacks. I'm stunning things. You'll notice I'm like weaving in heals all the time to make sure that my health stays up once I get down to a certain threshold where a full heal would pull me back up. Again, it's just one of those things where like a combination of having the really high level gear for free that the game gave me, and then also, you know, just doing it for a long time. I'd hope I'd be okay. But to be fair, though, important note, Lord of the Rings Online is not a very challenging game on the landscape. It's not designed to be. This game is designed to cater to people who want to get the experience of the Lord of the Rings. So this is people who watch the movies and read the books and are not big-time, you know, big-time gamers. But instead, they're more like people who think that the story is cool and they want to be engaged with the story. Because that's something that nobody can argue against, is that Lord of the Rings Online does an amazing job with the storytelling. The stories that they weave, the amount of care that they take to the original source material, they do a fantastic job of pulling you into the world of the Lord of the Rings. They pull you into Middle-earth. They just grab you by the cuff of your shirt. Is that a cuff? I don't know. They grab you by this part of the shirt, and they pull you right in. And it's... you know, it's exciting and it's engaging, and you just want to play and be a part of this magical place, this middle of Earth. But then, you know, some other things they're still working on. They're still figuring it out. Also, level 122. Oh yeah. Is this single target too? Coda of Fury is single target? Oh, God. I hate that. I don't know how I didn't know that, but I hate that. Yeah, so since the average person that this game is marketed towards is not designed to be somebody who has a high amount of familiarity with MMOs or anything, the landscape is designed to be easy enough so that way somebody can not really need to learn to play the game, but then still have the full experience of getting to explore all the different Lord of the Rings content. And then, in the dungeon content, so the quests and raids, or like the dungeons, the raids, and things like that, then there's different difficulty settings that then it can accommodate the actually having a good understanding of your character, understanding the mechanics, where the stats come from, getting the proper gear and items, and other things like that. It's important to note that this is a completely optional set of content. You can choose to play the game however you wish and whatever you find the most fun. All of the ways that you find fun or find playing the video game fun are the important ways, or like the good ways to play the game. So these are all good things. But if you're worried that like there's no difficult content in Lord of the Rings Online, that's not true. There is definitely lots of content throughout the game that gives people different challenges, especially when it comes to the quest content. But this also breeds its own weird problem, which is that Lord of the Rings Online has an insane skill gap between the top skilled players and the average player, because the average player doesn't do any of the dungeons and is somewhere around like level 85. There are lots of people that have played this game for like 5-6 years that are like still, are middling somewhere in Rohan because they're just like going around and talking to all the characters and exploring stuff and having a good time. Or they try out a few different classes. Where did I miss a soldier? I missed a soldier in Mok Darga? What? Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things I really enjoy about this game, is that you don't really have to get forced down like a single tunnel of like you're doing one individual thing of like, well, it's only about the end game, man. Like that's what I care about. I'm straight up an end game player. I'm a sit in my basement and chug back my Mountain Dew gamer fuel and get the high DPS. But like that's my deal. That's what I want to do. If you want to just explore the world and talk to all the characters and really envelop in the story, then you can do that. Some people roleplay in this game a ton, where they like build up their own characters and stories in the actual world of Middle-earth. I don't understand this concept. I don't do that at all. But hey, man, if that's what you want to do, that sounds dope. Gotcha. Okay, so I have to find the guy that's in this camp. Did I miss somehow? I don't know how I missed the guy. Bye. Another troll up here I want to get. God damn. Here does a lot of damage. My damage is only going to achieve about double this. I should be critting for maybe 250k, which doesn't seem like a lot. When I finish off this character, when I have like all the stats in. I wonder what the red minstrel set bonus is. I have no idea. Oh yeah, and then also, even worse, you can tell that like sometimes the devs are still trying to figure out what to do with some of the classes, because some of the set bonuses in Remerkant are like really cool and interesting, and some of them are just like how do I find out what the set bonuses are? I have no idea. Okay, what quests do I have left to do? Fallen Soldiers. Yeah, I gotta do that. Easterlings. I gotta do that. I gotta get trolls. I'm gonna run through here and see if I can find another troll. That troll doesn't count. Yeah, some people use the Tortoise Stone. I personally don't like the Tortoise Stone. I'd rather just like, I'm okay with just being over level for content. It just means you get through the content faster and easier as you go along. It basically means if you don't use a Tortoise Stone that you always critically strike everything because your stats are so over leveled. It's awesome. That's just a good feeling right away, right there. Fallen Soldiers and the Bounty. These are the last two quests I have before I go to town again. Now, I'm personally trying to level as fast as humanly possible because I have leveled through this area 7 times. I've done it enough. But it turns out there's more classes in this game, so let's just keep going. I don't know what I'm going to do when I have all the classes at level cap. I don't know. Probably cry. And especially if I can get them all geared, then definitely cry. Elf White. I'm here, Elf White. Hello, Magoldir.
Now let us see what we might spy from the height.
Do them all and start over? No, 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 no. That's the exact opposite of what I would do. No, never. I will never do that. Not even once. Not even for 1 second. I will never consider that idea. No. Holy cow. That thought just makes me, like, physically ill. Also, I'm out of mana. Because I stepped in a pool that drains all my mana. Bro, don't attack me from stealth. That's right, bleed, monster. I don't know how much Fate Minstrels get. I assume a little bit, but probably can't be that much. No. With the amount of time that I've spent just on, like, my main characters alone, no. I would be very upset. Just deleting all that time? No. I would rather start a new account than delete it. I would want to preserve that. All the time spent. No. No. I hate the idea of deleting it. No, no, no. That's a bad idea. No. Oh. Where am I going? Over here? Yeah, there's the area to scout over there. Elf White. Gotcha. Mordor White. How many more do I need? 1 Elf White, 1 Fallen Soldier White. Let's horse up. I just made a LotRO account last night, still trying to learn the lingo and what things mean or do has been the hardest for me. Yeah, when chat is tough. I will say, so there's a reason why I separate out world chat, which is where like everybody in the server can talk to each other, and I have it set into another tab that's its own tab called brain damage, because that's what will happen to you if you spend too much time reading that chat. So just be mindful of that chat. Very important to not overuse that one too much. But it can be difficult, especially when it comes to dungeons and other things. But usually, for the most part, if you don't know an acronym, I would recommend just ask somebody. Just send somebody a message, be like, "Hey, what does this acronym mean?" People will usually explain it to you. I don't think that should be too much of a hassle there. Also, what's up, Samurai? How you doing? Do you think there will be a new legendary server? Well, they talked about the idea of adding a new legendary server. And then plans shifted, which basically was there was this thing that happened called the coronavirus, and apparently that had an impact on their business and level of to do things. So they originally had a plan, which was they were going to add a special legendary server called the Eye of Sauron server, and the idea behind it is that the Eye of Sauron server was designed to be a special server in which there were these basically portals, the Eyes of Sauron, that would open up on the landscape, and they would cause a bunch of things to happen. So your characters would become more powerful, but also your monsters would become more powerful while they were open, and they would have special powers and things. And it was supposed to be like this weird kind of kooky challenge server with this like new rule set, which I'm assuming they could probably tinker with and change as time went on. So imagine like on the server, you might have, the Eye of Sauron has a certain power for 3 months, and then after 3 months, the Eye of Sauron changes to another power, or even on like a monthly basis, they just kind of rotate through, or even on a weekly basis, they rotate through, however they would do it. It was a really cool idea, and I was very excited for it as a new legendary server, but they ended up canceling that idea because they ran into issues with production during the pandemic. You lost motivation to make a story? That's funny. So what you said is that you asked him about doing a pen and paper game and trying to play with him. And then he said that he lost motivation to make a story specifically for you, for sure. That's fine. But even still, if you wanted to play with somebody else, just introduce you to the rules or something. I don't know. But yeah, so it's something like, if it's not related to you, like it's not your friend telling you, oh, I don't want to play this game with you, I don't want to play Dungeons and Dragons or write a Pathfinder game or something like that, that's perfectly acceptable. Do you know how much work that is? It's so much work to write an entire campaign. It is madness. It is madness how much work it is. It's disgusting. Even just using like a preset campaign that somebody gives to you, you still have to think about it. You have to prep ahead of time. You need materials if you want to put it into a digital setting. So you want to use like a platform online. You still have to draw the maps and things. You want to do it by hand, which you can't do. Pandemic, don't see your friends. Same problem. So it is a crazy amount of work. So somebody not wanting to support and run an entire campaign, either for you or a friend group, makes total sense. When my friends asked me if I wanted to do it, I was tentatively a yes, and then I started to work on it, and I said, okay, I don't have enough time to do this, so I can keep doing this, but I need to do it less. So we were doing it every week, and I was like, I don't have enough time to run this campaign every week, and we moved to once every 2 weeks because I was like, I don't have enough time. There's not enough time. There's no way. So yeah, it's definitely a long process to get any of that stuff set up. Why is this guy still chasing me? What is still chasing me? Why am I still in combat? What the heck is happening? Who am I? Where are you guys? Yeah, so it's not the legendary server thing, as we were talking about before. It's not that something that they've shelved forever. Like they're like, oh, they're never doing a legendary server. It's more so that it's going to be on hold for now, and they'll probably come back to it at some point in the future. Actually, I can spend the rest of these points. Give me all my stats. Spending points. Or steed strength? I don't know what these stats do. Oh, what is this? Max distance or range skills? I don't know. Am I out of points? Cool. Great. Apply. Bam. Out of combat. I don't know if this adds more skills to my track or something. I think these are skills. Now I have this skill. That's all that matters. Beautiful. This skill is the best one. This is Sacrifice. You're able to put yourself in harm's way and absorb all incoming damage and protecting the steed while active. The steed takes no damage while active. Only you do. Great. Did I skip each ended hill? No, I did not. And it's something to come back to in the future. 100%. Like I said, I'd like to see that in the future. I'd like them to add something like that. Hammer of Rohan. Instant Fellowship Power Heal. Look at that. Call of Yarlingus. There's a heal spell right there. That's like a good heal. Damn. That was a real level minstrel heal. I don't know why that number was so big. There's Dash, which ups your speed for a short period of time. Angola Deer. Alright, perfect. This talking bit is not too long. Pretty short. Let me double check. I've been asked to review something.
But be not overawed. I have found them friendly and approachable, both.
Here we go. Sorry, I was asked to review something. I did a bunch of DPS tests this morning on my Warden to help compare so that other people that are still learning the class can know what would be a good benchmark to do. And for me personally, in my benchmark, my red single target on the dummy is about 180k DPS, which is not the best in the world, but that's, it's where I'm at. There's definitely way better Wardens out there than I am, but that's what I'm doing. But if we're talking about it, if you don't have like the 4-set bonus, then it's going to cause major problems. The 4-set bonus is important. Because the 4-set for Warden is minus 5 seconds off of your cooldown of your masteries, which is basically minus 5-second cooldown off of every skill that you cast. And taking 5 seconds off the cooldown of every single thing you do is like a major like change to how your character functions. Oh, hey, there's a guy here. I want to fight this. I'm in an instance, but yet there's a marsh tender just chilling here. Give me that XP. Free XP while I'm just standing there. I don't know if it's on... I wonder if it's going to be on the wiki. The item sets. Ah, they are. Minstrel armor sets. Beautiful. Potent... Oh, Timeless Fervor? Timeless Echo of Battles now heals the Minstrel for its duration. Alacrity. Cry of the Chorus now halves inductions. And Unmatched Prowess is max speed. Wait. The Minstrel red set applies a heal? What? Why does the Minstrel red set apply a heal? What?
We must not let Sauron's inaction lull us to sleep.
No red minstrels heal themselves anyway?
Time for battle.
I'm confused.
I have orders.
I'm about to get sick again. Holy moly.
The battlefield calls to us on this day. The battlefield calls.
It's a cool effect, for sure, that, you know, Timeless Echoes of Battle heals a minstrel for its duration. Like, why would you need to heal yourself? You want to damage others, not heal yourself.
Quick in your tasks. Be quick in your tasks.
I have no idea. This is highly perplexing for me. I have to go raise the heraldry of these different elves. I will do that in a moment, but first I'm going to hit the washroom because I got to do that because it's a healthy thing to do. I will be right back. If you'd like to take a look at the trait tree that I'm actually using or see my individual character stats, I'm going to put those on screen right now. With Mr. Frosty the Snowman here, and I will be right back in a moment. Please enjoy an advertisement while I jump away. I have returned. I hope the advertisements you saw were good and high quality. The products that you do definitely want. Here we go. It's good also get up, stretch your legs during the day. You can't just sit all day. He says as he sits all day. There we go. I just realized I don't need to sit all day. I can stand up because I have a desk that does that. That gives me the power to stand that I sometimes don't always use. And also, I'm no longer in frame. My head's slightly higher. I think it's because I actually need to move my monitors up a little bit more. I'm looking less down and more straight on. I think you're supposed to have your monitor, the top of your monitor is supposed to be at eye level. I'm currently off by about like 3 inches. Maybe 4 inches. I'm not really good with inches. Definitely not my standard unit of measurement. Do I have to do the heraldry of the elves first? I think you have to do the heraldry of the elves first. I've always found that if I use dash, my character starts to desync. I don't know if that's like actually true, but I feel like that's true.
What do you usually use? Centimeters? Lol.
Oh shit! That's true. I don't know what an idiot using centimeters. Oh god. No, that's straight up true. That's accurate. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, that's the life magic sound effect when you apply a protection buff. There are a whole bunch of Asheron's Call sounds mixed into the live stream. See if you can spot all of them and win a prize. JK. The follow sound effect is Asheron's Call. The subscription sound effect is Asheron's Call. The host sound effect is Asheron's Call. The donation sound effect is Asheron's Call. I think all of them are. I think all the sound effects that I use are Asheron's Call. Great game. It's a shame that it has been shut down. I don't still play. I know that there's like a server that's active. It's like Cold Fails. I think there might actually be a couple. But I don't know. It's one of those things where like I know that it's a private server and not like the real thing, and the real thing isn't coming back. Although technically, if a private server exists, it might show that there's enough demand for something that would convince somebody to do that. But no, I haven't played since these servers were shut down in 2016, 2017. I don't remember. Yeah. Although I'm a heathen, I was always more of a fan of Asheron's Call 2 than Asheron's Call 1. So, you know, that's where I'm at. Definitely a good game. If I had, more free time is the wrong word. Why did I do that? But yeah, it's something I would definitely consider. If they brought it back, I'd definitely consider playing again. But I don't know if I want to do that on like a private server. Yeah. I wouldn't say never. I mean, you never know what the future is going to bring. You know, hey, guess what? Who thought there was going to be another Jumanji movie? And then they made one. Somebody might acquire the rights through an acquisition or something. You know, somebody buys, you know, the current studio or whatever that manages under Warner. Like Warner Brothers sells off a division of their company, or if it's SSG, whoever. Somebody buys it, and then somebody looks at the project and goes like, "Oh, hey, this is intellectual property that we own, and we have all this stuff." Wow, and then does something with it. You never know. Something could change over time. It just all depends if there's money involved. Like, can we make money off of this thing that we could own? If the answer is yes, then somebody's going to try to make money off of a thing that could be owned. Now, technically, this could also mean that in the future, the license for Asheron's Call changes hands to somebody who makes a mobile phone game. But, you know, them's the breaks, kids. That's what happens sometimes. Sometimes your product that you love gets turned into a phone game. I don't know if that'll happen, because I don't know who the target audience for that would be. But like I said, it's just if I was to imagine something that like falls out of favor and disappears, like the cost of that license, it's sort of like property basically, right? Whether anybody lives in a piece of property is irrelevant to the value of it. If the property has value, somebody is going to try to get value out of the property. It's the same thing with like a license for a video game or a story. Whoever owns the license can eventually, at some point, that thing has its own intrinsic set of value, and they can eventually turn it in. Yeah, like literally, you could turn the town building from Asheron's Call 2 at the start, where you had to like, you know, get all the materials and resources to build the towns. You could do something like that. Yeah, like Clash of Clans. Hey, they made a friggin' Clash of Clans Game of Thrones clone that came out after Game of Thrones completed. That was so funny. That you know that there must have been like delays or some type of problem or a miscommunication. Something must have happened to have that game be released after the completion of the show. I don't know what happened there. What is this? In metric, 1 millimeter of water occupies 1 cubic centimeter, weighs 1 gram, and requires 1 calorie of energy to heat up by 1 degree centigrade, which is 1% of the difference between its freezing point and its boiling point. An amount of hydrogen weighing the same amount has exactly 1 mole of atoms in it. Whereas in the American system, the answer to how much energy does it take to boil a room temperature gallon of water is go fuck yourself, because you can't directly relate any of those quantities. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I don't know how they didn't make a Game of Thrones video game. It was a TV show about dragons and knights and castles and all sorts of stuff. I just don't know how they didn't make a video game out of that. Like, I think after they realized that the series was going to be big, they should have tapped, like, the guys, you know, tapped, like, ZeniMax or one of these other, like, MMO companies and be like, hey, you want to make an MMO-style game or, like, some whatever? Like, let me see. Game of Thrones video games. I mean, even still just, like, general video games. What do we got? I'm looking at it right now. Blood of Dragons is apparently some browser-based game. Game of Thrones is an Apple Arcade, iOS, browser, iOS, Android, iOS. There was a Game of Thrones video game made in 2012 by Atlas that came out for Xbox 360 and PS3. Never heard of that. And there was Telltale Games, the Game of Thrones, where Season 2 never got released. Yeah, they have only phone games. It's all phone games. As far as I can tell. Game of Thrones Winter is Coming. Yeah, it's some browser game. Warner Bros. Interactive. Game of Thrones Winter is Coming. It's a real-time strategy game officially licensed. The mobile port of the game is scheduled for 2020. I don't know if that ever happened. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or give it to one of these other companies. Like, where's the thing where, like, somebody taps BioWare on the shoulder and is like, hey, you made the Knights of the Old Republic. Here's like $500 million. Make a Game of Thrones Knights of the Old Republic. Games of the Old Thrones. I don't know. And make a product that's going to sell 1 billion copies. It just blows my mind. Like, I'm assuming that these companies must have had their reason for not doing that. These businesses. Also, I imagine because Game of Thrones was too expensive, they probably just didn't have the money to make other properties to expand into it. You know what I mean? Yeah, 100%. Well, it's a double whammy. The show was too expensive, probably, so they couldn't actually like invest and build out on other properties and products. I imagine that was problem number one. Is that it's just, you know, it wasn't like the most expensive TV show of all time or something. So they couldn't eventually like make. Like, they probably couldn't capitalize on enough of it. Like, just couldn't afford to do whatever. Even if you just give the licensing out to another company, I imagine that the issue is how long it takes to make a lot of these games and products. You know, you give somebody a license, they have to make something 5 years in advance. And then that game company, they have to hope that the people that are producing it don't butcher the TV show. Like, imagine if you had a Game of Thrones video game that was slated to come out in 2020, like in 2020 or 2021, and that had been worked on since 2016. So it's like it's been in the pipes for 5 years, which is like a fast development for one of these really large games. And then the ending happens. A whole bunch of people are really upset about the ending. People lose interest in Game of Thrones, and then a year later, the game comes out. And everyone's like, well, I don't care anymore. So I kind of understand where it's coming from, which is why I guess they do mobile games. Because mobile games, you can just, you know, phone up some Chinese company, be like, hey, make a mobile game. Just take the skin of whatever one of your games that you already have, put Game of Thrones on it, and we'll sell it to Westerners, and then bam, call it a day. Just take an existing mobile game, slap Diablo on it, boom, Diablo Immortals. Genius. Yeah, 100. That's exactly where I was going for, is Diablo Immortals. It's the same thing. So I feel like that's probably what they would do. Like, all these big-time video games are, like, crazy expensive. And if you're not successful, you, like, lose all your money. And big companies aren't okay with the idea of having just some, like, weird indie game or indie-developed product. They all want to have their own, like, big, massive, huge, groundbreaking landmark products. So I feel like some of the more inexpensive options are just not appealing to some game companies. I don't know. I think Diablo Immortals is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with Diablo Immortals, the product. I think that it makes sense for Blizzard to want to have mobile games to represent their interests. I think that it makes sense for to make a product like Diablo, which is about hitting monsters and not really thinking that much, turning that into a mobile product that just translates so easily. And this just seems like a good idea. The only issue that I had mostly with the idea was just that presentation. I don't know what happened. I don't know what drugs all those people were on. I don't know what was going on. But I don't understand how... We've had this discussion before, but how Blizzard can, like, sit at BlizzCon with a bunch of these, like, PC nerds. They're all sitting there, like, foaming at the mouth because it's been, like, 30 years since they've had any good Diablo news because Blizzard hates Diablo as a franchise. And then all these PC nerds are sitting there, and instead of announcing Diablo 4 with the JPEG, the classic Elder Scrolls 6 JPEG, where they just put up a screen that says Diablo 4, where it's got, like, his face and the number 4, and there's, like, a little flame effect. And people go, and they lose their minds, and then go, by the way, also Diablo Immortals. No one would have cared. Not a single person in that audience would have cared. People would have downloaded the thing on the spot. There would have been lines to play it, everything else. But instead, they waited till, like, 6 months later to announce Diablo 4. If they just opened the presentation and been like, we know you guys want Diablo, and we know it's a big thing, it's been a part of our hearts, and then somebody goes like, oh no, I think, what is that noise? The music plays, and then boom, Diablo 4 on screen, and they're like, we don't have a release date yet, but Diablo 4, it's on the horizon, stay tuned, get hyped, people are cheering, people are like jumping in their seats, some guy gets like punched in the head, and then you call a paramedic, like, people are getting so excited, overwhelmed. The crowd, the stadium's going crazy because there's all these like rabid Diablo fans that want a product and they are sick of playing Path of Exile because they just want to play Diablo, but they don't have a choice. They have to go play Path of Exile to get their fix. And then they go, by the way, there's also a phone game. And then people are like, oh, and I get to play the phone game in the interim while I'm waiting. I'm waiting for my thing so I can get the phone game. Cool, that sounds great. I just don't know how they missed the ball on that so hard. I don't, and I feel so bad for all of the people that had to be on that stage. I don't know what they were thinking. But however, bless them for making the decision to, instead of saying, no, this is terrible, why don't we just have it the JPEG? Instead, you have the beautiful quote of, do you guys not have phones? Oh, that's the best one. Come on. There's never been more of a, like, Blizzard literally doesn't care about the human beings that play their games and thinks of them only as dollar bills in that moment. Ah, it's so good. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Developing a video game does not mean you have interpersonal skills, and I cannot imagine how much stress it is to get onto the stage at BlizzCon. That's probably so nerve-wracking. The W still with the steel chair? Exactly. Literally, somebody just gets so excited and they just like knock someone unconscious with their chair that they're sitting on. Instantaneously. I can see that happening. I don't know. We'll see. I think that, again, it's just one of those things where there is supposed to be that new Lord of the Rings game that's on the horizon. And again, something we've talked about a lot before on the stream, but basically, if a product eventually does comes out, it's not going to be at all like the Lord of the Rings Online. One, because it's got it'll have a completely different storyline and different scope. And two, it is going to be made to accommodate to a more modern audience. It'll be more action-oriented and less classic MMO. Like, it's not going to be a classic MMO. Oh, apparently my backpack is full. Like full. No, it's 41. Never mind. So it'll impact the user base for sure, but probably not that much, and not as much as like a company like Amazon would want. And then also it's going to be second age, so no matter what, Lord of the Rings is going to make a bunch of money. Like, literally, it doesn't matter if it's like, oh, but Lord of the Rings online, you know, people are going to play the game as much. It's like, no. People are going to watch the show, go, man, this was really cool, and they're going to be like, oh, man, I really want to re-experience the Lord of the Rings. Is there like a Lord of the Rings video game? Find Lord of the Rings online, but it's not going to be like the show. It's going to be like the movies that they watch, which they're nostalgic for. And then bing, bang, boom, you make a bunch of money. You make it the money. Yeah, Sean Murray and No Man's Sky. Exactly. Sean Murray, a lead game developer with successful titles and good video games. Not a public speaker, not a presenter. That's why literally companies have people whose job it is to present stuff. It's fun to hear from the people that make products, but also at the same time, it's important to recognize that the people that make products aren't the best at recognizing what are the things they should or shouldn't say about something sometimes. Because, or like even just, you know, being good at censoring yourself, which can oftentimes be difficult.
I came here to find you and bring you back with me.
I was going to say, the Tyrande? Yeah. I was going to say, so as an example that I've done is I've done a bunch of interviews with Staying Games. If you haven't seen any of them, you can go to youtube.com/StrimTom and check out my interviews for both Lord of the Rings and Dungeons & Dragons Online. I've done with the staff. They're all great people, great, fun to talk to. You know, they do good work. They're very passionate about what they do. But like, the reason why I don't do the interviews like live is because, you know, there's a big difference between being good at public speaking and you know, wanting to say something. So I do a lot of the editing and the snip to essentially take what somebody might say over 10 minutes and turn that down to 2 minutes of the same very interesting topic, because it's really easy to just kind of get roundabout if you're not familiar with that whole, like the whole rigmarole of trying to present an idea or a topic.
Who is this secret onlooker?
People ask me, what is that? And I said, it's a product. 100%. No lies have been told. I can hear it in your voice.
Tuka's words make it clear. You see, it is
But I mean, that like makes sense. I feel it's difficult because, you know, people want to have a more public-facing development staff and development team. They want to see, you know, they want to hear from their favorite developers of their favorite video game, telling them information and secrets and all sorts of details and things about like, oh man, look at this cool feature, look at this cool, you know, oh man, we're adding this new thing, which is really good to have people who are passionate to share their work, because being able to see the passion of somebody else as they explain to you how happy they are that you get to see something, that's cool and that's awesome. But it also becomes like an expectation for people when I imagine that a lot of people who get in the video games industry and the development industry, just in general, probably aren't doing it to become like, or like to get 50,000 Twitter followers. You know what I mean? They're probably playing, or they probably became a developer or whatever because they wanted to make cool products and cool games. And then when, you know, you make a game, especially an online game where people want responses and stuff, like you watch some of these like developers from like Blizzard or Riot Games and other stuff like that, where they'll like be like active on Twitter talking to people, and I'm like, that shouldn't be somebody's job. 100% community managers exist for a reason, but people like hearing from the individual developers and stuff, even though community managers, that's literally their purpose and their role. Also, what if your company is not big enough to have a community manager? Or what if your company is big enough to have a community manager, but then it's like Blizzard, where the community managers literally don't like anybody in the community? What do you do then? Which, like, I get it. I also don't like people, or I don't like the majority of players that play World of Warcraft. I played with them when I played World of Warcraft. Oh man, joining a dungeon and having somebody screaming at you and then kicking you out because like you delayed a pull or something. It's like, alright, sounds good. I will go back to doing another video game now. Any advice on someone just coming into LotRO? My biggest piece of advice is the best selling point for Lord of the Rings Online is the story. Even the smallest bits of fetch quests or like from minor characters will give you information about the world. The whole point of Lord of the Rings Online is that it gives the ability to flesh out the world that you already know. You've heard of the Shire. You've heard of Bree. You know that, you know, the hobbits went from the Shire and they went to Bree Town and they met some guy named Tom Bombadil, and then they went there and they met some guy named Strider, and then they went to a mountain and they met some guys named Nazgûls who stabbed Frodo, and then they went to the Rivendell and they met this guy named Elrond who was also in the Matrix. And so, you know all these things, but how much do you know about these individual places? What about all of the individual hobbits and how they do all of these things? What about the dwarves and the elves? How are they involved and in different places? The people of Bree, what are their troubles? Why did the hobbits feel so uncomfortable traveling through the town of Bree? Why is that? What's actually going on? All of these things and more get answered as you play through, because each individual little quest, each character, each individual piece of dialogue, they fill out the story of what's actually happening in the whole world. It's a holistic experience. It's not just MMO video game. It is an MMO video game, but, there's other aspects to it. And I would recommend, paying attention to all of those things, if you want to get the full experience. Let me get a water while this plays. I was supposed to talk to Uridani? Whoopsie. I was not paying enough attention. I just need to get a water, so I kind of thought that was going to take longer. That's some good clear water. But yeah, so that's kind of the thing about the Lord of the Rings. It's a good, good game. But the goodest part of the good game is definitely the story and the world building. That's where they excel the most. Look at this palace. Look how spooky and scary this whole thing looks. So menacing. And these guys are like, we're the sons of Isildur. We're not scared at all of anything. And he's like, I'm an elf who was made up for the video game. And, it's like, it's just complicated. Yeah, it's straight up cold. Yeah, it's cold. You know what you can do to warm yourself? Coffee. Make some coffee. You'll feel better. Yeah, I don't know what's the problem with the cat. Weird. Look at the dumbest spot I'd find my wallet, so I started thinking. Did you find it? I don't know what the temperature is outside. It's a great question. It is currently outside. It is -6 degrees Canadian. And the circulation in here is garbage, and I don't think the walls have any insulation. So out there is just snow, and then out there is just snow. So, yeah, what are you going to do? Cat needs another treat. Cat ate all the treats. Cat likes the treats. Squeeze treats were good. Good idea, by the way. You did a good thing. You done good, son.
You are friend to my brothers. You are
I'm
friend
trying to get her to
to
make coffee. Did you pick up on that, eh? You realize what I was doing there, huh?
Sauron has bested us.
That is, in fact, what I did. That's what my goal was. I did not. It wasn't in the dumbest spot. Ah, rats. In Florida, nice and toasty. Yeah, no, I used to work. I used to work for a company that every year we would go down. They would ship us down to Florida in January, and it was really nice. Like, you do feel like a complete idiot when you get off the airplane because it's like minus 30 degrees Canadian, which is like minus 20 something Fahrenheit, and you get off of or Freedom, sorry, and you get off of the plane. And you're out there with your big stuffy jacket and a sweater and other stuff. And there's just a bunch of assholes in the friggin' airport, all walk around in shorts and Hawaiian shirts, and there's literally palm trees outside because it's like 23 degrees in the airport. And you're like, oh, great, this is awesome. This is perfect. It's like, what, it's 70 in the airport, or 70 degrees Freedom? Sick. It's nice and toasty with my like winter parka on. Then finally you get to go to like a hotel or something. You can change into just some like dress pants and a golf shirt. Feel normal. Put in a drawer. You never look. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It's definitely good, and I would 10 to 10 would do again. Would go somewhere warm when it is in fact not warm in your country. That's a good idea. Although, to be fair, being warm is nice. I do like being warm. In fact, I would go somewhere warm when it is warm in my country, which I've done before. I went to Mexico in May. It was nice and hot, and it was the best. You're getting into 40 Canadian? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, it was hot this summer. What did it go to? I think it went around to like 50, or not 50. I think the highest temperature we got was like 44 Canadian. Which is like 110, I think, here. 110 Freedom. Yeah, the stupid city is weird. It goes down to minus 30 Canadian in the wintertime and plus 40 Canadian in the summer. Like every year. Which is basically, if you don't have air conditioning, you're just hitting the corner store picking up Slurpees all the time. Gotta get yourself a big ass slushie. And then you take that slushie and you fill it with vodka. And then you wake up the following day. Still hot. But, you know, it takes care of the problem for a very temporary period of time. Hydrate. Thank you. You know, and you ask yourself, would I be fine if I just had the slushie? Do I need the vodka? And the answer is, well, if you have the vodka, you think less about the effects of the slushie on your body and drinking too many, and instead, you just go, I need another one, and you get another one, and it solves your coolness problem. It's a self-regulating solution.
Brighter days are upon us.
All right, let me go over here. I have to sharpen on the grindstone, which is next to Círdan. I have to talk to that lady. I have to spar with some people. And I don't know why I would spar with some people, because I'm literally like a magic gnome. But I am definitely going to spar with some people. Hello, thank you. Because I don't know how they're going to learn anything, because I'm going to literally hit them with magical beams of light from the sky. Oh. But yeah, so it's nice and chilly here. I like the hot weather. I like the cold weather. No real... I'm not going to say no real preference. I don't mind the cold weather if my house is insulated. But this is not an insulated place. It's basically cold. It's either too cold or too hot all the time. Because the temperature is not regulated. I have no way to regulate the temperature within this building. When I lived at an apartment complex earlier in the year, the nice thing about the apartment complex is that it was pretty much always too hot. Like, literally 100% of the time, the heat was just blaring, so I always just had to crack my window open in wintertime. So, it's like, oh, is it minus 30 outside? No problem. Window's open. I can't deal with how hot it is. And again, couldn't regulate it because it's like a big building. Really, the answer is move somewhere temperate to stop complaining. And I don't want to move somewhere temperate because I don't like rain. So I will stay where I am. And keep complaining. Yeah, I don't want to live in the rain. Rain's the worst. I'd rather be too hot or too cold than be in the rain. Oof. Get out of here, man. Besides, if you're a little hot and a little cold, helps helps balance out the body. You know, they say rapidly shifting temperatures helps build your immune system. Or it weakens the immune system. One of those two things is correct. Yeah, so that's cool. Oh, did I not sharpen? I only sharpened one stone? Whoops. Also, it's not a big deal. The benefit of when it's a little bit cold out, cold inside, is then you can wear your sweaters and they're nice and comfy and cozy. So if it's like, if it's not, you know, it's not a perfect room temperature in the house, I just wear a sweater and some sweat pants and some sweat shoes. Just kidding, I don't have sweat shoes, but I do have Crocs on because it's great indoor shoe. Don't wear the Crocs outside because people will be unhappy and they'll be like, oh, what is that on your foot? There's something on there. You have to get it off. But inside where no one can see, it's so comfy. Yeah, you can always become warm. Like, if I wanted to, I could put a space heater in here. I can't put a space heater in here because everything is running off of one outlet. That's hilarious. I'm like, oh yeah, I could put a space heater in here, but I definitely can't put a space heater in this place because I have one single outlet that runs everything. My computer, my 3 monitors, the 2 lamps, that light cable over there, my PlayStation, and my air filter. All of them come off of not even 2 outlets, or 1 outlet where only one of the plugs work. So I have a plug with a power strip, or sorry, with a surge protector in that, with a power strip off of that. My brother's an electrician, and I went through the whole thing with him, and he's like, you're fine. What? Yeah, that's exciting. I mean, there's a solution. Oh, is it getting hot in here, or is it just inappropriate content? Yeah, that's true. But to be fair, if it's like, hey, electrical fire, whatever, it's nice and toasty. Keeps you warm. That's the most important thing.
I have learned there is to be a council of the kings. There are limits to
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Let me see those weapons.
You know, then the outlet becomes a space heater? Exactly. Heats up the whole space. It's great. When am I moving? May. May 1st. My lease is up on May 1st. At which point, that's when we'll be moving. Somewhere that isn't psychotic. And in a basement. With concrete walls. And 7-foot ceilings. I hate the 7-foot ceilings. What a problem this is. I can just touch the ceiling. No problem. I hate it. With uneven floors everywhere. And the countertop. It is tile. Tile countertop. Why tile? They could use a flat piece of wood. They could have put a varnish over it. They could have just gotten a bad cut from some, Home Depot. Take it straight out of the dumpster. Nah, they made one with tile. It's horrible. I don't understand. Best beginner race in class for just starting? So race doesn't matter. Race determines like what class you can pick, but at the end of the day, race doesn't, like the effect of race is so small, your race will never impact whether you can or can't complete a set of content. Because technically, important note, races will have something like this, where it'll be like, oh, if I play as a dwarf, I get 5% X bonus damage. That's nice. 5% extra damage? That's sick. Except that damage adds on to your mastery. Mastery caps out at 200%. So that's actually, it's not 5% bonus damage. It's, you already have 200% bonus damage plus 5%. So it goes up to 205% damage. It has an impact, but it is about 1% damage increase. If you will pick your race based on a 1% change in damage, then, you know, min-max if you want. But for the most part, it's just about your visual style, what you like to go with. And then after that, it's class. Now, I believe, because we talked about earlier with some of the different classes, there's a couple different good options. Do you have a particular preference for type of character role that you like to play? Or, like, not even role, but, like, type of combat style? Like, for me, I'm a melee player. I've always been a melee player. I don't know. There's something about getting in there and just meleeing up some people. It's just been fun. It's a good way to play the game. So as a melee guy, I like to get up and melee some people. But you might not be a melee person. You might be like, yeah, I'm all about, and as you said, your range is your style. So if you like ranged characters more often, Hunter is an easy choice. They're fun, they're cool. They get like you like shoot bows real good and pew pew and smash people to death. So that's definitely a good one. We don't smash. There's no smashing because it's a bow. That's not how that works, but what am I looking for? The heraldry here? Oh, heraldry of Durin the Fourth. Yeah, you shoot them to death. That's it. The Hunter is really good for that. They're the only bow class in the game, and they're also very fun. Because you just, as long as you have like a level appropriate weapon, which means you do quests, and when the guy has a bow available for you, you go, ooh, I want that. And you put on the highest level bow all the time, you just kill everything. All the time. Like, I can just log in my Hunter and then just go start shooting everything on the landscape. It's hilarious. It's just like, oh, look, here, there's a monster. Boom, his entire health bar in one hit. Hey, there's another monster. Boom. Best beginner melee? I think that in terms of some of the melee stats... I mean, the thing is, this game is not hard at all. So it really depends on your playstyle. Champion is pretty fun. They have a system where basically you have like fervor, which is like a rage system of some kind, where as you use skills, you build up these little fervor points, and then some of your skills cost fervor points, and you spend them. So you use like your basic skills, like a stab or like an overhand attack, and then you get like you spend it to get this like triple strike and stuff. It's very simple because you just have this little meter that goes up and down as you spend your skills. That one's pretty cool. I do like that one. So champion is a good option as for a melee. Outside of just champion, what else works as a good melee? Captain is fun. It's the slowest of the melees, but it's based around like support and assisting other players, and it's best played in a group. If you're playing solo, maybe not recommend Captain the absolute most, but it's still a very, very good class, and it's one of my favorites. And then weird picks for melee. As you can see here, I'm getting into melee with these guys. As a minstrel and doing damage, all my attacks are melee. So this is a melee attack, this is a melee attack, this is a melee attack. So I'm constantly like running up to monsters and getting right in their faces and trying to kill them. So there's definitely is some non-conventional melee. Minstrel is melee in terms of its melee or its like DPS stance, and which is what I'm doing. And the Runekeeper Lightning version, which is a lightning-based spellcaster, is also a melee because most of their attacks are like super short range. I would recommend, if you're unsure about it, play a character to level 15 and then do its level 15 it'll have like its level 15 quest, like a special class quest, and do that and get a feel for it. And if you play through the level 15 like class quest and you go, okay, this character's cool, I like the story that's going on, I like the feel of it, then we're good, then you're all set. But if you play through and you go, yeah, I don't really like it that much, by the time you hit level 15, your character's probably not going to change. Like, it changes by you get new skills and powers and things, but it's not going to change too much in the whole playstyle is going to change. You're still going to play kind of the similar, like it's going to be a similar thing. And level 15 is not a huge investment either. With no experience whatsoever, it'll probably take you maybe like 15 hours or so of time. And And once you've done it once, you'll be like familiar with the game, and you can go, okay, I did like this class, or I didn't. Maybe I'm going to try something else. And then once you find something that really you jam with, you're like, all right, I'm ready to go. I'm gonna play something else. I say 15 hours. I can do it in like 4, but if you don't know what you're doing, and I recommend you read all of the text when possible, because the text is one of the things that really that'll enhance your overall experience with the game. So I do recommend that you read the text if you can. You're playing with you, make sure you pick the same starting races. Yeah, if you're going to play with friends, you want to pick similar starting races, just so that you guys can be in the same area. Because each race does start in a different zone. Now, granted, once you get out of the starter zone, which is when you're level 7, you complete the final quest, it automatically puts you to level 7 and all is cool. You can then take a horse from one starter zone to the next. Yeah. I don't play video games to do reading. That's true. That's true. I do, actually. I play a lot of video games to do reading. I spent, like, an hour going back and reading all the little notes and all the things that I picked up during Cyberpunk. And man, some of the stuff is so funny. Feels better than the human and Hobbit. They're all the same speed. If you mouse over a mount, it'll tell you what the speed of it is. It's important to note that hobbits and dwarves look like they move faster on mounts than humans and elves. And the reason they look like they move faster is because the dwarves and hobbits ride ponies, not horses, and so their legs animate faster. And so they look like they're moving faster, but they're not actually. Dwarves also look like they run faster, again, because their legs have to animate faster. Because they have to run faster, more left rights. So they do physically animate faster, but they don't move any faster. Yeah, Warden is the most unique class in the entire game. But I don't recommend that as possibly your first try on the game. Just because no other class in any other MMO is like Warden. So if you try Warden and you're like, man, I don't like this class, I probably won't like this game at all. That's not accurate. And his son takes over. That'd be funny. I don't think his son is here. Also, I don't think Durin has a son named Durin. Does he? Because it's Thorin's son is Durin. In the modern game. Or modern times. I don't know. In this game, the best way to transfer items among characters on your account? Yes, there is a bank and a shared bank. Let me just go here. I'm going to loot this. I don't want a bridle. I don't want a great axe. Good. There is a bank and a shared bank. So if you're a subscriber, as I happen to be to this video game, you get subscriber town services. This is an item that gives you access to all of the things that you can use in town in your inventory. That's right. So do you want to sell items in your inventory? You can sell anywhere you want. Open your bank anywhere you want. In a dungeon, doesn't matter. Shared bank, guess what? There's a shared bank in a dungeon, doesn't matter. Your wardrobe, this is the cosmetic system. With the wardrobe system, you can then take an item that you want to keep forever as a cosmetic, put it in here, and then at any time, any character can use it. On top of that, if you select an item, let's just say I chose the Cloak of the Dead City, when you select it, if you want, you can apply dye colors to this cloak. So if I had that navy dye, which I deleted, so I don't have anymore, which makes me sad. Let me see here. Let me just go in the auction house. I can use the auction house while out here. Perfect. Dye. Regular blue dye. I need some cheap dye. Sort by buyout. Give me the cheapest dye, baby. Purple dye? Orange dye? Sure. Give me the orange dye. Give me a bit of purple dye. Why did I bid? I should be buying this. Oh my god. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, what you can do, this is the coolest thing. Attach item. Is I can take this dye color, you can dye all the armor in this game, and I can apply it to this item in my wardrobe. And then I want to get my orange dye and put that on there. And now, if I would like to use this, I can either select the default color, or I can change the color to something else. So I can click on this cloak and apply it to my character. So in the dressing room, so I can see how it looks. There's the orange cloak. Or I can change it to purple and click on it. Now it's the purple version. Or I can see the default version and see how the default looks. Whoa! They added it this year, the subscriber town services, and you can pick it up from Wenda Cranesbill in Bree and also other places. No, I just don't want this to be gray. Anyway, you can pick it up from a whole bunch of different places, but yeah, you get it from the woman Wenda Cranesbill. It's a VIP town services item. She's in every housing neighborhood. She's in Bree. She's in by the Boar Fountain. So basically, wherever the horse guy is in the housing neighborhoods, she's by the horse guy. And then she's in Bree at the Boar Fountain. She's in Thorns Hall by the horse guy. And she is by... I don't know where she is in Michael Delving, but apparently she is also there. Town services. I'm being attacked by a sorcerer. Don't cast more spells. I defy your spell casting. So yeah. So you can transfer your items. On top of that, all of the items in this game at endgame are all bound to account, which means if you have, let's just say, a minstrel who is a light armor class and uses will, and then you decide to make a runekeeper, once your runekeeper is at max level, you can take all the gear from your minstrel and put it on your runekeeper. In fact, that's how I do it. So I go to my shared storage, and I have my agility DPS gear, and I just leave it in here, so then if I'm playing my burglar, I put it on the burglar, and if I'm playing the warden, I put it on the warden. All of this stuff is raid gear, dude. It's all bound to character. There are a couple, or bound to account. There are a couple items that are not. As an example, there was recently a special event that went on with these special bracers that came from doing this Christmas event. The Christmas bracers were bound to character. I don't know why they were bound to character, which is very weird because the summer event items were bound to account. So I don't know if that was like a mistake. I don't know. It's not good enough that you need to use it, so it doesn't matter because the raid gear is better. And the in some cases, the raid gear is better. And then the set piece items are still bound to account. So if you're playing as like a warden, your warden set pieces are bound to account. But the problem with that is even though it is bound to account, you can't transfer from one character to another because like I can't use the warden gear on my burglar. All the set pieces are class specific. So if you get the armor from the raid, that's good. But if you get the class specific armor from that raid, it's transferable, but you don't need to. The benefit of this though is it means I can run quests, and I can get out there and I can say, okay, cool, this is awesome. I'm gonna go do a raid with some people, and ooh, that warden item dropped, but I'm playing on my captain, and if nobody needs the warden item, I can be like, can I have that on my warden? They give it to me, and then I just transfer it over to my warden, like that. I have to go to Tyrandil. Is a spellcaster casting spells at you, just they stop casting spells, and then it's illegal? Oh yeah, if they are doing that, yeah, you just tell them that, 100%. Because if you ask somebody not to cast spells at you, and they continue to cast spells, that is a crime, and they will go to jail. 100%. Just straight to jail. So is endgame like every other MMO, there's always a lack of tanks and healers for pugs? Depends on the server you play on. And, well, yes. So, yes, there's always more DPS than anything else. That's just a true fact of MMOs. There's always more DPS. One, because Hunter is a class that exists. Half of the players in this game play Hunter, because half of the players in World of Warcraft play Hunter, or Demon Hunter. One of those two things. Because they both have Hunter in the title. And you will get a varying level of proficiency of players who play the Hunter class. But yeah, tanks and healers are always like a good go-to if in terms of I want to play endgame and I want to be valuable in groups. And then also it just depends on your server population. Higher population servers have more active groups than lower population servers. How it is. There is currently no cross-server action or play, which would be cool, and I would love to see, but none of that yet.
I see the great banners of my people above the battle plain. I no longer see the frail banners of sorrow.
All right, now we have to go to Adam Bell and talk to Tarandil.
A task for you, soldier.
Hey, what's up, Alex Dracoman? I can't pronounce that. It's too hard. My brain too small. But yeah, since you can just transfer over all the raid gear, it makes it really convenient and easy. So if you're out here and you're like, hey, I'm gonna play as my minstrel, and then you decide to try something else, you can just go ahead and do that.
And he at least will allow us inside.
Yeah, probably. So it's pretty sweet that you can transfer over that gear. And like I said, there are some things that are bound to character. Stuff like my legendary item. This legendary weapon is super cool, but it's minstrel specific, and it's bound to me. And I can't transfer it to anybody else, but I also only have one minstrel, so like, big deal. Yeah, no worries. And then I got this book. Same thing. It's bound to character, but I think pretty much everything else is just bound to account. There was a good tank race and class. Captain is currently the best tank in the game. Captains can only be men or high elves. So if you want to play the best tank in the game, try Captain. Captains are probably going to get nerfed. I have no confirmation of this. I feel it. I have a feeling that Captain is going to get nerfed. That it's coming. Because they're the best, and they've been the best for a very long time. So the nerf is coming. Isn't Guardian supposed to be the best tank in the game? You would think so, because it's in the title. No, Guardians are not the best tank in the game. And then Guardians are likely also going to receive a buff at some point soon. I don't know how soon is soon, but at some point they'll probably receive a buff. But I don't have like confirmation of when any of that stuff will actually happen. Oh, I have to talk to Gilgalad. Whoops. I'm trying to think of what other information or things that go. I mean, you also have like a bunch of different options for characters, and it's important to pick one that you actually like. Like that's really important. You need to have characters that you like because you know, you might try Captain and be like, this sucks, I hate the playstyle. Or you might try Guardian and be like, this is the greatest. Or you might try like Warden and be like, what the hell are all these keys for? So you gotta like, you know, figure that one. Yeah, Yella Cap'n. Why is Joseph in the shop again? Because I got another one. I was gifted another one under the request that it cost 200,000 sun flasks. So, that's what I was requested. That's cool. Other than that, you've also got Bjornings are tanks. They turn into bears and roar and they maul people. You very rarely drop out of bear form, which is cool. You get to stay in bear form pretty much the entire time. The only time you do it is when you need to pop the extra maximum HP, if you need to, plus also a hearten on yourself or someone else who is dying, which is very, very rare in a raid, but sometimes happens during a 6-man. If there's like an AoE damage effect and healers going down, something like that, it's not too bad to pop out. Or even just on yourself, because hearten is a really powerful spell. So yeah, you got Bjorning, they're pretty good. And then you have Champion, who is a class designed to hit people with weapons, where they go like stab, 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 and that's pretty much it. And that's what you want to be going for. I signed up for raid, didn't I? Did I not sign up for this? When did this come up? Oh, the 3rd. I am available, so... Shh. Raid. It's pretty rude. Well, the problem with champion is just all of their abilities are awful. It's the kind of thing where like you can just tank as long as you have enough health and you can hold aggro. But like in sudden defense is like okay for getting rid of some damage effects, but they just don't have any of the cooldowns compared to the other classes. You've got like Beorning, which is minus 60% damage, also the heal for 1% of their health every time they take damage from any instance, including dots. You have captains who can't die for almost a minute. You have guardians who pop themselves back up to full health, and Pledge and Juggernaut, which don't always work, which kind of sucks. And then technically Litany also works, but doesn't always work sometimes because you have to blow your fortification stacks, which kind of sucks. And then you have Wardens, which have like literally maxed block and evade, which are sick, and partial block and partial evade, and really high mitigations, and still just die anyway because they just get hit by tactical damage and it's game over. Casting spells at people, that's just not cool. Game over. So yeah, so I would say is PvP mode still populated? It's more populated now. They just did a huge balance pass on the PvP to make it more there. Yeah, Warden tanks were nerfed during Throne. So when the level cap was 105, they never got it back. They just butchered the healing on Wardens, so it doesn't scale off of anything. So the self-heals don't scale off of anything. They scale off of outgoing healing rating, but you don't get any of that, and they're too low to actually be impactful. And they also made it so that I don't know if this was a change, but the life steals only scale, the life leech effects, the life taps, only scale off of your character level, which means no stats matter. So at the beginning of the expansion, when people had like 350,000 health, not too bad. Now when you have 700,000 health, and the amount of healing that you get is the same, it's very bad. Oh, to level up playing as a monster, you have to kill players. There's also quests that give you the same points now. They changed it. It used to be that the only way to get a level up was to fight players, and then at some point, like 8 years ago, they added in infamy from quests, and that way you can level up by doing just the quests in the area. It was probably more than 8 years ago. It was probably like 10 years ago. How's this cutscene still going? I'm gonna get a water. I'll be back in like a minute. Okay, anyway, while they're still talking, my roommate made coffee, so I'm going to be right back. I see you. You know what? I'm faster than you. I love how the game is still just going. I'm not even doing anything. Good old LotRO cutscenes.
Quest received.
Wait, someone followed me while I was AFK? That's dope. Welcome to the stream, Dat Flow. We're having a good day. I am having a great day. I have coffee. I feel good. Let me hydrate.
Quest received.
And a Yang Junhui. Welcome to the stream. Hope you had a fantastic day. Again, you know, have to walk away. Sometimes you just have to, like, use the washroom and refill your coffee cup. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 16 minutes so far, so... I will say, I don't know, I'm still trying to figure out what is the appropriate way to take, like, measured breaks during the live stream. Because it's weird, like the fact that... this one, the guest of Isildur's fostered son. Isildur's foster son, yeah. I find that it's really weird to make... to find time to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to take a break during the live stream to, like, do something else. I find that's weird. Because I'm like, you know, you gotta be healthy. You gotta sometimes take a step, walk away from anything. It's like with any task that you do. It's always good to take like 5 minutes to clear your head sometimes. That's something that helped me a lot in like previous jobs and stuff, is just finding ways to be responsible and just literally like just wait and clear your mind. Really useful. Some people can like meditate and do other things. I don't have any of those skills. I just find it's nice to sometimes just literally walk away and like close your eyes for like a few minutes. Leave you out those blood clots. Yeah, go run around the neighborhood. That's a good idea. Except it's snow everywhere and the snow all the time and snow. I guess it's no big deal. I just keep live streaming.
I see the weariness in you, though you seek to hide it.
Been a good so far. How long has this been? 3 months, I think. I started back up again full time in September. Talk to Tuka outside and assist Hunrik. Where the hell is Hunrik? Hunrik, where are you? Are you value things with gold? With gold, do people trade them? I don't know if people trade them, but yeah. LotRO gonna receive massive overhaul sometime in 2021, right? No, probably not. So what they talked about was that I don't know if people trade for them. Sorry, just to stay on topic. I don't know if anybody trades for the Aria Valors in game. I don't think people do. We'll trade in exchange for gold, but maybe. I've never done that. Depends on your server, obviously. Also, I don't know if that's against the terms of service. So, because I don't know if you can trade it in game. Because they're bound. I'm pretty sure it's bound to account. Oh yeah, there's no mithril mail. Exactly. So yeah. So if you want to do trading, that would be like outside of game trading, where you make a decision to give somebody gold and then they are going to give you points to buy something. And that would be I think that could be terms of service, but I honestly don't know. I don't read the terms of service, so I have no idea. But anyway, that's the thing. Anyway, is Lord of the Rings Online gonna have a big overhaul? So, of the big overhauls that are on the horizon for Lord of the Rings Online, one is the legendary item system. This is an overhaul that's coming. It's going to be coming online for a couple different reasons. Number one, if a Lord of the Rings Online, or not Lord of the Rings Online, but if a Lord of the Rings TV show at any point releases by Amazon and comes out and is a thing that goes on Amazon Prime, people are going to start playing this game. Because people are going to Google. They're just going to type into Google Lord of the Rings video game, and this game is going to come up on people's lists. And so having more people, and possibly the largest influx of players that this game will receive in like the next 5 years, it is important that a system that is arcane and frustrating and hard to deal with, like, you know, the legendary item system, does get revamped to make it user-friendly and easy to understand and better for the general player base. Every single person. That's something that needs to happen, because it's not something that you don't engage with. It starts at level 50, which is not a really far way into the game. Lots of people, even people without a lot of experience with MMOs, can find their way to Moria and get a legendary weapon. So that's something that needs to change. On top of that, as if you guys didn't see, the company that not produces, but publishes this game, Lord of the Rings Online, called Daybreak, who publishes other games such as like the EverQuest series, So EverQuest 1 and 2, as well as games like PlanetSide and DC Universe Online, I think. These games, or this company, was acquired by Enad Global 7, which is a Swedish company. It's a European country. I couldn't tell you. But anyway, they published a investor portfolio thing where they basically went through all of their business acquisition and why it's good for all of their investors and why they're happy with the acquisition. They talked about the amount of money that Daybreak makes and where the money comes from, and it is probably no surprise, or might be a surprise to some of you, that Lord of the Rings Online and Dungeons & Dragons Online make hella bank. They make shitloads of money. These are very profitable games in their current state. That's why people that are like, oh, these games are going to get shut down. No, they're very happy about that. But they've been making good money on this. That's why if you check on, you can go to the Standing Stone Games website through Daybreak and see that they're hiring staff. Usually games that are hemorrhaging money are not attempting to acquire more staff to help improve the quality or size of their product to continue to sell better. So I don't know. Anyway, to skip past that, one of the things that was in this press briefing was not press briefing, but investor meeting portfolio thing, was talking about how in 2022 there would be a visual overhaul to the entirety of Lord of the Rings Online with the goal of matching the release time of the Lord of the Rings show, so that way it'll look more appealing to new consumers. It is important to note that this was also talked about by Severlin during the question and answer period, is that this is a planned idea. This does not mean that just because something is in that sheet that it will come to pass. It does mean that it is something that they are working on. So it looks like there is a visual overhaul coming to Lord of the Rings Online. As far as when that will or won't be happening, it's hard to say because, like, I'm not an artist and I don't know what the pipeline is on art development. So depending on how long it takes to implement new models, characters, textures all over the world, I don't know how long that's going to take, but there you go. Sure. But what if, for whatever reason, he couldn't do that, right? What if he couldn't give out the source code? What if he wanted to but couldn't? Right? So it's just one of those things. No, I get that it was a joke, but like, it's one of those situations where I feel bad for anybody who works in any type of development industry, or like pretty much whenever you have a product that is coming out, it is so hard to manage expectations because, you know, it's like when anything else that happens. If you imagine like a video game or even like a product that you try to make yourself, you ever done a renovation on your house or tried to build something, you can tell yourself exactly how long it's going to take. And then you start doing it and it takes way longer. It's like following a recipe. If you follow a recipe for the first time you never followed before, it's an easy 25-minute recipe. That takes 45 minutes because you've never made it before. You're not sure exactly what it is you're putting together at any given moment. And even though you might be experienced at putting the food together and putting the food on the table, you know, sometimes things can go on an unexpected path. Maybe you forgot to buy something or you didn't realize that one thing wasn't another. Oh my God. So what happens in the video games industry all the time is exactly that sentiment, where people will hear something be said and then say, well, this thing has to be released in exactly the way that it was said, or else I have been lied to and have been cheated. Which is not what I'm insinuating that you are saying, but that is something that happens. Yeah, absolutely. I've had the opportunity, because if you guys don't know, I don't know if you can see it, but I have a Asheron's Call tattoo on my arm of the Asheron's Call logo, or not two, but Asheron's Call tattoo right here. Because great game, introduced, you know, that's how, if Asheron's Call didn't exist, I wouldn't play MMOs at any point. Like, that just never would have happened, so, or it might not have happened, but it probably wouldn't have happened. So I'm very happy for Asheron's Call bringing me into this fold. This thing that I get to do here and show with you guys, the many friends that I've played, it's been a great experience. And I remember when I actually got to meet Sev when I went down to Boston and I got to go through the office and stuff. I remember it's cool because he's such a big AC guy. He loves that game, and like, you know, we chatted. It was very cool. He's a cool guy. Really, really fucking tall. Just tall as all hell. He's just a giant. Very tall man. Absolutely massive. Like, I'm 6 feet tall, and I notice when I have to go like, oh, hello. Like when I have to look up to people. You think this game has some awesome music? Absolutely. I talk about it all the time. This game has amazing music. This has the best MMO music for me. I play lots of MMOs. You got your World of Warcraft, your Final Fantasy 14, your Star Wars, The Old Republic, Elder Scrolls Online, Dungeons & Dragons Online. This game, I haven't played EverQuest. I like the music in a lot of different MMOs, but this game has the best music, for sure, 100%. LotRO has the best MMO music. There's no doubt in my mind. It's important to note, Bill Champagne, the legendary hero that he is, who has been making some LotRO music for the past few years, and has been doing some work on that. Also, if you did not know, did the music for Feywild in Dungeons & Dragons Online, which just released. And for those of you that haven't had the chance to play Feywild yet or seen any of it, the music in that expansion is the best music that DDO has to offer. It's awesome. There's all these enchanting harps and symphonies going on in the background, and sometimes it's calm, and sometimes it's bombastic when you get into combat, and it's just beautiful. It all comes together. It's basically the exact opposite of Sharn in every faculty. Although I do like the sleuthing detective music when you're doing Red Rain. I will say I do love that track. Yeah. Now, granted, the music where I am right now, I'm in Mordor, so it's not really inspired. It's very, it's this subdued, subverted tone that's meant to make you kind of be on edge the entire time. It's not supposed to be like, happy day, charging to defend the gates, attack the walls or something. Very different thing. But if you go anywhere else in this game, man, the music is so good. Like, especially the starter zones. Starter zones sound so good. The Shire sounds amazing. Air the Wind sounds amazing. Celendum sounds fantastic. And Bree, the entire zone just sounds great. You got this awesome, like, just loot going in the background. It sounds like somebody's just following you around, like, playing on the loot. And you just want to tap your foot the entire time you go across. Great. Big fan. Not always. Most places in DDO don't have music. Like, there's like the combat music in DDO when monsters are nearby, but most areas in DDO just have like background noise. Like the sewers is mostly just background noise. Taverns all have music, of course. And some adventures have very weird music. An easy example is when you get to level 14, you can go do the Necro 4 chain of instances, or it's called Necro 4, but it's the 4th Necropolis pack out in the Orchard of the Macabre. Now, it's a very cool quest pack, and it's a fun adventure. However, there's basically no music there. But if you decide to do the quests on Epic, all of a sudden, you realize that someone just did like 3 lines of coke, and they just started making the craziest music ever. And you get this like, I don't know how else to describe it. Just the music is all over the place. There's all these like noises and stuff, and each individual quest they have like this. It's this cacophony of madness that is also very fun to listen to. The Epic. If you haven't done Epic Necropolis with the music turned on, you gotta go do it. Oh, it's so good. Ghosts of Perdition, the Fleshmaker's Laboratory, Temple of Vol, and Inferno of the Damned on Epic. Those quests are so... The music is amazing. Also, those quests are exceedingly difficult, and the monsters will kill you. They are no joke. Alright, now I gotta summon soldiers. I think I can do this on a horse. I actually don't like the Fjarlund Carnival music that much. Not a big fan. I don't know what it is. You'd think I would like it, but no. Yes, the liches are crazy. You will actually have a lich hitting you for like 4k force damage in epic. Like epic elite, not Reaper mode. Those quests on R10 are like literally impossible. On normal, it's fine. On normal, it's fine. But holy crap, on elite, it's tough. And also, the heroic Necro 4 is perfectly fine. Heroic Necro 4 is whatever. Yes, each Necro 4 quest has its own unique song. And I don't know why. And it's only the epic version. The heroic version, it does not have that. So the level 14 version is just, the quests are pretty straightforward, not too challenging. You know, they all have neat little mechanics and stories that go with them, explaining to you the role of the abbot and everything else. But in the epic version, each song is completely different. And on normal, it's totally acceptable at 29. But on epic elite, when the quests are set up to 31, they literally kill you instantly. The monsters are ridiculous. Yes, and also Kolthus is very hard to deal with. Doom Spheres, man. I'm going to do a PDK Crows with Best Paladin. Is that going to be your next build? Next build? Probably not. No. I'll do it eventually, but the problem is, if I make a Charisma-based Paladin, I'm probably going to make a Vanguard. Because Vanguards are cool. But there's so many people out there that are like, they don't want to, they want to see two-hand Paladin, and I'm going to disappoint them. It's going to be awesome. And I think it's something that I think a lot of people miss about the YouTube channel. I make builds for me, and then I play the characters, and it's fun. I share my experiences, and then people can have fun with that. If you want to see two-handed Paladin, there's literally like 30 builds on the forums of two-handed Fighter Paladin. It's the best build in the game. Everybody's playing two-handed Fighter Paladin. I don't need to make one. And if you don't know how to play it, just play Paladin, take two-handed fighting, and then attack monsters, and use the charisma hit and damage from the Fate Arc Illusionist tree. Problem solved. Bing, bang, boom. Done. Where are the monsters? Oh, there they are. Charge! The dot Imanu! Bubble! Oh! 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 I did not expect that to be as dangerous as it was. I aggroed everything, and I'm not a tank. That was so dumb. Get out of here. Okay. Okay. Problem solved. Boom. Got him. Yeah, it can be very annoying to do solo. It can be a very annoying quest to do solo. Also, there's nothing that makes you immune to the con damage. Except maybe being undead. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, I didn't die. Boom. Song of the Hairman. Wait, does Improved Cry of the Chorus let me use Fellowship's Heart? How do I get Fellowship's Heart? How do I get Fellowship's Heart? How do I get Fellowship's Heart? What do I do? I do it somehow. How do I get Fellowship's Heart? Halls have a chance to trigger the ability to use a single healing skill from another stance. Okay. I have to get lucky with a 10%er. The new recruit. Doesn't have any quests. Just defeat foes and Iman Duir. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like I don't need to I like the idea of like creating a build for a character, but I could make a build that everybody is already playing. But I don't want to do that. Granted, I will say also there's a reasonable amount of people that don't really like browse the forums for builds and stuff. And there's probably a good chunk of people that literally just watch my videos for builds, so it's not a bad investment of time. But yeah, for the most part, I don't know, I find it fun to explore ideas that people aren't exploring. I don't think I'm going to make anything that's groundbreaking, but I do think I'm going to find something that might be fun in a very different or unique way. And that's what matters to me. Also, what's up, Barad-Dur? Loading in the distance there. Look at that draw distance load in there. Kill these fell spirits. Yeah, literally. I play like almost everything I play is like some type of off meta. That's why I leveled up Blue Burglar while leveling. Is Red Burglar better? Yeah. Should I have had any Blue Burglar tools or weapons at all? No. Did I want to do it? Yeah. That's a horrible joke. Horrible joke. Very funny though. 10 out of 10. Did laugh. Well, I thought about laughing. I don't know what it takes to make me laugh. I feel like it's both hard and easy. Because I find I'm just inconsistent with what makes me laugh and giggle like a idiot. Yeah, I can see that. Unless you play that cleric build. If you play as the cleric build, then you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. There's a lot of good music in like the Lord of the Rings online, and it is you feel blessed. Like I could listen to the soundtrack for the Wells of Langflood literally all day. In fact, we have before. When we've done like reviews for things, I'll just put like Wells of Langflood or another soundtrack just on in the background because LotRO posts on their YouTube channel. They post all of the soundtracks. I don't know if the DDO channel does. I'm gonna go to the Dungeons and Dragons Online YouTube channel. DDO Unlimited. DDO Unlimited. What's a YouTube channel called? Dungeons and Dragons Online. What is the YouTube channel called? Oh, it's literally called Dungeons and Dragons Online. Hilarious. No, the music's not there yet. I would like it to be there, but it's not there. Yeah, all the Lord of the Rings channels, like the Lord of the Rings channel has all of the music there. So if you ever want to listen to some LotRO music to see what the music is all about and what experience you're going to be taking on, like man, I didn't play through a lot of the stuff in like Gondor or whatever, but goddamn, Gondor's got some jams, man. You know, it's like, whoa, what are we doing today? Oh, we're going to kick the ass of you know, we're gonna go get rid of the Corsairs, get them out of our damn land and Dol Amroth, and you're like, all right, let's do it. Or Dora Marth. I don't remember the name of the place. It's the best. The music is so good. Oh, speak to a new recruit. Hello.
Brighter days are upon us.
I trained that whole guy. Oh no, there's like a million monsters. What do I do? Do I just spam AoEs until everything is dead? Yeah, that works. When did Bard come out? In what? Probably 2nd edition D&D? I think in 2nd edition D&D, Bard was a prestige class. Like in advanced D&D, you could take Bard if you already had like, I think it was like Fighter and Wizard or something. Or like Rogue and Wizard. Although I might be wrong about that one. This could use some clarification from the audience. I just recall Bard being a prestige class at some point. On release. Really convoluted bards were obscenely powerful. Yeah, it sounds about right. It's like 5th edition D&D. Why did I hit that button? Yeah, I'm unfortunately a youngin'. I never played no AD&D. My first D&D edition was 3.5. 1.0. So I'm a young, you know, it's just what are you gonna do? I can't travel back in time now, can I? Also, when I go on Roll20, ain't nobody running no AD&D games. Actually, there probably are people running AD&D games. I'm gonna be honest, I really love the service Roll20. It's so easy to just play with your friends and play D&D at a distance and find games with people. I bet you there are people who are out there running like AD&D games and other stuff like that, older editions. Because there's tons of people that are running 3.5. Okay, now we're gonna go get Mangath. Roll20 hates you? Uh-oh. Well, yeah, you were saying that you're having issues with the rolls. That Roll20 was doing that. I don't think you can change your dice color. You might be able to change your dice color, but if you can, like, in Dungeons & Dragons Online, by the way, if you play that game at all, and you find that you roll ones a lot, you got to make sure to change your dice. So go into the UI settings and change the actual die color that you're using, because you got to change your dice every once in a while, because sometimes you just roll out of the luck out of them, and changing dice is the only way to help. $77K Devastate? That feels good. Yeah, 100%. The more you roll with the dice, the higher percentage chance that your dice is becoming functionally useless as an item. So you have to constantly change out your dice and let them cool down. Gotta let them cool down. Again, I don't know if you can do that on Roll20. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's just a great website for playing any type of like online role-playing RPG. I've been using it a lot for the campaign that I run, and it takes some time to learn how to use, but they have some user-friendly tools, and I gotta say, over the past like 6 months, they've changed almost everything I've had an issue with. They've just fixed like basically all the problems that I've had with the website. Because now you can copy over whole layouts, and you can make bigger selectable copies, and the features are a lot better for selecting things and how you want to have things display to players. I haven't figured out exactly how to use the automatic lighting system yet, so I got to figure that out, where basically as people move about the map, the light will be actually on their character and it'll be automated. But I don't know how to use that. I'd have to like watch a thing and get it set up for my game. So for the most part, I still do all the lighting myself. But yeah, they made like a lot of very big improvements to the formatting that I really like. Yeah, just a great tool, and I'm very happy that it exists. Because I've played in 2 campaigns and several one-shot campaigns using Roll20. I just wish I was an artist, so I could draw my own maps on like an art program and then put them in. Because that is obviously that is the one issue that I struggle with the most, is being like, oh, I need to have a map that kind of looks like this. And then you know, so I've used services like with like Patreon services and other websites to like purchase people's like arts and tile sets and things. It's expensive, yo. Can I fight all these at the same time? I don't know, let's find out. The answer is absolutely yes, I can fight all these at the same time. I couldn't do this on my burglar, by the way. My burglar could fight one, and then I couldn't do it. This character, I can literally just pull it all. I don't know why I'm so tanky. I mean, to be fair, I did just use Anthem of Composure, which gives me 30,000 tactical mitigation. So I've got 42% tactical mitigation, which is pretty sick. And minstrels do get an extra bonus to tactical mitigation, which is not bad. All the doors and walls. Oh, right, because it wouldn't know what the walls are. You'd have to set all the boundaries. Yeah, that makes sense. I can definitely see that being very valuable in time. Yeah, I do a lot of custom, actually. Like, for one map, I actually took a picture of my kitchen tile, and then I took that and I shrunk it down. So I took a picture with my phone, shrunk it down, and then used that for the actual tiling of the inside of a building. They haven't gotten to that point yet in the campaign. Like, that's just like an adventure that I already set up, and I'm just waiting for them to find the adventure, I guess, and when they get to town. Or, like, when they figure out that thing to do in town. But I'm hoping my roommate will recognize the tile from our kitchen counter in the game that she is playing. Because we have a stupid fucking tiled kitchen counter, and it's the dumbest, stupidest thing ever. So stupid and dumb. Don't... If you are a landlord or land, whatever, occupier, owner, I don't give a shit. Don't tile your countertop. Holy crap. Such a bad idea. I don't know if there's a worse idea. Your playgroup? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't mind doing the lighting. One of the reasons why well, the only issue I have with, like, Roll20 so far is that it's when people kind of just start moving their characters around, because people get bored, so they just kind of shuffle their characters around rooms. So they'll be like, oh, I go down this hallway, and I'm like, okay, well, you're interrupting me to go down this hallway, which means you are going down this hallway, your friends are not with you, and you are walking into a trap and or are dying. And then you kind of go from there. Like... Look, you moved your character there. There was a trap there, so what are you going to do? Versus, like, if you're actually sitting around the table, you can actually see people going to reach for their character and, like, move them. I'm hoping that when the pandemic is over, or at least a lot of the restrictions are reduced, I can take all of my friends who are within my bubble, and then we can D&D. Actually, I would love, when we move into a new place, have a room that has a bunch of space that... we can set up, because my roommate wants to have, like, a fitness space for doing her, like, because she teaches classes and stuff. And I'm like, what if we have the space that is both usable for the fitness space, and then also we can, in the future, have friends over, crack out a table, and turn it into a D&D room. All of this at the same time. And that would be the goal. Because I really do enjoy being able to, like, D&D. Hey, Kelsey, what do you think about that idea? So if we move into a new place, if we had, like, a spare room that was, like, an area where you could do your fitness and what have you, and your instructional classes, what if that room could also double as moving equipment in-person D&D room when the pandemic's over? We can have our friends over. Sick. There. Perfect. I was just double checking. No, I was just chatting about it. For sure, but I'm just saying it could be a multi-purpose room, a mobile room. Yeah. Yes, I do recall this. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Oh, that's so funny.
How do you not know? At the bottom of the email chain. Where we started.
No. You gotta all capital letters as per my last email. Or as per my first email. Yeah. You just don't want to start with screaming. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah, that's really funny. Sorry, that was a very funny situation. One of my favorite things about no longer working in an office with other people is I don't have to deal with the problem of as per my last email. The number of times you have to write that when you deal with people that you have to talk to via email, and very sparingly on the phone, but you work in a different building from them, but you still work on the same project, or they work on a different floor, so you never actually get to see them, and then they just completely ignore you all the time, or ask you the dumbest question of like, do you have this information? And then you're like, well, as per my last email, I said it at the top. That's why I emailed you. Here's the form. I will reattach it for you, and I'll reattach my original email. Just read the thing that I sent you. Please do the work that you're getting paid to do, that you've been hired to do. Do the work. Do your job before I lose my mind. I'm a big fan. Yeah, she was busy though. She had to run to a meeting. So we could quickly swap. People kept DCing until we stopped using it. Oh, I don't think there's a... I mean, I have all the maps loaded at the same time. So I quickly swap between the maps. On Roll20, you shouldn't have issues with DCing because of like having additional maps. That just literally takes work. You just can't have your map being too big. That's the big thing that people do with Roll20 is they'll like make like maps that are too big. But realistically, if you have a dungeon that's like 6 rooms or something and they're really big, you can split that into 2 different pages of 3 rooms each. And then that way the whole thing will load faster. And then if one person's in one room, one person's in another, you can just drag individual people over to other things. Yeah. The bigger the size of the map, the worse it gets. You just have to make it on another page. And on top of that, the more stuff you put on, it also gets worse. Now, granted, the stuff isn't as bad as the size. But yeah, if you're over 100 by 100, and then there's also a bunch of stuff on there, oh man, it gets chunky. Like, you talk about, you know, I'm like, oh man, I can't get like 60 FPS because I'm playing Cyberpunk and I'm trying to drive the car. Yeah, guess what? You can't get 60 FPS when you're trying to use Roll20 when you're like at 150 by 150 with a really detailed map. Yeah, no, that just doesn't work with Roll20. You would think that that's literally what the platform is for, but it's just not optimized enough. I'm sure they'll be able to solve that problem someday. But yeah. Whoop. That guy's dead. Man, this class is like straight busted. I'm just like blowing up everything without thinking. Foundry VTT. What's that? What do you like about that? Sell me on this product right now. Foundry VTT. I use Roll20. Sell me this product right now. That's usually also whenever I talk to somebody and they're like, they start telling me about something, they're like, oh man, have you seen this thing? Like, I really like it. I'm always just like, sell me on it right now. Sell me the product. Do the pitch, you know, give me the, like, you know, you're Vince and you're trying to sell the ShamWow. What do I need to know? Because, I don't know, there's lots of things I don't know about. I've never heard of this Foundry BTT. I've only ever used Roll20 because it's been very convenient and easy to access. And I do like convenient and easy. And I'm like totally invincible, says the guy who is currently taking a billion, zillion, jillion damage. And now everything is dead. Also, for some reason, Cry of the Valor still gives in-combat morale regen, and I have no idea why. Because that's what it originally used to do, but I just don't know why it still does that. Hotkeys for macros, support for a large variety of game maps, compendiums of info with drag and drop character sheets. I mean, to be fair, the compendiums of info works on Roll20, and I don't know how it is on Foundry VTT or whatever, but if you have, if you own any of the books on, like, what's that Dungeons & Dragons website called? D&D Beyond? If you own any of the books on D&D Beyond, you can automatically import characters on D&D Beyond into Roll20, and you can automatically import rule sets from D&D and Beyond into Roll20. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I've had situations where, like, a player in one of my games, he was like building his characters in D&D Beyond, and then he would just hit like an import button, and it would like import the character and all the information. Oh yeah, well, I mean, I use the drag and drop feature in Roll20. Like, that is a feature that exists. Functional loot chests is also very interesting. I do kind of love the idea of players actually clicking on a thing and looting the chest. I think that's very cool, instead of just, like, telling people what they get. Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably just some, like, you know, server side, like, you know, there's probably just some, like, API you can pull from to download all the information for your game. Roll20, yeah. Just typing in spells is not the worst, but it's not the best. God, Cry of the Wizards is just so awesome. It's like got such a good animation. I don't know what it is. There's just something about it where your guy goes like and starts shaking their arms and this big energy blast comes out. God, that's so good. New feat into your sheet from the info tab. Yeah, that makes sense. The hard thing for me is friggin' all of the issues with not issues, but especially when it comes to Roll20, is like, man, there's so many D&D books, and when people don't own D&D books, a lot of stuff doesn't like auto calculate, and you have to do like weird workarounds to get stuff to function properly, which I don't love. I mean, that's just kind of the nature of it, though. Like, there's nothing you can really, you know, if somebody doesn't want to purchase the book to have it added onto their account if they don't own it. Like, on D&D Beyond, I own the Eberron book, and I own the Player's Handbook, so I can import all of that stuff really easily, because I was like, I'm running a D&D, or an Eberron campaign, so I should probably, like, physically have an Eberron copy of the book, so I know the rules. Screw you, bad guys. I'm better than you. Gotcha. Is that it? Is that the deed? I believe that's the deed. Quest of Mordor besieged. Done. Goodbye, all your other quests. Fires and Shadowfells. This quest. Vengeful Race. Didn't even do that. Boom. Now it's just Black Book of Mordor. Complete. I just do quests in here until I get to the quest deed, and then I move on to the next one. Share your content to players in your campaigns. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so I do that. I just don't own, like, people will want to be like, oh, can I use, like, I don't own the Tasha's book online. So it's like, oh, can I use the things from the Tasha's? And, like, if you can either buy the book and put it in and import it, or type that shit in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, I also create homebrew the crap out of my own monsters. Because there's something fun about making it so players have good information so they know what they're talking about. But if you have some person that is just gonna, like, especially because it's online, it's Roll20, somebody where you throw a monster at them and you describe the monster. One, I don't tell people what monsters are. I describe the monsters. So if there's a new monster, I'll be like, you see a large green creature, whatever, with large claws, and I just describe it as best as I can. And then maybe if they make a nature check, I'll be like, oh, you've seen this before. You would know it as a blank. But I'm just like, I just describe it. And then because what I don't want to have happen is that people go like, oh, okay, no problem. And so then they just Google the monster and they're like, oh, I know all of the monster's special powers and everything that it can do. And now I can just, like, you know, like, it's not a video game. You're meant to be an adventurer on an adventure. And if your adventurer encounters a monster and you're like, oh crap, what the heck is that? You should have that mindset where you're unsure of what this thing can do exactly. I don't super homebrew the monsters, but, like, I do just a few tweaks here and there to change up some monsters. Give them, like, different weapon types or different skills or something like that. Just to make it a little bit different. Plus, it also means that if you play in my game, you don't have the same experience that you would have in any other game, because literally you can't, because the monsters are different. Although I did run an entire campaign where I homebrewed the crap out of literally every single monster, like actually for real every monster, because they were all custom, because the entire campaign was custom. All the monsters, cities, players, races, everything was all custom, and so it was all homebrew. However, one of the players was had this special power where he could examine monsters and determine information about each of the individual monsters that was present. So he could, you know, essentially look at all the monsters and be like, okay, this monster can do, like, he could just essentially pick one of the statistics that he wanted, and then be like, okay, I want to know about exactly how much health this has, what the armor class is, whatever, and he can do it once a turn and just pick a thing and be like, oh, what special powers this has, and be like, it can do this and this and this, and I would just like hand him the sheet. He's like, oh shit. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the campaign that I'm running in is 4 players, so I adjust things to make sure that things fit well in the player campaign. With ears instead of eyes? Fuck me, that's so funny.
Well done.
I don't know why that's so funny, but I love the idea of a beholder with ears instead of eyes. Oh, is that a real thing? I gotta Google it. Beholder with ears instead of eyes. I'm sure somebody has drawn this. No, there's no art. There's no art of this. You could be the first. You could be the first to make the ear holder. Behir holder. So much more unsettling, yeah. Learning monster abilities? I don't know. This was a 3.5 game. So in the 3.5 campaign that I ran, it was a pen and paper campaign, and the idea was it was meant to be a, not so much, it was both a high level and a very high character power game was kind of the goal. It was meant to be like a very high power game. So all the characters, there was tons of magic, there was tons of Behearer, that's the one. There was tons of magic, lots of character power and stuff. And the whole goal was to make a very big campaign. So the idea was, it was built upon a world that I've been building for a long time. And there was basically this, I had gotten off a kick of, reading a bunch of like Lovecraftian style horror and other things. And so I was like, man, you know what I want to do? I want to make something that's kind of like this. And so I essentially inserted one of these scenarios where I had a bunch of players who, they were a bunch of adventurers from all different walks of life. And they had all come to a single place because one of the nations had a large, like it was like they were built on an ancient empire. However, the empire, all of the actual old structure and everything was all buried underground. And going underground was forbidden because it was like a dangerous thing. However, due to the hardship of due to like an economic hardship recently befalling this nation, all of the the elected officials, not elected officials, the regents basically decided, they're like, well, we need more money and we need people to come here and we need more business and influx of traffic. So what they decided to do is they decided to open up the essentially the depths of this kingdom for plunder by adventurers and what have you, and whoever wants to come by. But you just have to pay. So you pay money, and then you're given a ticket, and you're allowed to essentially go and dig down. And so that was kind of the basis for the campaign. What the players also kind of knew at the same time is I told people to pick their class based on a legend. So I gave each of them, I printed a sheet of paper that had a whole bunch of legends on it about different legendary figures from the past. Some of these figures were based off of characters that had actually played in this campaign before, who are legendary heroes, and they just no longer are there anymore. They're dead or whatever. And other times it was just like, heroes of folklore. And the legend was literally that. It was just folklore that told you a story about something that may or may not be real. So for example, one of them was it was a legend about a series of missing people and a bunch of mysterious murders that happened, and that the fact that they never caught the murderer. And so, somebody might read that and be like, oh, that's really interesting. That's the legend of the character. And when you create your character, that based on the legend you pick, that picks your class. And the idea is that your character is a reincarnation of that figure in the past, whether good or bad, whether they're a hero or not, in the present. So all of these people ended up being reincarnations without knowing it. And so they all kind of went along the same path, at which point it was then decided, not really decided for them, but they kind of faced a crossroads where there was a big catastrophe coming, and they had to use all of the power from all these incredible ancient heroes to solve this problem. And so as they leveled up and did more things, they then got more powers and more abilities and all sorts of stuff. And it was a cool idea. It was really fun. And everyone had a good time. But because of this, I had to like major, like all of the classes were essentially custom. So like the rogue class design was basically based off of somebody who, like a incredible sniper from like a previous war, where this sniper had only fired 2 arrows and turned the entire war and just flipped the whole thing. Basically had like 2 incredibly well-placed shots where they fired 1 shot and then they fired a 2nd shot, and the entire war was over because they killed like 2 very important generals, like 2 big people that ended up, they didn't have the military knowledge, people lost their ground, boom, fight, the whole thing was over. And so when that person who picked the rogue class, they had all these abilities for about like, you know, just being patient, not actually, instead of like attacking stuff, but taking like surveying, paying attention, being really patient with how they wanted to do stuff. And so they could like have like super scouting abilities and all sorts of things. Or like the barbarian was based off of the legend of the machine, and that the machine was a person who in the past had essentially been like it was like somebody from like a barbarian tribe or whatever, you know, there was like a military force that had come through and killed everybody except for this one child who was very emotionless and didn't really like feel too much about what had happened, and was able to like kill one of these soldiers. And so eventually the soldiers like took them into custody, and over time they ended up recruiting and training this person to fight for them, who eventually became this like essentially like this emotionless murderer who could just pretty much just fight forever because they didn't really feel bad about what they did, or, you know, had no really concerns about what they were doing. And eventually they became like this, they left their army that they were fighting for and eventually just became like a mercenary, fighting for hire for whoever wanted to, just with the sole purpose of seeking out the greatest challenge that they could find. And becoming essentially, if the machine was on your side, if you paid for the machine, then you won the battle, because or you won whatever little affair you were fighting in, because the machine was just you can't stand against the machine. It was too powerful. Not a robot, just that's what everyone called him, was the machine. And legend goes that after many years and several kings not knowing what to do because nobody could curb the power of the machine, although it wasn't a huge problem at the time, it's just, you know, you never knew when the machine was going to come for you because somebody hired them. Out of the depths of the ocean, called the Tarrasque, just crawled out of the ocean and started rampaging. And what did the Tarrasque see when it crawled out of the ocean? The machine. And after several days of long battle, the machine planted their sword into the side of the dead creature as it laid on the ground. And at which point, legend has it that after defeating this great creature, the machine realized that there was no other greater monster that could possibly exist on this plane, and so the machine walked straight into the ocean and descended, assuming the position of the greatest monster. And so whoever picked that then played as the barbarian class, but was like the echo or the reincarnation of the machine and such. And so it was kind of cool. So I had a lot of fun writing all the little stories and legends, and then building up the characters and building up the monsters and all these other things. It was good. Can you rage against the machine? No. Does not work. We started the campaign at level 3, and we finished the campaign at level 11, I think? It was 11 or 12. But we finished only because I needed to take a break. I'd basically been running the campaign for a year and a half, and I needed like a break because I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. So I just kind of, we finished the campaign, put the whole thing on pause, and at some point we're going to then continue the campaign. It was pretty cool. We had, what was the party makeup? There was a barbarian, so there was the machine. There was a ranger. There was, yeah, barbarian, ranger, paladin. Fighter died, unfortunately. He died, which was sad. So he's gone. There was a sorcerer, also died. Now, fighter died, but soul still exists, so it's all good. They could, in theory, resurrect the fighter at some point. They can't, because the barbarian accidentally destroyed the soul of the sorcerer. Because the sorcerer's soul was stuck in like a soul gem, like a container. So the body was dead, but the soul still existed. And they didn't know how to get it out. And what they needed to do was take the soul and touch it to the body, and the soul would re-enter the body and reinvigorate them. What the barbarian did was smash the soul crystal, which destroyed it, which effectively destroyed the soul and killed that person's character permanently. You can't wish that back. It's just gone. And I was like... It was like in the last 30 minutes of the campaign. Or like before we took like our campaign break. So that person needs a new character. So that's exciting. There was a wizard who was like master of elementals. Who was actually a gnome illusionist who then became master of elementals without knowing it. Which was great. You had the rogue. And I think that's it. Oh yeah, and then there was the favorite soul and the artificer. Barbarian. Yeah, barbarian, paladin, rogue, sorcerer, ranger, favorite soul, artificer, wizard. I think that's everybody. I think that's all 8 people. It was also 8 people, which was another problem. Don't run campaigns with 8 people, guys. It was too much work. Yeah, I still have all the campaign notes and all like the character class things and abilities and what have you. When I resume, I might end up just taking all of the rules and converting them into 5th edition. Yeah. Yeah, so it was like, also say hi to Zagharog. He shows up in Mordor, in the Mordor expansion. Here he is again. If you didn't know, this is Zagharog, the statue that helps you in the Mordor expansion. He's the spirit within the stone. Farewell, Zagharog. That's why they mentioned him by name twice. But yeah, so it was an 8-person campaign, and it was pretty busy. It was 9, and then the fighter died. So yeah, that was cool. Really fun to play, though. It was fun to manage for everybody. Everybody had crazy powers and could do all sorts of stuff. Everybody had all sorts of different abilities. Like, the ranger was a Warforged ranger, and he had, like, cool lightning powers and stuff, which was pretty sick. Like, he had this ability where basically you could attack a monster and apply lightning damage to it. And then also he got to add lightning spells to his ranger spell book, so he could take, like, lightning bolt and shocking grasp and other stuff. And then later on, he had an attack which was so he had, like, this lightning charge attack where he could basically hit a guy and then add some extra damage based on his character level. And he could do that once a day, kind of like a special smite, but it was lightning based. And then when he got to higher levels, the ability changed into an ability called Ride the Lightning, which was the same idea, but instead of hitting somebody who's right in front of you, he basically shoots himself as a lightning bolt and then appears next to somebody and then hits them and does the same thing. So you can just be like, somewhere else. It was very cool. I don't know, it was a fun campaign to run. Everybody's characters were, like, super sick, and they got into all sorts of weird shenanigans, and they also, even though it was like a scenario where everybody had, like, lots of powers and could do whatever they wanted, they also still had, like, no matter what you do, no matter how much power you give somebody, people will always fret and stress and struggle over the most mundane and menial things ever. Like, they'll be like, what are we gonna eat for dinner today or something? And it's just like, guys, you have, like, lots of money and you can do whatever you want. Or, like, they started a religion because they wanted to. Because they had a company, and then when the world started going to shit, because, like, there's, like, these cultists that were bringing in these other dimensional creatures, that were warping stuff, people started to get really worried. So they turned their company into an organized religion and printed T-shirts. And they had to make a T-shirt organizing company or T-shirt making business, so that way they could manufacture these T-shirts and then distribute them to people. It was really fun. It was a very fun campaign. Also, this is Sauron. I'm so short. Sorry, this is Sauron. He is very spooky looking in this video game. But yeah. Dungeons and Dragons. And the plan was one of the paladin, was it the paladin character? He was a hero from another universe, and what happened is his world was being destroyed and being taken over by these large insects. So him and his people worked to like fight to escape the world, because they tried to fight but they were losing their war. And so they used the top mages and whatever to create large portals to tear through the universe, and then planted them in this other universe, which is the world that my characters exist. So they just like boom landed there, and they built their new cities and colonies and stuff. But he was like the greatest hero and protector, everything else. He was a reincarnation of that.
Quest
And
received.
the way the campaign was supposed to continue afterwards is at the end, they solved the problem. They got rid of this eldritch horror, and they did also all the other stuff. They fixed all these problems by basically just making the plan is that they were working with this powerful spirit to essentially make the world invisible. So all these eldritch horror things that were coming from deep space and all these other places wouldn't see the planet, and they would just drift right past, and everything would be cool. And that worked, and that's what they did. But then doing so caused an issue that made it so that place where all those crazy bugs were that destroyed that other person's universe, guess what? A new continent just formed somewhere in the ocean, and it's full of them, of those bug things. And now they're threatening to take over the world. So the whole campaign was then going to transition to moving over to this other continent that was transplanted from this place. And it would fit the whole theme of they have all these crazy powers, but because they're fighting against a larger threat. And that was basically the idea. Also, Cendric, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I apologize for talking about my fun D&D campaign that I ran as opposed to this video game, but it was a fun story. I want to share it. I know. It was such a cool campaign, and I can't wait to continue it. I'm writing for the person whose character died. I'm writing I've mostly done. I want to 5eify it. Actually, I'm pretty much done for. Yeah, I'm done for the 3.5, but I want to 5eify it possibly to make the game 5e. The entire character class. I wrote a custom character class because it wouldn't make sense for this person to rejoin the campaign with like a character that doesn't work. So I'd have to fit their character in. And the plan was to take, for those of you that have been following me for a long time, you would know about this one. I've designed a class for Dungeons & Dragons Online called the Occultist. And I took that online version of a class, because the online versions are way more powerful than the pen and paper versions. And I took that and transcribed that into the Occultist, but for 3.5. And I made two different versions. One is a version that would work in 3.5 as an actual balanced, you could build this thing. And then one that fits into my game, which is not entirely balanced, because it's not supposed to be. Sorry, I'm like responding to an email that I gotta respond to, because sometimes you gotta respond to emails during the day. Ah. Um.
And so
Okay, we're good.
it is done.
We are good. Give me my points, buddy. Are these good? No, it's a bad item. Yeah, you can watch this if you want. I actually like this cutscene. It's cool. I don't know how loud it is.
That
though.
day, as battle raged upon Gorgoroth, the fates of many were decided. Gil-galad and Elendil challenged the Dark Lord, and he answered with a power none could resist.
Oh, you're dead.
But as the enemy toyed with his foes, the kings of elves and men struck. It was their greatest deed, and their last.
Oh, goodbye, Gil-galad. Rest in peace, buddy. Ooh, right in the dome. Oh, smash that. Yeah, he died.
And after, as payment for so many losses, and Weirgild for his father's death, Isildur claimed his prize. The ruling ring.
I gotta say, I do love that little cutscene. That's great. You found it?
Sauron was defeated. But
In the trash?
My memory is
Dude, congratulations! You can't uncancel anything.
Yes,
But
my friend. I know.
That's really, really positive. I'm so happy to hear that. How did that happen? How did your wallet make it into the trash? I gotta know. What's the story? You gotta fill me in. Give me the details. Give me the left tails. Give me the up tails. I've been waiting on the edge of my seat, like, you know, trying to figure out how this story is going to end. In the trash? In the trash? I guess I wouldn't even know if I've thrown away anything I've ever wanted. I think the only time ever is when I was a kid. I think at some point I must have had my Nintendo Game Boy, and I had a few Game Boy games on my bedside table with my Game Boy. And I think when I woke up, I remember one of my Game Boy games wasn't there, and I didn't know where it was. And I think in my sleep, I must have swept one of the games off into like the trash can, and then like at some point, you know, taken out the garbage, and then just not seen it because it was just at the bottom or something, and not known. So it was in the dumbest spot? I would argue, yeah, that's definitely the dumbest spot, is the garbage can. I think it's the only time I've ever... I don't even know if that's true, that I actually threw it out. I just know that there is a game that I don't... or that disappeared, and I never found it. Although, it's hard to say exactly if it disappeared in the garbage can, because I also, growing up, there was a kid that I knew that both him and his brother weren't the best of kids, and on at least one occasion had directly stolen from me, so I don't know. I didn't have to clean on New Year's Day. Damn, though. Library book behind the stove. Behind the stove. That's awesome. Alright, Grimbriorn. I got there's all the elves that are just chilling here, and Grimbriorn is so pissed. He's like, get rid of these elves! No, you talk to him. You again. I hope you might have gone and taken wizard elves with you. It was a pleasant thought, but now it is dashed.
If they remain,
As long as they remain, you must continue to perform the chores I ask of you. We need a firewood before near the moon. There are also still orcs and wargs. Despite your efforts on the other day, put an end to the raids. Teach them less about persistence. Carry on these chores now. Allow the wizard and the elves to stay a little longer. Literally, that's all Grimbjorn cares about. He's like, get these pieces of crap off of my property right now. You are responsible. In the cat food bag and the coffee can earlier. Hey, but you know what? Desperation turned to success. I was about to make a joke, like, you know, that's like the tagline for OnlyFans or something. Yeah, good job, man. Look at you. Recovering losses. Yeah, that's literally that's a great thing. I'm so happy to hear that you were able to find your wallet after it being lost for such a long time. Also, one thing I love about this game is click to collect. God, where you just right click on something and your character finds their whole way over there. So convenient. So convenient. I only have Minas Morgul to do 2 more times. Actually, I don't think I'm going to do Minas Morgul on my Guardian. I think I'm just going to see if I can find a way to quickly level through, like, Warg Pens or something. I'm going to see if I can pay somebody to do that for me. So then I don't have to do that. I think I might. I think that's probably what I'm going to do. Because I don't think I'm going to do the weeklies on my Guardian. I'm just going to do, like, literally Black Book of Mordor and call it a day. But that's a happy day. Happy story. I'm happy to hear that. What is this? Dissonant Strike steals morale from the unhit. So, Dissonant Strike steals mitigation and buff. The buff cannot stack. Morale stolen. I just don't know if Dissonant Strike is even good. Also, do you guys know if any of the buffs that apply to Hero's Strike, so improved Hero Strike, if this affects Dissonant Strike, or if it only works on Hero Strike? Any minstrels out there know? Oh, missions. Yeah, it's true. I could do missions as well. Base. Offensive skills have a chance to grant you a buff that will make your next healing skill crit. Oh. Code of Melody. Word spreads. Yeah, because there's this ability here. So steals morale from the enemy. 50% morale stolen. So how much morale do you steal? Is that the amount based on the amount of damage you deal? Oh. Oh. Do you buff the damage of Herald Strike? Is that based off your weapon damage? Because this is tactical healing rate, tactical damage rating. So I don't know what scales the damage of Herald Strike, because it seems to scale reasonably well. Maybe this just counts as a tactical skill with a melee range, but it says melee skill on it. I remember when I used to be, like, obsessed with using this skill. Because what this used to do back in the day is it used to be, or not used to, but as a dwarf minstrel, you used to be able to just use a an axe, because dwarves are automatically proficient with axes. So I can still go into that, actually, if I go passive. If I go to proficiencies, weapon training, I can use one-handed axes. You just can't actually use one as a minstrel because there are no legendary minstrel axes. Which, since we have the filtering system, I don't know why they can't add in legendary minstrel axes. They should, because you can just filter those out now, and it's super easy to get. But, okay. Is there melee skill critical magnitude 48%? Yeah, there is no damage. There's no like damage legacy for that skill. Fellowship start healing. Yeah, there's no damage legacy for that skill for Herald Strike, Dissonant Strike, Hero Strike. What was that originally called? Was that just Herald Strike? I think that's what it was. I think it was called Herald Strike originally. Although it didn't do light damage initially. At least I don't remember it doing light damage initially. LotRO Minstrel. I'm gonna look this up. I don't think you should ever play melee Minstrel. Ever. Yeah, Dissonant, Hero, and... Oh, it's Healer Strike now. It used to be called Herald Strike. The graphics update to the game. They are doing a graphics update. And EG7, the company that owns Daybreak, which is the publisher of Lord of the Rings Online, said that the plan is for that to be released in 2022 in tandem with the release of the Amazon television show. Whether all of these things, whether that will come to pass, is very different than whether that will happen. So the graphic update is something that is literally being worked on, but whether exactly when that will happen is neither here nor there. Okay, I have been streaming for 7.5 hours. So I'm going to quickly take a break here. I'm just going to jump away. I just got to stretch my legs and do a couple other things. So I will be just taking a quick intermission. So thank you guys for joining me so far. I'm going to come back. I'm just taking a quick intermission because I have to do that. When will DDO get the update pass? Haha, when DDO gets a higher player count. They make a lot of money the way they were doing, so yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in like a couple of minutes. I need to take care of a couple things and step away from keyboard. And it's good to take like a 5-minute break during the day. So I'll be right You know the rules, it's hydrate time. Yeah, I'll be fine. Intermission? Yeah, I apologize for that. I had to do an intermission because I had to walk away from the keyboard and do some of the stuff. Now that I've returned... Yep. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the stream where I need to drink more water. The .I menu is right, my friend. I hope everyone's doing good today. Yeah. You know, it's the 5th of January. That's kind of crazy. Time is really weird. It's definitely true that at least for me, it's very much seemed like as I've gotten older, time has gotten faster. Things just seem to fly by, and I stopped thinking of things as individual, like, bits of time. Like, an easy example is, like, this summer just kind of disappeared. Now, granted, those, I think, because everybody was inside and we couldn't form cool and unique memories and stuff. But I'm hoping I'll be able to, whenever this pandemic is over, have some, like, really meaningful events and things that will happen that will just add some, you know, good stopgaps on my brain to help me, like... you know, remember distinct moments of time. I feel like this entire year was like a crazy blur, and now it's already 5 days into the new year. Pretty soon it'll be the next month, and then the month after that, and the month after that. Oh, so fast. Good old world and time moving forward. Uh-oh. Move. Hello, buddy. Tell me to talk to the orc that's over there. Get the note. It's from Ugrikor. He's like, yo, what up? Also, I need somebody who can make instruments. Because I don't have a woodworker who can do that. I wonder if there's one in the auction house. Over under. There's probably one in an instrument that I don't want. What's an instrument that I do want? I kind of like the lute. I'd like to keep that if I can. I need the instruments? Is that a thing? Class item? Minstrel item? I don't know. Mentor? No, that's useless to me. Time just go by super fast. The year might seem like a long time, but it can go by fast. Yeah, 100%. It's really weird. Like, I'm with you all the way. Like, a year is a really long time, but also, it's insane how fast it happens. Like, Feywild came out 2 months ago. Elder Slate came out 2 months ago. It's so quick how all these things happen. When you just think about, like, individual discrete moments. The Sonic movie came out a year ago. You guys remember that movie? That was a good movie. Can't wait for the second one. When's that one supposed to come out? Sonic movie. I know, when's the next one coming out? April 2022. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's a movie I'm going to watch. Yeah, February 14th was when the Sonic movie came out. And I saw it with a buddy of mine in theaters. It's the last movie I saw in theaters.
Oh, you have returned.
Probably will be for a long time.
I suspected there was something I missed in the Black Book. And I was right.
You like to go as fast as a hedgehog? I don't know. I will fully and freely admit that I enjoyed that movie a lot. It was a good movie. If you want just something that's like easy to watch, lighthearted, and also Jim Carrey does like an amazing performance. He's so funny in that movie. Highly recommend it. Go kill some time. It's not the worst thing.
Listen now to my words and the words of Voin.
Vaguely remember theaters? Yeah, I know. What was that place where we went to do the movies and things? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Good things keep happening, though. You get older, and you keep going forward, and you keep doing new things, and meeting new people, and having new, good experiences. That's how I usually find it. I find that as I keep moving forward and learning new things and, you know, getting older, I find that I keep doing new stuff and doing interesting things all the time. Like every year I'm always doing something new, which is good. Do I have essences? I can put a evade rating or a physical mastery essence in. Oh boy. Yeah, hold on. Do I have a tactical mastery thing? This is tactical mastery. So this is distant strike, which is 16,000 damage. 16,000 damage. Wait a minute. Is distant strike unaffected by tactical mastery rating? Is it only affected by physical mastery rating? Hold on. This is going to sound really stupid. I'm putting this physical mastery thing in. It's affected by physical mastery rating? Oh no! Oh no! I don't think you can get physical mastery rating. Oh no, that's not an available stat. Oh no, dude. It makes sense because it's a melee skill. Oh no. So wait. Hold on. You think this scales off of weapon damage? It might scale off of main hand weapon damage. Holy shit. Hold on. Hold on. Do I have a weapon? I need a weapon. Okay, so this minstrel club does less damage than this, technically, right? So I'm gonna go here. I gotta identify this. I'm not listening again, Alfie. I'm busy. I'm gonna do forge. I need to identify. I gotta get rid of these items I don't need. Burglar sword, champions thing, burglar thing. Yeah. So select all, identify. Great. Now I want to put. Let's say I take this club, right? I want to put the club in. Yeah, lot club. So now I can equip this. So this is slightly less damage. So in theory, this should reduce the damage of my dissonant strike. So I equip club, and dissonant strike goes down in damage. Goes down in damage by a lot. Dissonant strike scales off of tactical damage rating. Wait, why does dissonant strike stack off tactical damage rating? I need scientists. Where are my minstrel scientists over here? Dissonant strike. Does it have scaling? Nope. It doesn't have scaling anywhere. I have no data. Wait, does this also increase incoming healing modifier? Yeah, it does. And if I go melody, this becomes hero strike, which heals me. And if I go resonance, this becomes healer strike, which heals my entire fellowship. So it's an AoE heal. But it only has a different picture in melody where it becomes hero strike. And it does way more damage as hero strike. Why does hero strike do more damage than healer strike and dissonant strike? Hero strike does way more damage. Look at this. When I turn this on, it increases my damage up to 21,000 to 28,719. Is it because it now scales off of tactical mastery rating? Nope. Okay, wait a minute. Does that mean that you could use essences? This is stupid. You could use essences to max out your physical mastery on this character and then hit people for like 200k with this attack. With hero strike. Because you could get 30% hero strike damage. And that's it? Oh my God, is that really it? There's gotta be something else for Hero Strike. Song of Aid. Tails. Call. No. 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 No, no, no. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see anything happening here. I don't see anything happening here. I'm so confused. Like, obviously, now I'm learning that this is a completely valueless and unimportant skill. But it just makes me wonder, if you spent, like, a really long time trying to put all of this together, how exactly could you make that work? I don't know.
We have need of strong allies. Dare not turn.
No, get out of this stupid stance. Look, I don't know either. I don't know anything. I don't know, I'm just thinking about the idea of, like, the fact that there's one skill that scales off of... Like, there's a skill in a class that scales off of a stat that they don't get. Doesn't that just blow your mind? I wonder if the skill would be better if I had a high base damage rating weapon. I would need to get some Ithogallid crafting boxes even to test that theory. To increase the base damage rating. Because I think the tactical damage rating here applies to it. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Oh, video games. I kind of wish... There are some games that kind of just tell you exactly how things scale. Something that I actually really like about Final Fantasy XIV and the way that it works, where every skill just has a potency value on it, and that tells you what percentage of your stat it uses. So a skill that has potency 40 does less damage than a skill that has potency 80. So all of your stats scale off of one source, like damage, and then if a skill has a higher potency rating, then that means it has a higher damage. And I don't know, I definitely 100% like a system like that, where it's all very clear, it's very concise, it's detailed, like you don't have to, you're not thinking about wondering which spell is better than another one in terms of hitting monsters and dealing damage, because it tells you right up front, this is what does the most damage, this is how it scales, because it all scales off of one stat.
Faith alone will not stop the enemy.
Like, could you imagine if the skill just told you, like, it just put the mathematical formula, and it was, like, based off of physical mastery times X, or whatever? Where does this come from? Again, I'm not using the skill because it is bad, and it's not any of these other skills which are good, but I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It's up here now. I feel like a lot of video games are like that, though, where they will hide some of the systems behind the scenes. Because I guess it's like, one, you can easily overwhelm people if you add too much information. You add too many numbers, too much math, too much of one thing. Like, I can see it being a problem where you add too much information to a player, and then they get overwhelmed and people become disinterested. That's why I like the Diablo 3 approach, where they have the advanced tooltips, where you can look at regular tooltip, where it literally doesn't tell you what it does. It just says, this adds damage, and this ability is, like, cool and adds a freeze effect, and you're like, wow, that's kind of neat. Then you try on advanced tooltips and it just tells you exactly what it does. This scales off of this with this X%, and this effect lasts for however many seconds or whatever it is. So you can choose whether you want to have the basic tooltips or the advanced tooltips, and the advanced tooltips are automatically defaulted to being off, so you have to go into the settings to turn it on. Granted, you might not know that, so you might think that there is no way to get better at the game. In fact, I played some Diablo with a guy who literally ran into that problem. He had no idea that that's how it worked. He was like, what? Like, oh, there's an advanced tooltip function? And he's like, oh, wow, now I know what all my spells do. And I'm like, yeah, I know. They don't give you that information up front. I don't know why I'm killing this. Apparently I'm not. I tried to. The game's like, nope. I think that giving people the option to determine how much or how involved they want to get with a certain topic or idea is probably the best way to do it. Just being like, okay, if you would like to get this, if you would like to have more information, if you'd like to get involved, you know, click here, press this button. Baruch Kazad! Kazad I Menu! Yeah, this character's cool. I'm having way more fun with Minstrel than I thought I was going to. I think it's because I haven't healed on Minstrel in a long time. So I'm worried that I just won't like it. All damage bubbles are 15% more effective? What madness is this? Cooldown of cries and calls. Firing cries and calls. I find that's often the case, though. You start playing like in a video game, an MMO or whatever, and you get surprised because you haven't played something in such a long time that, you know, you take a look at it, and you're like, yeah, this doesn't really interest me, I don't like it. Or, you know, it's the same thing kind of with food, where it's like, you know, you're like, man, I haven't, you haven't eaten something in a while, and you're like, yeah, I don't remember if that thing is even good, like a sandwich at a restaurant or something like that, or just even an individual type of food. And then you have it after a long time, and you're like, man, this is actually like really good. Why did I stop eating this? Things just fall out of favor. You do something enough, and then you enjoy it, and then you do something enough, and you stop enjoying it, or you enjoy it slightly less. It's always going to happen. And I feel like in MMO style games, it's kind of the same thing. It's like you leave a character, you play a character for a long time, but eventually you just kind of take a break from the game entirely. Or, you know, you just leave it for a little bit, and then when you come back to it, it's like, oh, this thing is, like, way more exciting than I originally remembered it. I feel like that's kind of what Skyrim kind of goes for. They release a new edition of Skyrim every, like, 8 to 14 months in that range. So then every time you see it, you go, oh, yeah, Skyrim's pretty fun. I remember that being a cool game. I remember Skyrim. Yeah, that seems neat. I should try that again. And then you just... Before you even know it, you're running through the intro another time. And more chicken parm. I know! It's okay, I can still get an eggplant parm. When the pandemic wasn't existing, there was a place that had a pretty good chicken parm. And they did eggplant parm, so... I don't know if they're still around, actually. I haven't not been there in a while. It's pandemic. Man, I could go for an eggplant parm. Hey, Reno, what's up? How are you doing today? How do you feel? What's shaking? Are you also in mood for a chicken parm, or is it just me? I think I skipped lunch. I do that a lot. I want to eat it. Yeah, so that's always what happens. You want to hear the most Arkansas thing ever? Yeah, tell me about Arkansas, dude. Lay it on me. Give me the Arkansas details. Did somebody like look around after a tornado and go, I don't think we're in Arkansas anymore? Did that happen? Also, I apologize if that wasn't funny, but it could have been. Yeah, like I said, we had this discussion the other day. I think if I had to look at like a United States map, I don't think I could get most of the states. Arkansas. Yeah, they need to change that description. They should just change it to Saw. I don't know why it's Arkansas. Too many ingredients. And put some spices on it. Oh, but the chicken parm is so good. Oh, delicious chicken parm. I mean, I don't eat chicken parm. For me, it's just one of those things that like it's just so. You get like a nice good Parmesan, get some tomato sauce, get chicken. Whether you put that thing on a sandwich or on a plate of spaghetti, doesn't matter. Or linguine or whatever, it's all the same thing. But yeah, I feel like if I was given a blank sheet of the United States, especially if there was no lines drawn, I'm out. I'm out. I literally can't. I couldn't do it. If I had lines, I could get at least half of the states. But with no lines, I couldn't make the U.S. No way. I could do Canada, no problem. You got Upper Canada, Lower Canada, Quebec, West Canada, Toronto. Boom. Put it all together. That's pretty much the whole thing. The North. Awesome, that would feed table scraps to every morning. And when she was ran over on the... Oh, no! I'm so sorry to hear that. Rip, Possum. Oh, no! That's sad. Sad day. The possum was just coming for table scraps. I don't know if possums like table scraps, but I'm assuming that they do. I don't think there are any possums in my regional area. I think it's too cold here. I'm assuming it's warmer in Arkansas than it is here. And also, aren't they marsupials and they hibernate? Wait, marsupials hibernate, right? Bats hibernate? No, bats don't hibernate. Bats hibernate? I don't know. But yeah, rip possum. Sad day. That's the nature of city streets. Well, not even city streets, but just streets in general. You kind of get stuck in those scenarios. And then U.S. Northeast. I mean, I'm near that area. Maybe there is. Are there possum in Canada? The Virginia opossum is Canada's only marsupial. Oh, and you can find them in southern and southeastern Ontario. Apparently, they are in Canada, and they're the only marsupials in the entire country. Look at that. Yeah, we don't have possums. We have raccoons. They're like possums. They're bigger. They got little bandit faces with like little mask that goes over their eyes, and big floofy tails. And they're not so much aggressive. Like, they are kind of aggressive, but they're mostly like fat and lazy. So what will happen is you'll go outside and you'll hear a rustle, and you find that there's like a raccoon in your garbage. And you're like, hey, raccoon, get out of my garbage. And the raccoon skitters away and it runs away. And you're like, okay, good. So you go away. You come back, hear some noises. What the heck is that noise? There's a raccoon in the garbage. What do? You walk up to that raccoon, you say, raccoon, get out of the garbage. What are you doing? Raccoon will like skitter away. You go back inside. Come back later, you hear a rustling sound. There's a raccoon in the garbage. So you go outside and you go, raccoon, go, get out of my garbage. This time the raccoon looks at you and it's like, this is my garbage. And it like hisses at you and it's like, no, my garbage. I own this garbage. Then what you do is you get out a broom and you start poking it. And you're like, raccoon, go away. Get out of my garbage. That's mine. And you poke them, and they're kind of pudgy, so they just resist the poke. They have a high poke. They make their poke save. High resistance. And so then you keep poking them, and eventually the raccoon will move. And then they usually don't come back if you poke them. If you touch them, no, don't touch them with your hands because they will bite you. They're dangerous, and they have disease. But yeah, if you just like poke them, eventually they'll leave you alone. That was a lot of words. She was carrying like 6 babies on her back and she wasn't going nowhere. Yeah, that makes sense. Babies are heavy. I can only imagine how heavy opossum babies are. Gorilla takes off the raccoon suit and boom, you're dead. Yeah, that's the other problem too. It's just a gorilla in a raccoon suit. Why is the Stalwart Defense the first core in Stalwart Defender tree if Durable Defense is a tier 1 enhancement? I don't know. I've thought that myself, you know. No, raccoons are crafty. You can lock up your garbage. They'll find a way. They're crafty. They get in there. They have zero interest in whether the garbage is locked or unlocked. That is not their concern. There's a big ass dumpster behind the building. Hella raccoons on that thing. Also not locked. That would probably fix the problem, yeah. But hella raccoons on that dumpster. I mean, I'm not gonna feed them, so you know, they feed themselves, I guess. It's like self-serve. Put a cinder block on the dumpster. So actually, it's not a bad idea. Yeah. You can't put anything child-friendly. Child-friendly locks, they can figure that shit out. Raccoons are definitely smarter than stupid children, so. If a stupid child can get into it, raccoons got that no problem. What, this is designed to keep out a toddler? I am no toddler, as raccoon just gets inside. That's the problem with raccoons, is that they're pretty adorable looking animals, but they also are definitely wild animals. And they're not friendly. They do not want to be your friend. They need the food though. Waste not, want not. I'm very happy with myself. I don't throw away food. That was another big change I wanted to make with my like, you know, vegetarian kick. I want to stop throwing away food. I didn't throw away a lot of food, but every time I would always just like feel bad about it. So I'm trying to go with no food waste. If I buy something, I eat it. And by golly, I've been eating all the food that I've been buying. Anthropomorphic raccoon rogue. Yeah, you know what we need in DDO? We need Tabaxi. People would like Tabaxi in Dungeons & Dragons Online. Hey man, it's cool. You get to have like a cat person who can, you know, every online video game needs to have cat people. You can't do that in Lord of the Rings, but you can definitely do it in DDO. Rescue raccoons and opossums. That's exciting. Good for your friend. Raccoon people? Yeah, raccoon people. Is that what that is? A kitsune? Is that a raccoon person? I have to Google that. Kitsune. What is this? A Japanese word for fox. Images. No, those are foxes. I'm talking about raccoons. Raccoons are like... Well, they're like foxes, but imagine fatter and slower and smarter. Isn't one of the guys from Animal Crossing a raccoon? Yeah, trash pandas. That's a great great definition. Trash panda. Instead of fox's intelligence, it should be raccoon. Yeah, raccoon's intelligence. Yeah, people say like, oh, clever fox. Dude, raccoon's way cleverer. You know what a fox does? Lives in the forest, eats garbage, and, well, like, lives in the forest and then sometimes eats garbage, but, like, eats, like, small rodents and things like that. Raccoon, living it up in the city. Underneath trucks and in the ventilation of warehouses. Fox is cunning, nah. Raccoons is cunning. I don't think there are raccoons in D&D. Now that I think about it, I don't think raccoons exist in Dungeons & Dragons. I'm trying to think of situations in which I've seen someone use like a raccoon as an example of a creature or animal, like a local fauna. Yeah, sneaky ass raccoons stealing my bread. They eat the pies right off the windowsills. They do. Yeah, it makes me want there to be like squirrel warlock to be a thing. Give me a squirrel race that can only be a warlock, please. Also, the favorite soul trainer is a unicorn. And who's the artificer trainer? A gnome. What about the alchemist trainer? Gnome. Right. Defeated Urukai. Alright. Oh, I can animation cancel this horrible long animation of the echoes of battle by just using the dissonant cry. Makes sense. You have foxes like you have raccoons. Oh, the foxes get into your garbage. They sneak in. Well, the thing is, raccoons have like little hands, so they can like climb windows and all sorts of stuff. They get into everything. Yeah, gnomes aren't bad. I think it's both artificer and alchemist. They just use gnome because gnomes have intelligence and they're also like artificers and alchemists. So they're like, yeah, just shove them in there. And I think there is also gnomes in the Feywild. And the druid trainer is a dryad. I think that's it. I don't remember most of the trainers. Also, my ear hurts. Like this one. I don't know why. Maybe I have an ear infection, which seems unlikely because I don't go outside or touch anything. I don't know what I also don't know what would cause an ear infection. For some reason, my ear hurts right in there. Don't know why. Monk trainer's a pixie. That's funny. I almost can't remember what it was called. Oh, nice. Well, yeah, it's like you're going on like an adorable adventure with your friends. You got to think about it, you know. What if one of these like, a bunch of like friendly, helpful, Saturday morning cartoon characters or something, or like from children's programming. What if Bambi and friends decided to go on a D&D adventure? What is the rules for that? Oh, there's a treasure chest here, and I didn't even see it. My tongue hurts because you bit it twice yesterday? Well, I mean, like, the first time you bite your tongue, that sucks. The second time, though? Come on, man. Get the teeth out of the tongue. That's not where they're supposed to be. Although I've done that. The worst is when you, like, bite somewhere inside your cheek, and then it swells because you bit it hard, because you were, like, chewing, and you're, like, just chewing, and then boom. Got you right there. And then you are like, ow, that hurts, but then it's swollen, so then you're just chewing more and you bite it again, and you're like, no, I don't want to do this. And then you have to be like really careful. Then you stop. This moment you stop paying attention and stop being careful, you just bite yourself in the mouth again. Stupid biting your own inside of your own mouth. It's one of those things that I feel like just shouldn't even be possible, the fact that you can bite the inside of your own mouth. Aruk Kazad! Kazad I Menu! Get some. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles characters? I mean, that'd be kind of neat. Yeah. It makes me wonder, I think in the Lord of the Rings, if they're going to add different races to this game, they're probably only going to add races that are just offshoots of existing races. So for example, they would have added like, they added Stout Axe Dwarves, which are dwarves from Mordor. They added High Elves, which are elves that did not leave during the Second Age when they were supposed to, because they were like unconscious and required care, so they couldn't leave. And then when they woke up, instead of sailing back to the west, they were unable to sail back to the west. So instead, they had to stay because they were too injured. And then when they wake up, it's like, oh, well, there's too much crap going on, so you got to stay and help assist the people of Middle-earth. And it makes me wonder if there's ever going to be a interesting non-elf, dwarf, hobbit race. You know what I mean? If they add something else like that, it'd be kind of neat. Although I don't know what they would do. I'm not familiar enough with the source material to understand what they could possibly do instead of that. Because I also don't know what the differences are between some of the different groups. Like, obviously, stout axes are basically just a regionality for the most part, and gives you different class options and physical options. I guess they could probably do something else like that. Like, if they decided to add in, like, another group of man, like an Easterling or Eastern man, then they would call that, like, an Easterling. I mean, that makes sense. That he... Go away. Go away. What's that big blue symbol? Is that when I can access the spells? Is that what gives me a spell? I didn't notice that you guys see those green music marks on the side of my character? I think that's the proc that gives me my spells, my healing spells. I don't pay attention to that sort of stuff. I probably should. I just haven't really noticed the proc on the side of the screen. Sorry, I'm reading something. I'm reading an email that I got sent. I gotta read emails sometimes. Sometimes it comes up where you're like, yeah. I think it's one of the most interesting parts of like live content is that people can like make mistakes or have like weird gaps that aren't expected. Like, if I watch a YouTube video or like a TV show or something else that's in like pre-produced, you expect during the production stage that errors, moments where people aren't talking or things get like cleaned up. Like, imagine you watch like a podcast or something, right? You would watch a podcast and maybe the podcast is like an hour, but when the video comes out, the podcast is only 55 minutes because lots of gaps or things or something came up in the middle of it that just kind of gets trimmed out, like, right? That just disappears because it wasn't like necessary to the flow of what was happening, and somebody would edit it down and take care of some of that stuff, or maybe even make it shorter depending on what's going on. With live content, you don't have that. You have like the human moment, I guess, or the human moments where somebody is just like, I don't know, sometimes you stumble on what you want to say and you do stuff. It makes live content kind of weird. But then it also makes you wonder when you see like curated content. So in terms of, when I say curated content, I mean like, not curated is the wrong word, but like produced content where somebody has taken the time to like actually edit something and put something out in a certain fashion or a visual style or whatever it is. That style of content, it's easy to, notice when there are weird and clear and obvious errors. And it always makes me think of just, number one, production errors in movies. Especially like low quality movies and low budget movies. I totally understand why there are production errors in some of these things, because they just don't have time. Like an extra staring straight into the camera because they don't know where else that they're supposed to look, or someone's shirt changing color between scenes because they had to edit it in like a week. They just didn't have a lot of time. And then you have like the high scale production errors. Like when there was a Starbucks coffee cup in an episode of Game of Thrones, just sitting on a table, and somehow it just slipped through. No one noticed. No one in the production team, it just didn't make it. And then somebody gets on TV, and they're like, hey, Twitter, check it out. I didn't know they had coffee, or they hadn't had Starbucks in whatever the land Game of Thrones is filmed in. I don't know. I didn't watch the show. And I find those errors are usually pretty funny. But I feel like if you're watching something live and that type of error happens, you don't really notice. It's sort of like the difference between if you watch a comedy show on like a live performance of it versus like an actual recorded set where all the mistakes are edited out. So yeah. How do I know? Because I do. I do know. You just gotta trust me on this one, man. You gotta have faith. Yeah, I find it it's so weird. It's an interesting dynamic. It's also kind of interesting because people are obviously suited for the type of content that they think of. Like, I can think of several people I know that can be situationally funny or are funnier in the things that they post online, but that aren't that funny like in person, like when you talk to them. Not that they're boring, but just some people are better at like writing jokes than they are presenting them or thinking of them up in the moment. Like there's a big difference between, I guess, making an interesting observation 6 hours later versus making the interesting observation at the time. And so that's when you have people who are like make really funny and creative YouTube videos and stuff because they're better writers than they are performers, I guess. Or same thing, people that end up doing like stand-up and stuff because they can't think of something funny to say in the moment, but they can think of something funny to say overall. I definitely wanted to take like a comedy class or something like that. Over here. And then you have some moment where I mean, sometimes there's situations where content sort of speaks for itself. It's sort of like there's a whole bunch of live streamers that do that will do like events in which like or at least I've seen videos of people doing it, where they'll challenge people to get them to laugh in exchange for money, which I don't know if that's sad or not. It's a fun idea because people like put in videos of varying degrees of quality to get somebody to laugh. You kind of have to have a good sense of somebody's sense of humor because people make weird stuff online. It's hard for me to say exactly what makes me laugh, what I find funny, but that's just another situation where like the content kind of speaks for itself because it's like, yeah, you're making somebody laugh, which is good, but then also it's like, I don't know, you don't even need to. You technically wouldn't even need a personality or a person there to make the content still like funny on its own. You beat the game, no longer doing Drink Soul Fridays? No. 100% we're still doing it. I accidentally beat the game. What happened is I didn't know. Can I stack War Speech infinitely? Hold on. I'm doing. Dude, there's just stacks? No, it's 3 stacks is the maximum. Okay. Anyway, I didn't know I beat the game. So there I am talking to Gurman, and I just say yes, and then the game is over, and I'm like, what the heck? And I missed like 4 or 5 bosses from the main game that I just never found. Still don't know where they are, so I'm gonna have to go back and find them. But I couldn't tell you. And I didn't do the DLC. And it was just like, boom, credits. No final boss fight. And I was like, what is happening? So I think I finished the game wrong, and so I'm currently in the New Game Plus, where it's basically the same thing, but all the monsters have way higher health and way higher damage. And I am currently running through that a second time, so running through the game a second time, but I'm doing less exploring because I already have everything. I asked people if there was special items that only drop in like the New Game Plus versions or whatever, and people told me that nah, it's pretty much the same items in every spot. So I've just been very quickly, without doing much exploring, just going boss to boss to boss, trying to clear through it to catch up to where I was. So then that way, I can clear the bosses I haven't done and also the DLC. So we're still doing that on Fridays. Will be Drink Souls. So don't worry about it like disappearing. Because also, after that, I still have Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, which I've never played. And I've been told that if you have a playstyle that works well in... or if you have a playstyle that works well for Dark Souls, you're going to get demolished in Sekiro because it's a completely different game, which is hilarious. But yeah, so I have to effectively beat Bloodborne an entire second time, but now I know how to beat all of the bosses and where to go. So this should be fine. And then I just need to figure out also where to go. And I had to have some people explain to me, or I looked up a guide on how to unlock the extra bosses that I missed, so that way I can go experience them all. Because I want to experience them all. But it also made me wonder about how many people play through a game like that, where they will play through and finish Bloodborne the way that I did, and then just get to the end of it and be like, oh, that was cool, and then put it down. And be like, I guess there was no final boss fight. That's kind of underwhelming. Because I fought Murgo's Wet Nurse. It took me like 4 tries or 5 tries. And then that was it. I was like, okay, game's over. Which was just kind of, not so much underwhelming, but like I said, fun game. Just wasn't expecting it to be over. Noisome fungus. That's what I was looking for. Goodbye. Big beam of light for like 1 billion damage. Speaking of which, yeah, I wanted to, oh, there's patch notes for LotRO. Wait, patch notes? What is the patch notes? Tomorrow. Stats have been boosted for Tier 2 and Tier 3 legendary item titles found at level 115 and lower. And physical mastery values have been reduced from 40k to 16k. And in a future patch, these will be lifted to 30k. Wait. Oh. So wait, hold on. There's a patch coming that's going to change the legendary titles and jump them from 40k to 16k, which was a mistake. It was supposed to be 30k. All right. Quest and adventure areas. Duo mode has been returned for a whole bunch of dungeons that didn't have duo mode, because apparently there was some type of bug that existed that was causing a problem. Correct an issue that was causing English text to display instead of German in the German client. Yeah, I mean, if I was German, I don't want to read English in my German client. That makes sense. Root an error in the French client with the phrase Doomfold armaments and various small typos and grammar corrections. Stuff and said the things. Good time. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. I don't know what you're talking about. I wonder if there's going to be a DDO patch as well. Usually DDO and LotRO patch on the same day. I wonder. Let's see. There is the transfers from hardcore server will be unavailable after we come back up from tomorrow's standard weekly reboot. Nope. As long as there's a patch tomorrow. Although hardcore servers transfers are going to be unavailable again, so if you haven't transferred yet, make sure you do it today and don't wait till tomorrow. Although realistically at this point, pretty much everybody should have transferred back from hardcore already. I can't imagine why somebody wouldn't have done that yet. Anyway. That's kind of neat. It is a little irritating, the patch that's going to be coming out, where they're changing the numbers. The reason why it could be irritating is if you already moved around essences and changed up your gear set to accommodate the fact that you are now at a lower value, you have to do that again, which is quite irritating. Yeah, basically, essentially at this point, you need to swap out a vitality essence for a physical mastery or a tactical mastery if you were at max stats before, because the stats have gone down. And until this gets patched. We don't know. Can you patch for tomorrow for Dito? Yeah, I didn't say that either. Okay, I'm going to quickly grab another water. I'll be back in just a moment. 1 second, please. Hydration, thank you. Wowzers, do I feel hydrated? Thanks, folks. I appreciate that. That's good. Thank you. Anyway, now we're going to go explore and help out the people in Minas Morgul. By help out the people in Minas Morgul, I mean the Rangers. Could you imagine if there was actually people that you could help out in this area? It's like we're going on an adventure. The adventure is to help out all of those people who need our assistance in Minas Morgul. All of the Minas Morgul natives, like the whites, who are undead. And the demon goats that haunt the landscape with their evil eyes and shadow powers. It's like, I don't know. I do find it quite interesting. Maybe there will be a new type of dwarf with Gundabad? Maybe? But we've already gotten another type of dwarf. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what would be a new race to add in. Because every big expansion comes with a race, right? High Elf, Stout Axe. So what's going to come with Gundabad? Probably Jelruka. Probably. I expect something like that because it's another version of dwarf. Although, don't know how much people want dwarves. They could also kind of just go all over the place. They could add in one of them Langflood hobbits, the mountain hobbits. You could probably add one of those guys in as a different version of a player you could play as, because they do repeatedly, when you're there, talk to you about how excited they are for adventure. They're like, yeah, you know, we're so jealous that you get to go on all your adventures because you're an adventurer and you get to do this, that, and the other thing. And I feel like that could possibly be maybe something that they would add in as a new race in this game. And then you got the long shot, the real long shot, where it's like, well, we're going to be going into Gundabad. Presumably, you know, going into Gundabad, we're not like the apex force. Like, there's other forces already there. Maybe they do something along the lines of, like, the Gundabad dwarves or whatever make an alliance with one of the native creatures of the mountain or something. And it's like, cool, the dwarves of Gundabad have made an alliance with Goblin Town. And now you can play as a goblin from Goblin Town. I don't know. I don't think they would ever do that, because it would make no sense within context, and the lore nerds would lose their collective minds. What is the show must go on? What is this? What does this mean? Oh no. I used to be an adventurer like you, then I took too many beers to the stomach. I don't think that would stop an adventurer. Oh, I'm missing. I'm like, why am I not hitting that guy? And it's because he's stuck in the wall. I'm trying to think of, like, what other... If they were to add another race to this game... They have 2 dwarves, 2 elves. 2 men, technically, because I think the descendant... The line of Grimbeorn is men. So... You know, that makes sense, right? Like, the line of Grimbeorn is a line of men. Kind of. They're like shape changers. And they already axed the idea of adding another shape changer because they literally killed all of them in this expansion. So they killed all the other face shape changers. Spoiler alert for Minas Morgul. So that doesn't work. Hello, Rainule.
What interest have you with this river? Speak now.
Alright, there we go. You do this quest first, that way you can pick up the urn at the top of this extra area. Outside of Gorthad Nur. Let's see. Lord of the Rings races. Middle-earth peoples. Perfect example. Let's see, Aenuir, which covers wizards and Balrogs. Perfect. The Free Peoples, dwarves, elves, men, Druidine, where the earliest varieties of men lived in small numbers, often tribes. The elves of Balerion developed a special fondness for them and valued their skill at fighting orcs. The Druidine. Ents. Huorns. Bro, we could get Ents as a race. Yeah. And hobbits. Then you had enslaved peoples. Oh yeah, right, I forgot I can't fight that guy. Which is men. The dead, orcs, trolls, barrow wights. And then other beings. Giants, Tom Bombadil, river spirits. Wanna play an ant? Bro, didn't you ever watch the movie Ants? You know, I'm talking DreamWorks. You know Ants? You know, like the same studio that made Shrek, the one that made Ants. You must have heard of this. I'm certain you've heard of this. Very popular film franchise. What else is there? Yeah, so you got that. Oh, there's guys underground. That's neat. I can't think of anything else other than just like small derivations of some of these different groups. Yeah, the wild men, the Drudane, in the icy regions of Four Shells. Yeah, so I guess that would be like the Four Shell people. But would they be up there? Bees, B movie. Yeah, B movie is a great movie. I actually really like B movie. It's very funny. I laughed multiple times out loud during B movie. B movie is basically just a big episode of Seinfeld. Because it's like, I'm pretty sure the thing was written by Jerry Seinfeld. It's just his kind of jokes, so I'm certain of that. Yeah, it's like, oh, who wrote B movie? Oh yeah, it was Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David. Oh, okay, cool, that makes sense. Yeah, we should get Ents. That's what we need. We need Ent people. Basically, like imagine the wood trolls, but not wood trolls. But like you could play as one. And you could do stuff? Yeah. Yeah. This is an idea. Gotcha. Baruch Kazad! It's weird because he's pretty much weaving in. You use a ballad in between every skill. By using a ballad, then a skill, then a ballad, then a skill, you keep your war speech buff up, so you keep the extra percentage damage bonus up. Because your buff only lasts for 8 seconds, which is kind of annoying. But it does mean you're incentivized to always be dealing damage in combat, which is a good thing, I guess. Also, why is my screen so foggy? What happened? Did like somebody put the Vaseline on the computer screen again? Is there a fire? I don't know what happened to my screen. It just went all the colors just washed out. I think it's because I'm too close to Thuringwath, so the fog from Thuringwath is just coming through. Yeah, insects could be another option. I don't think there's any insect people. Yeah, I just feel like they've added a race with each of the previous expansions, so I feel like they're going to do it again, especially considering with War of Three Peaks, they kind of didn't really add any races. It was just like, it was essentially just content and missions, which is fine. I like the missions for the most part. Though I have not done them on this character today. I probably could do. I should probably do the missions on my Guardian. That's a good idea. How slow is it to level Guardian? Guardian seems pretty slow, right? Because it's Guardian. I think it's something that I worry about sometimes, is like Guardian can be a little slow at processing stuff. Just because they don't have as much damage depending on the spec that you play as. And I don't have a two-hander, I only have a one-hander and a shield. You think it's even worth it to make a Guardian two-hander? I'm trying to think of at what point would Guardian get buffed to make it worth it to actually use that. Because my worry is I would like make a Guardian legendary two-hander and then Guardian suck, and then I'm not even making a yellow set. I might just literally make a tank weapon and call it a day. I really like the idea of playing as a red Guardian but using a shield, because I just like having shields, and I think that blocking stuff is cool. And I also think that the shield smash attack that Guardians get, which is super high base damage, imagine it with like max physical mastery and crit. Because Guardians, when you use shield spikes, there's an effect that gives you 20% additional crit chance when you have shield spikes active. So you essentially guarantee your crits on all of your shield skills if you use them. But they don't apply bleeds, it's just raw damage. I don't think that's a good idea, but it's an idea that I've been thinking about. Single target Guardian damage build. I just want to hit somebody with my shield for 1,000,000 damage. Why not? It's like, how do you build Vanguard, but you do it in Lord of the Rings Online? Because, like, the Warden doesn't really do that. Almost every attack that even involves a shield is usually just a shout. Like, you cast a shield spell and then you shout at somebody, or you use your shield. Vanguardian. Oh, this is a good idea. Now it's coming full circle. I actually need to check to see if that would work. Yeah, I gotta do my homework if I'm gonna claim that I'm gonna do something like this. Dwarven shouts are the best, by the way. That's just straight up the best. Let's see. I love fried orc is an awesome trait website. If you want to look at all the traits in the Lord of the Rings Online, I love fried orc is a great website for doing such a thing. Highly recommend it. Go Guardian. Yeah, you need improved shield spikes. Yeah. Fortification, all that other stuff. Shield skills have a chance to apply a buff. Yeah. You have a build for the Rogue Vistani Thrower? No, I don't. I'm sure that one of the guys from the guild that cleared the Tuat Andal, I'm sure that at least one of them have posted their build. Probably somewhere on the forums. Or somewhere, I assume. They're all using the same build, so I assume that there's a copy of that somewhere. Although I don't know where. But I unfortunately don't have a copy of it. I would be curious to know exactly how it works. Because I'm assuming, because I don't know what the split is. I just know there's Rogue and Vistani Night Fighter involved, and that is not enough to make a build. It's enough to get a good start, but there's probably some like miniature optimization or like a mechanic that I'm not sure, or that I'm like not aware how it works. Because usually that's something that happens where like you look at a build and you're like, why is this build so good? I don't get it. And it's because there's just like a piece of the puzzle that you don't have. You know, because it's either something you don't play or whatever. By Broglock. Do a build review for it quick. I mean, if you have a build, I would love to see it. Hi, everybody. Is there any build website for LotRO? There are a couple, depending on your level of skill. I posted them in the link. Let me find it. I posted a YouTube video where I did an interview with SSG, and then during the video, I posted underneath the video in case people were like curious if they wanted to get access to some of that information. They wanted to try it out for themselves and build a character. Comments. Not comments. Oh yeah, the comments on there. Oh man. People did not like the fact that I made that video. They were very upset with that. Also, I love the thumbnails of both of those videos. Because there's one where I Photoshop myself as Sean Evans. And the other one was like interviewing an orc on Hot Ones. And the other one was I Photoshopped myself as Charlie Rose interviewing a unicorn. So those are two different websites coming from very different skill levels. LotRO HQ is for super endgame. LotRO Basics is not. So both of those websites will help you depending on the specific skill level in which you're trying to use.
Now then,
Well, sorry, not both of those. One of those will help you, or both of those will help you. But yeah, if you're looking for like the super end game about stuff, the LotRO HQ is great. It gives you a lot of good details, at least at the very least as a baseline and kind of what you should be expecting, and then you can also build on your own knowledge base from there. Important note about the LotRO HQ website: it does not do anything that's not meta. So you'll have no information about how to play like Red Guardian, Blue Burglar, Red Lore Master. All this information is not there because nobody plays it, so the information just doesn't exist. And if somebody does play it, they didn't write it down. So not all the information is going to be there. I would recommend that you look into, you want to do something like that, you got to experiment, you got to explore, you got to twist and turn and make something your own. You know, kind of grab your modeling clay and build it yourself. Yeah, man, a lot of people hated that video. The number of comments I got were like, why is this guy doing it? This guy doesn't even like play Lord of the Rings online. What the hell is this? This is some bullshit. And this guy, someone was like, this guy doesn't even have any idea what questions to ask the developers. We didn't get any questions about any of the interesting stuff that's coming. It was just all about blah, blah, blah. And I had to write like a really long response where I was just like, hello. I asked questions relevant to the developers I had because we didn't have systems design people, so I can't ask them systems design questions. That's just not how that works. I play the game a ton. Here's some videos I posted. And also I've been raiding. I raid all the time. And I also stream it. And also, if you, and this is an important thing, and this also applies to all of you who are watching, if you have a favorite Lord of the Rings content creator, okay? That isn't me. Because obviously it should be me, but if it's not, maybe somebody who actually streams this every day. Or post YouTube videos all the time. What you should do, because, I don't know, I defend myself in public. Anyway, so what you should do is you should, and this is what I told this person, reach out to your favorite LotRO content creators. So whoever it is, and then say, I would love you to I would want to see you do something with SSG. You should do a project with SSG. You should do something with them. Because no guarantee, but I know that SSG is willing to definitely work with content creators to create content together, to make like partnered content. The reason why that interview happened is because I sent an email to SSG and I was like, hey, this thing is coming out. Want to do an interview about it? And they were like, yeah, that sounds dope. Let's do it. And then we hooked it up. It wasn't like some magic situation where it was like their preferential treatment or whatever. I literally just sent an email and was like, hello. And I'm like, wait, you know. That's literally it. No magic secret. It's one of those like you never know until you try. You gotta shoot your shot, man. Then also it can work for everybody. It can work for them. It can work for me. Not everybody liked it. But that's okay. Is it my most disliked video? No. Apparently my most disliked video is my Favark Favored Soul video was liked less. That. I don't know why. Nobody told me why. Did they tell me why? Maybe I did. Maybe they did. Now I gotta start reading YouTube comments again. No, none of these comments are mean. Just decentralized. Don't tell your favorite streamers to collab with SSG. I mean, that is the opposite of what I said. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't want to have a situation where somebody can, like, learn some cool and informative content, but it comes from somebody that isn't the most engaged with, like, the LotRO community or has the largest LotRO community, you know what I mean? You'd expect somebody who's been in the game for like a long time to post that type of content or that type of media. Also, I don't know. It's kind of fun. I just mostly like talking to people, so the idea of doing an interview with a group of people is like a fun idea. Of being like, hello, and welcome to info session, you know, whatever. We're going to talk about Lord of the Rings Online and other content. And I personally find that very fun. I've always enjoyed just generally meeting new people and not knowing anything about them. You know, just being like, hey, hello, I don't know you. Let's talk for like a bunch of time. I usually do well at parties, especially with people that I don't know. So, you know, when, well, I've dated like people in the past where it's like, oh, we're going to go to X person's house and you don't know them, but they're like a whole bunch of my friends or like a group of people that I know. Let's hang out. And then you go, and the trick to all of these things is just engage with people and see what people like, and also have like 3 beers. Problem solved. Solves all your problems. So, I'm no doctor, but that's usually what I've done that's succeeded very well. Because I don't know, talking to people is fun. Getting people's different perspectives on things and learning about stuff. Little tricks of the trade, business things. It's too hard to learn stuff on your own. And you have to be like interested in things and have to go out and try to find the things you don't even know. Because I know nothing about the system of like water pumping and filtration if it not for the fact that I've met multiple people who happen to work in that industry and business. And you just have a conversation with somebody. And they're just like, let me tell you about all of these things. Because people are passionate. Although to be fair, there's also a large subsection of people that don't like talking about work, which makes sense. You know, if you work all day and then you get home from work and you don't want to talk about work, I can definitely understand that. To a degree. I don't get that. I've never disliked talking about work. I've always enjoyed talking about work outside of work because it's fun to, not like fun to engage in something, but like I do things because I'm interested in them. Even for jobs I wasn't super in love with. It's just, it's fun to discuss and come up with better ways to do things and just to understand and learn more things. When I used to be in sales, I never disliked taking the opportunity to chat with somebody about their experience with different products or in the business and industry in which they worked, and just, you know, even if it's outside of work. I've never hated that. I don't know. It's always been like a relatively good experience. There definitely are some people that are like, they want to leave it. You know, it's like, I'm done for the workday. I am no longer on the clock, so therefore I am checked out 100%. And if you want to ask me a question about my job or place of business, ask me at 9 in the morning and not a minute before. Or send me an email to my work email. Don't talk to me. Which I kind of understand, because I think it's supposed to be healthy to have like a separation between your work and like, you know, the rest of your life. No. I just don't care. Wait. Is this not dead? Freedom. Show must go on. Damage reductions will not be set back. Oh, so I can just heal if I want? Something I've always liked about the minstrel abilities is that a lot of classes, when you start casting, like you can't cast while walking as a minstrel, but this absolute millisecond that the cast is done, you can start moving. I find sometimes in Lord of the Rings Online, especially with Lore Master, you are rooted in place until after the animation is fully done. But with the Runekeeper, once this bar is full, you can start walking, even though your character still has their instrument in their hand. I like that. I think it's really cool. I need to find a woodworker. LotRO woodworking. The woodworker recipe index. Tier 13. I need an instrument. Unless there aren't tier 13 instruments, but I think there are. Wrong button. Oops. Sucks to be these guys. Instruments. There they are. Minas Ithil Lute. Oh no. what the heck is a pibgorn? Is that a real instrument? It's in the game, obviously, but is that a real instrument? What is a pibgorn? Pibgorn? The hell is this? Pibgorn instrument. A pibgorn is a Welsh species of idioglot reed aerophone. What the hell am I reading? The name literally translates to pipe horn. It is also historically known as the cornicle or pib corn. It utilizes a single reed cut from an elder or reed, like that found in the drone of a bagpipe, which is an early form of modern clarinet reed. The single-chambered body of the elder pipe is a naturally occurring parallel bore into which are drilled 6 finger holes and a thumb hole, giving a diatonic compass of an octave. You know, I used to know something about music and how that works. Playing a musical instrument is such a cool skill. It's just, like, impressive. Even if you aren't, like, artistically inclined, where you are interested in, like, learning about the history of art and creating art, still, just being talented and skilled at using a musical instrument is just hella rad. Gotcha. Rainwell. Alright, time to do the next thing. Achieve the urn from Shakam Moz. Yeah, musical instruments is cool. At some point, I would love to learn to play piano. That's what I want to do. I would love to develop that skill. It's going to take a while, but I'd like to do that, if I can. But it's like a lot of work to learn how to play an instrument. Also, there's that part of me that worries that if I was to try... This is obviously so far down the road, but if I tried to learn something like piano, because I use my fingers all day for the work, and then I use my fingers for the piano, I don't know how well those two things would mesh together in terms of, like, giving myself accurate time to rest. Although, my fingers have recovered now. I don't worry. Like, I can play video games all day now. I used to run into problems where my fingers would sometimes get, like, a little too tired, and they would start hurting, but now that does not happen anymore. Granted, I'm talking about, like, literally playing video games for, like, 14 to 15 hours a day. Yep. Yeah, long-term goal would be learning how to play a whole bunch of songs from Vigimo games. Your brain starts hurting? Oh, I don't get headaches. That's too much time set aside for sleep. Well, I mean, I also do other stuff. I gotta set up with the live stream. Sometimes I do video/picture editing. I gotta eat. Chat with my roommate. Some sleeping. Bathing. That's a big one. Gotta do the bathing. A lot of people, some people skip the bathing. Piano is a lot less stressful on your fingers. Oh, nice. You can piano? That's sick. Yeah, I'd love to just learn how to piano, so then I can piano when it seems appropriate. How much mouse usage for 30 years? I mean, possibly, yeah, I can see that. I hope not. And the trumpet, that's sick. When I was in my youth, I used to play trombone. Good times. Fun instrument. The only problem with that instrument is that every time you pull it out or tell somebody that you can play it, they're always like, oh yeah, you know the thing where you like, and you're like, yeah, that's funny. It is. Look at me. That's the whole instrument right there. You nailed it. In the 7th grade, I tried playing the trumpet, and it was a really fun instrument, and I played it with a couple of my friends. In the 8th grade, I got braces, and I couldn't play the trumpet because I couldn't like purse my lips tight enough with the braces on to be able to do that. So I had to use the trombone instead because it had a bigger mouthpiece. And then when the braces came off, I had no intention of learning the trumpet at that point. Yeah, exactly. Just went to something different. Yeah, music is so cool. And it's just an awesome creative outlet. One of the reasons why I would also want to do piano is because I can get a keyboard and not an actual piano. I have nowhere to put a piano. My room is very small, but I can get a keyboard that, one, is easier for storage, and two, I can plug headphone into it, which means I can play it silently without having to worry about people in the building being like, too loud and piano music sounds like garbage. You know, don't want to deal with that. Theory of music more than actually playing it. The theory of music. I definitely like the listening to music. Kids these days and their pianos. Just playing piano all day. I was trying to sleep, but I can't sleep because the neighbor next door, they got their kid. He's playing piano all the time. How am I supposed to sleep so I can get up to work in the coal mines if I got a kid playing piano overhead every day? Okay, so it just occurred to me that I can't get access to Fellowship's Heart while in red. I have to swap over to the healing stance, this one, Resonance, to get access to it. But in theory, I should be able to swap... Oh yeah, I can swap into Melody, pop Fellowship's Heart, and then swap back into Dissonance. And I keep the dot with the hot. I'm immune to fear, and I have a heal over time. That's like a bunch of healing. I remember when Fellowship's Heart used to be like the thing. It was on like a 10-minute cooldown. It was so powerful. And it was like you needed it for Thrang. For the Rift. Where there would be a phase where when Thrang finally comes down, you needed to Fellowship's Heart your way through it because the ads were too much to deal with. When really it was just people getting annihilated by Volcano. After your jazz band class now? Oh, that sounds fun! Sounds like it would be a lot of fun. And school was the best. Having classes with about so many different subjects and being like, oh, what class am I taking today? I'm doing this. What are we learning? I don't know, we're watching like a neat movie or we're learning about something cool. Definitely do miss that. Yo, what are we learning today? Now it's just, where are we dropping, you know? No more learning. Yep, I would like to do something like that. But that's like in the distant future. Like, I need more time. I love the idea of doing all of these things where it's like, man, you know what I want to do? I want to become more active. Get outside more and be more physically active, which I'm scheduling time for. And I want to eat healthier. And I want to learn to play piano. And I want to write, pick up my campaign that I was running for Dungeons & Dragons in the past. And I want to do all these things. You know what I need to do? Travel through time to repeat days twice so I can do all of these things because I don't have enough time to do it in one day. Whoops. I need longer days so I can do more things. That'd be pretty sweet. Or like I said, intermittent time travel, or the ability to pause time. That would be sick. If I had the ability to pause time, I would pause time, practice a little bit of piano, go for a walk, unpause time. Oh, that'd be nice. But then you'd age faster, technically, because you would be spending more time per day doing stuff, so you'd be aging more. That's also a problem. You think that an astronaut's sleep schedule would change because they're in space and it's daytime all the time or nighttime all the time? Like when the guys are on the International Space Station, like do you think like their sleep schedule changes? Where like how do they even know when they're supposed to go to sleep other than just like they're on a timer, like, you know, bedtime is exactly this time. Do I keep all the zones on unlock after it expires? No, you don't. When you get rid of VIP, you do not keep the zones that unlock. However, if you get to level 50, all of the content from level 50 to 95 is not from VIP, it's from expansions. Why am I pulling everything? I don't know. I'm already here. Well, there we go. I don't know why I pulled everything, but I already did it, so fine, I guess. However, what you do keep is if you go VIP, it'll unlock all your trade slots on the side here, which are unfortunately not unlocked by default. And so if you go VIP, you will keep all of those. Also, this man is floating! This corpse! Oh god! That's a sight to be afraid of, that's for sure. Pibgorn. I remember there was a time where I was like, you know, it'd be cool playing guitar, because guitar is really cool. Also, I owned Guitar Hero. And then I realized I don't want to play guitar, because one, it's a lot of work. I much prefer just playing Guitar Hero. It's way more fun. And, that... I don't know, every guitar player I've ever met has, like, very, like, rough fingers, because you basically build up calluses on all your fingers to pluck all your strings, or use, like, a guitar pick, or some of them have, like, horrific long fingernails. And I'm like, I just don't ever, I don't want to have to deal with that problem. So it's like, no. The piano. Piano's way easier. Oh man, is there like a piano-based computer game that's like Guitar Hero but for piano? That's got to be a thing, right? Where you like plug in a keyboard into the computer? Well, there is. There is a piano for computer. Whoa. There's a program called Synthesia. Interesting. And then you can plug in piano and it builds it for you. That's so neat. And you get a special lighted keyboard support, so you can even see the keys light up when you're supposed to press them. That's kind of neat. I don't know how that would work. I don't know how you look at your keyboard and also at the screen at the same time. I imagine you just have to get used to just pressing the buttons. Very interesting. Very neat. That looks like it could be right up my alley. There definitely is a, there definitely is like a, like I understand it when some people will be like, oh man, you know, kids these days, they don't, you know, you gotta have everything turned into a video game to be interested. It's like, yeah, kind of, but also video games are really fun, so why is this a bad thing? Like, if you just learn all of your ability to do skills, like imagine if every musical instrument had just a game associated with it, so you could just be like, and like, you know, if real guitars actually just came with like a Guitar Hero-esque thing, and then you could just build from there. Why not? You're still learning the thing. I don't really know the difference between somebody teaching you something and following music notes, like, or an interactive piece of sheet music that gives you a direct grade as you play. That's kind of how I think about it. You had like, obviously not Guitar Hero because it's a piece of plastic that doesn't follow a real guitar. But if you had a real guitar that could be plugged in, something like that. And so for learning a bit of music, you could like really display the music for you. Also, especially since a lot of music is just computer generated anyway. I mean, obviously, you know, many video games and things will use like real orchestras. You know, you got your Nintendo, they got Mario and all this other stuff. You know, they got their games. They got that stuff figured out. There we go. Do I have to reach the door? I don't think I have to reach the door. I already have the dungeon unlocked, right? Filth. Yep, we're good. I don't know. I feel like that could be like a fun way to get kids and people involved in wanting to learn more music. Yeah, pretty much anything that will make learning a skill more fun is a good idea. Because fun is a good way to engage people. Not everything is going to be fun. Unfortunately, practice is just, at the end of the day, bitter work. Where you are constantly working at improving your skill over and over and slowly. There's like no fast way to get through it. You just, sometimes it's hard. Quests of Imlad Morgul? Oh, quests of Wrath Duath. How many more quests do I need? 2 more quests? Which quests did I not do? Well, Damarod has a quest for me.
Let us hope you bring glad tidings, friend.
Port to Estelad Land.
Now then,
Control the outer wall. I think these ones count? I mean, they're under Wrath Duath, so they probably count. Yeah, like at some point, eventually, no matter what it is you're doing, eventually there's just like the work aspect that goes into it. A great example is like end game content in MMOs. In Lord of the Rings Online, when you get to the end game, you might not have a perfected way to play your character. You'll have a good way to play your character when you're fighting monsters on the landscape, but if you'd like to transition into fighting monsters in a raid, you have to change up your tactics because you're doing things in a very different way than you normally would. You're no longer worried about healing yourself, sustaining yourself, dodging monsters, dodging attacks. You're only worried about what's in your individual role. So if you are playing as, let's just say, a tank, all of a sudden, you don't need to worry about damaging the monster. You only need to worry about figuring out how to stay alive, how to, what's the best way to use your cooldowns, how do you coordinate with different healers, how do you position monsters. These are things you need to learn. And there's no way to do that other than practice. You just have to do it until you learn how the best way to do it is. When you play as like a DPS character on the landscape, I'm just trying to kill the monsters as fast as possible. But the monsters die before I get 5 spells off. But on a endgame system, or like not endgame system, like when you're looking at endgame in this style of game, it's not about the monster dies in 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever it is. The monster's alive for like 3 minutes, and you're trying to maximize how much damage you can get in, or in certain fights, 10 minutes, right? So if you're hitting this monster for 10 minutes, how are you maxing out the most damage you can possibly do in 10 minutes? And that means pressing buttons in different orders, thinking about the optimization of it, and then also making sure you don't screw it up constantly, because as myself, who's been trying to get better and better at Warden all the time, if you make one mistake on Warden, it sets you back like a whole bunch of time in your rotation because, oh, I had to cast this skill before I cast this skill to get this effect, and if I don't do that, then I miss that. But the skills that you use to cast it are now on 10-second cooldown, so you're just like stuck, and you have to wait 10 seconds before you can even pick up, or have a good backup and a way to pick up where you were before. Looks like the Predator? That's cool. Yeah, shifters look great. So, I don't know. But I wouldn't trust the AI because it could be wrong, or a grading system. Well, again, it depends on like what it is, right? So like if you have an object like a musical instrument that you're just recording off of, where it's like a guitar or piano, and it's like what percentage of the time are you pressing the buttons when you're supposed to be pressing them? Are you pressing the right keys on piano or not? Oh, 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 go, 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 whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. I forgot I gotta go up here. Because there's an item up here that I want. But yeah, it's just like, you know, eventually there's the point where it's fun, and then there has to be some element of work that goes into making your there's going to be some element of work that, you know, appears as practice. It doesn't have to be, it just depends on exactly what you want to do. It's sort of one of the reasons why, like, I really enjoy watching speedrunning, but, like, people trying to beat games as fast as humanly possible. It's fun to watch, and I'm always impressed by people that can perform these incredible feats. Okay, all right. Am I in a stuck spot? No, I just couldn't figure out how to get out of there. I'm always impressed by people that can do things at these incredible speeds and get better, and they're always working on stuff. But these are people who are practicing all the time. And, you know, it's just like anything else. Practicing, you know, throwing a ball or running real fast without getting tired. Everything goes from being fun to practice. So I don't think there's anything wrong with making the start of something a little bit more fun. Like, I imagine for the majority of the population, playing, even if you pick something like a Guitar Hero or something like that, the first time you play the song is really fun because it's exciting. The second time, maybe you love that song, it's great. But if you decided, I want to play this perfectly every time, at which point, if you make a mistake, gotta restart. Make a mistake, gotta restart. Make a mistake, gotta restart. Eventually, that would also have the same issue where eventually it just loses its fun. Not that it isn't fun, but it can be slightly less fun. This narrow path leaves you too open for an ambush. If this narrow path leaves you too open for an ambush, why are we scouting the entire way up here for the front door? These rangers, they just ask you to do stuff without considering the consequences of their actions. Oh god. Too heavily guarded, eh? Yeah, well, check this out. Song of Distraction! Boom. Now these guys are all distracted. They have no idea. Now I can shoot this guy. And now none of those guys are even going to come over here. Got him. Elite? Ha ha! Get out of here. How long does Song of Distraction last? 2 minutes. Damn! Found a rare Mordor chest, and I completed a deed. Completed Chests of Wrath-Duath. Oh yeah. Finding all the rare Mordor chests is nice because it gives you a deed. There's also a meta deed for finding all of the rare chests. So there's rare chests in Mordor Besieged and everywhere else. Explorer. And the Explorer deed is for doing all the Explorers. It gives you an extra 2,000 Virtue XP. And getting all the rare chests is honestly not bad. Rare chests in Minas Morgul. Rare chests in Thuringwath. Thuringwath is the easiest deed ever. You have to do 6 quests. There's, I think, like 4 areas in Thuringwath, and it's all the same area. It's just Bar Nurnaith down there. And all the rare chests are in Bar Nurnaith. It is the easiest and fastest, like 10,000 Virtue XP of your life. If you want to go down there and just pick it up super fast, I highly recommend it if you haven't done that yet. Wait, I only have 5 virtues? What the crap? What is this? Why do I only have 4 virtues and I didn't put any points into them? What virtues do I want? Oh no, and I got knocked off my hearse. I literally don't even know what virtues I want. Well, that was an interesting mistake. Let's load this up. Minstrel, minstrel. Honesty, confidence, honor. Loyalty, fidelity. I have wisdom. I don't like honor. I find honor's not the best virtue. I'd rather use like confidence for extra free crit. I don't have to itemize crit as much. Wait, where did I miss one? Oh, I didn't get the camp. I was supposed to come back here. I went to the wrong place because I was focused on my virtues. Whoops. It's so easy to get distracted and turned around. God damn. Something needs practice. Yeah, I think I want to use the lute. I think I like the lute a lot. A lot of people pick different instruments, but I like the bass sound effects. I think it's just nostalgia at this point. Because there was a time where the different instruments didn't add different sound effects for the minstrel, and so everything was the lute. There was also the time when minstrels used to have a whole bunch of different ballads that they could use all the time. I thought that was so cool. I wonder if those old skills exist somewhere, that old skill list. I would need to find like an old guide. Some of those icons were like sick. I don't know if they exist. I'm sure they do. Yes. Now I have to talk to Damrod. Now we go to Eachad Uil. Maybe it's on this page. New history. Oldest page was April 2009. Yeah, the skills are changed. None of that stuff is... All the old information is gone.
Will you hear my plight?
I gotta report to Estolad Land, maybe? Into the Dead City should give me the deed. That's Minas Morgul. Wait a minute. Quest of Imlad Morgul. Quest of Wrath Dueth. Oh, I need one more. Okay, so that's just report to Estolad Land, talk to Anborn. Alright, I thought I was like missing a quest or something. Wonder what the oldest post about Minstrel I can find is. Question, do you miss buying your skills? No, absolutely not. Buying your skills is the worst. I think that buying skills is just a reason to go back to town, but it is so unfun. I like getting skills when I level up. I don't have to level up and then go to town to buy skills. I've never liked that as a feature in video games. And when I was convinced to play WoW Classic over the summer, a game I despise entirely, it is just straight up the worst. You level up, you go, I guess I gotta go get rank 7 of my skill to deal damage to monsters because rank 6 doesn't deal enough damage anymore. Go to town, get rank 7 of the skill, then go back to playing the video game. Horrible idea, awful implementation. I like the idea of trainers having a purpose. Like, you have a class trainer whose role it is to assist you. Maybe they give you like side quests or missions. I like the themed quests. I think that's all great, where it's, you know, it's like, okay, we're going on a class quest, like you do the burglar class quest, or you do like whatever class quest. I think that's perfectly fine. Those are cool ideas, because it's all about, you know, getting into the class fantasy of the thing. I think that's really cool, but for the most part, I think that having to talk to somebody to get your skills, while it makes sense, I just don't think it's fun, if that makes sense. Like, I'd rather have my skills while I'm playing. Because then if you level up while you're on the landscape, you're like, cool, I have cool spells, versus I have to go back and get my spells, which I don't want. Oh, yeah. And on Morgul, did I go past the town? Oh, yeah, no, it's here. I was looking at some of the old minstrel stuff. Where they used to have the trait sets, where by equipping traits you got additional stuff. Oh, man. Call of War, which increases the critical chance of war speech. All this stuff. Where is... I'm trying to find the ballads. Maybe this website will have it. This is an old website called LotRO Life. Guides and walkthroughs. Classes? Minstrel? No, none of these things are here. Now I'm going to look up a guide. I'm going to set the thing, tool, anytime, custom range. I want to have it from, I don't know. I have to actually manually scroll this because I can't type in the day for some. Here, like here to here. Guide to the Minstrel's class, understanding ballads, pictures, dude. Yeah, the ballad tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Yeah, now I remember. I just want pictures. Using virtue stats. Minstrel virtues. No, I don't care about this. Traits to look for. Empathy gives you armor. Give me that. I'm gonna find a website that will have the pictures. I just want to find the old splash images. And some of these websites are like so old they don't even exist. Damn. I don't know if I can find it. I just really wanted to find that information.
This better be important. I am quite busy.
Legolas.
Hey.
Assistance with a matter of great importance in Kirithungo.
Perfect. Now I have all this done, which is great. I'm going to come over here to this guy, get my task board. Hello, task board. Turn in some tasks, which is going to give me the quest A Task at Hand. Task at Hand is very useful because it gives you a universal crafting, optional crafting ingredient. And universal crafting ingredients are great. Having access to a free critical on any craft that you do is just very, very valuable without having to worry about actually getting the craft off. Sweet. I can reforge. I don't care about that. The next, little bit of inventory management. Barter items. Not barter, I'm gonna browse shop. Yes. Flame of Encalamir. Sick. And now I can start breaking down all this gear that I picked up. All the embers. Embers. I'm gonna put this one over here so I can click it all the time. Leveling up gives you, or leveling a new character gives you a ton of embers, which is sick. It's a very, very handy thing to do. And now we just sell some stuff.
I sense a shift.
Apparently repair? Why do I need to repair? I will say, you know, going to town is just one of those things that While I do enjoy somewhat, for the most part, it's not something I need in my video game. And I know that because now in Lord of the Rings Online, you have the ability to use the Town Services item. Town Services is literally an item in your inventory that you get for being at VIP, and it allows you to do every single thing that you would normally do in town, but you can now do it from the comfort of your own backpack. You gotta sell, you gotta repair, you gotta craft something, use the bank. All of those things are specifically done in your backpack now, which is intensely convenient. And I would love to stand here and tell you that, oh, it's good when you get to go to town, you can see people and do stuff. That's kind of true, but also the level of convenience that you get from just having all of this stuff immediately available in your inventory is just too much to give up. It's just too much. It's too good. And I wouldn't want to walk away from that. But what I will walk away from is the computer, because I need to use the washroom. Give me one moment, please. On a quest. Find this information. Oh. What is this? No. I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find this somehow. I will find this information. LotRO quest guide, LotRO leveling guide, LotRO minstrel guide. Page is gone. Classes and races for LotRO. First steps guide. Oh, there might be pictures. No. Rates guide. Somebody wrote a minstrel guide in 2007. Oh, this is a minstrel guide as in literally playing music. That's not what I want, not minstrel system. Blood, tears. This might work. Ballad tears. Because they changed before the minstrel ballads were minor, major, and perfect. They used to have them in different tiers of ballads. The tier 1 and tier 2 ballads. I will find it. Shit. Ah, I'm so close. I am so close. Okay, here we go. Hold on. I'm gonna let you guys see what I'm looking at. Find this. Okay. So these are the ballads. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I'm going to hydrate. And you had tier 1 ballads, tier 2 ballads, and tier 3 ballads. And so you had the Ballad of Resonance, which gives you damage, the Ballad of Steel, which gave you armor, and the Ballad of Vigor, which gave you vitality. And then you had the tier 2 ballads, which were buffs. So you had Ballad of Swiftness, which gave you attack faster, Ballad of Balance. Ballad of Balance. Man, I don't remember Ballad of Balance. And Ballad of the Stout, I remember that one. And then your tier 3 ballads, you had Ballad of War, which makes sense, it gives melee damage. Ballad of Unshakable Will, which gave fear resist. And Ballad of Flame. Do you guys remember Ballad of Flame? There's just no pictures. Oh, I want pictures, but these skills don't have pictures. So this is like very close to what I want to do. That's what I want to see. I just want to see pictures of all these things. I just don't know where the pictures are. Understanding tiers. Tier 1, 2, and 3. See, there's this thing, which is like understanding the tiers, but they don't have the pictures of the things. They just have ads that load in, like billions of ads. Initial guide, ballad, tiers, anthems, healings, and other tales. Oh. No, that's literally the page that I was on. Damn it. Just want to find the picture. I don't know why this stuff is like not here. Dev diary outlines minstrel changes. Pictures. Include pictures of your data. Oh. Yeah, was it Rise of Isengard that changed the ballad system? Yes, it was Rise of Isengard that changed the ballad system. It was. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with this. Oh no. Yeah, Ballad of Steel, Swiftness, Stout, Balance, War, Flame, Unshakable Will. Then you have the anthems. Anthem of Compassion, which reduced the threat generated. Anthem of the Free Peoples, which was morale regen. Anthem of the Valor, which was... Yeah, it was called Anthem of the Free Peoples. They combined these two skills into Call of the Valor. And then Anthem of the Wizards, which was your legendary ability. Yeah. Now I'm trying to remember this. Where are you? Old skills. Website called Game Pressure. What is this? Old icons. These are old trait icons. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, I remember these images. Class traits. Oh. I don't know why the traits are here, not the skills. But yeah. Got Battle Hymn. Look at all these pictures. Like, yeah. I don't know why that one's so squished. All these old icons. I'm just reliving all these old pictures that are coming back. Silver Tongue. I remember this one. You had to use Cry of the Chorus a bunch of times. Yeah. Right, Cry of the Chorus. And this one, it's like the beating on the drum, light in the dark. Yeah. Oh yeah, this one. Where it's like the guy with the hair who's playing the thing. Yeah, where you'd use Soothing Song. Yeah. Now, we're so close. They're not Lord of the Rings online traits. My traits? Hold on. Game guide? Reputation? No. The old icons like Charity and Compassion. Oh my god, I'm tripping out, man. I am going back in time. Oh, this is just the traits game guide? Oh no, it's just traits. So somebody added in all the traits and all the pictures. There's so many ads on this website. Determination with the 2 fists. Discipline. Where it was all hands. Oh my god, I totally remember this. And they only came from certain places. And Fidelity used to give percentage shadow mitigation. Look at this stat. What is that? Percentage shadow mitigation? How do you scale that up? You can imagine just like that scaled up into infinity. That's like, oh, well now there's 60 levels, so you have 68% increased mitigation. Ha 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 ha. Oh my gosh. Yeah, melee vulnerability. Yeah, that was a good stat. What is this? This time travel is happening. Yeah, Charity, wound resistance, ranged vulnerability, and non-combat power regen. Such a low number. But yeah, wound resistance was important. Compassion with the ranged vulnerability, non-combat power regen, tactical vulnerability. Non-combat power regen from confidence. Determination was always agility and the in-combat regen and morale. Nice, look at that. Empathy gave straight armor and fate. I always liked that. Always liked empathy. Fortitude. I think Fortitude was the worst one because it gave non-combat morale regen, which most classes didn't need. They added Honesty later. I forgot that Honesty came later, which was when they added Tal Brunnen. I think it was Tal Brunnen that they added Honesty. It might have also been Goblin Town. One of the two when they added Honesty. And there was only 6 levels of it when it released. And then you had Honor, which had 7 levels. Oh yeah, and it's got a little medal. It's a hand with a little medal on it because it's got an honor. That's so funny. Oh. Idealism, yeah, with the 2 hands. Doing that. Oh, man. Innocence, which... Look at that, minus 3% melee vulnerability. That's such a good ability. That's crazy. And Justice, it was the shield. It wasn't actually hands. It was like hands gripping a shield and putting them forward. I don't know what was up with that one. But you had the in-combat morale regen. Loyalty. Mercy. What is that? Is that like a hand blocking another hand or something like that? Like this? I don't know. Patience, hands folded together. Tolerance. I think one of these gave in-combat power regen. And it was like the most important one. I don't know which. Valor, which gave the most morale, so it's got 226. Oh, baby. Everyone had to get that Valor. You needed that morale. It was too useful. Wisdom with the 2 hands that are kind of like, or I guess they're kind of like focusing like so with the fists together. There's like some sparkle in the background. And Zeal, which used to be useless. And then Zeal became the best trait in the game after the trait revamp. Man, that's crazy. I forgot about all these old pictures. I'm like traveling through memory lane right now. Yeah, Braveheart. Yeah, these are all a lot of regular things. The old defense thing. This is a squished picture, but the old defense icon, the shield block defense. A lot of these are actually just skills. That like don't exist anymore. Yeah, Stoic gives vitality and fate by 15. Strong lungs. Deep breath resets faster and longer. Oh man. And to the rescue, which just gives you more run speed all the time. Good job, Guardians. Okay. I don't think I'm going to find what I want here, so I got to keep going. I'm going to lose my mind. We'll find it. I swear. Minstrel skill guide? Why didn't I click this first? No. Tier 3 ballad. There's no pictures. Why don't they post pictures? People in the past have recognized that this is something that I wanted right now. Minstrel guide, protector of song. Increase the duration of tier 3 ballads. No. Skills? Ballads. No. This is up to date. Drop an imager link with some nice pixelable traits? Please do. I don't know why, but I really wanted to see the old minstrel ballad icons, and I can't find them anywhere. Ooh, what is this? Ooh, buddy. That's classic Warden right there with the legendary traits. Oh man, that's classic. A bunch of these old icons. Oh. Yeah, with the old trait lines. Improved evade rating because this guy was playing Blue Warden. He's got all that stuff. Oh man, that's so cool. Spear Gambit, critical multiplier. Yeah, 100%. I'm feeling it. Yeah, because I don't know when they updated the virtue traits to not look like hands anymore. I think that was Rise of Isengard. They might have done that. They might have updated the traits to not look like hands anymore. What if I go LotRO Minstrel and I do an image search? I don't want the ballad tiers. Unless I continue searching through here. No. These pictures are all too new. So I look up LotRO Minstrel. But instead, we search it based on the time. Oh, it's only in the past year? I can't do image search for older than that? Anytime. 2008? Maybe? We're getting somewhere. Watcher resolve. There's a trip right there. I'll post on whoever's thing this is for Photo Bucket. And Protector of the Song. I remember that old picture. Oh, buddy. How about the Wayback Machine? How about the Wayback Machine? Oh, boy. How far back can we go? Is this whole website archived? Maybe. Whoa. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll see. Yeah. Minstrel. This may or may not work. This may or may not give me the images that I want. There are images on here. There's the anthems. Ballads and lays. There they are. But the pictures. Oh, they're loading. Oh. Oh, the quality is so low. Oh, dude. Oh, the quality, it's so low. But it's so good. Pick up old character panel in the imager gallery. Yeah. Holy moly. I wish I could see these in slightly higher resolution. But yeah, the music with the different colors, the Ballad of War, the blue one, the Ballad of Flame, the Ballad of Steel was like a shield, Ballad of Vigor, Resonance. Yeah, what happened to this picture with the lady with the white hair? What happened to that? Everything is archived sometimes? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get a better picture of this from if I travel to the future, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe get a better image. Whoa. I feel like this might be a low quality image. We'll see. Yeah, the Wayback Machine is a good idea. You said you added a picture of this? Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Man, do you remember that old menu with all your mitigations being separate numbers and everything coming out here? Also, when power used to be based off of your will. And you got the whole Spear Shaker set. Was that Spear Shaker? Oh, man. And look at those stats. Might and agility and vitality and fate. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Old school. And oh, Enidwaith. Also, that's a clean inventory. Very impressive. That's so cool. Oh. Traveling back in time and seeing these old pictures. I'm such an old person on the inside. I just get excited for nostalgia. Yeah, no, that icon doesn't exist. Yeah. Oh, buddy. Copy image address. What happened? Wait, if I zoom in, I can only zoom in so far? Oh, the old piercing cry. The old herald strike. That's the one I'm talking about. That one right there. Oh, look at some of these old ballads, these icons. I forgot they got updated more than one time. Oh, man, these old icons look crazy. Absolutely. Look at this minstrel. This is the best. Minstrel, 194 will, might, agility, vitality. Level 50. Oh yeah, because they didn't have ratings. I forgot about that. When the game first released, they didn't use ratings at all. They only used percentages. So when you picked up gear, your gear gave you a certain percentage of stats. So it would be like, oh, you got X percent increased like block on your thing and not a rating. Which, by the way, was a terrible idea, which I'm glad they moved away from. Oh, man. Oh, and this skill? I can't remember what this was called, but you would use it and it would make it so that your Herald Strike had no cooldown. It would heal you 3 times in a row. Oh, that's sick. This is another picture from another minstrel who actually has some will. Oh yeah, and it was also impossible to get will gear. I forgot about that. Because all the minstrels were wearing medium armor, and medium armor didn't have will on it for the most part. Look at people taking pictures of their old characters. Level 53, Elven Minstrel, legendary items, will gear. And there's a bunch of medium in here too. That's impressive. There's an impressive amount of medium will gear. Oh man. Like traveling through time. Yeah, this is 65, so I think they changed the icons sometime between 50 and after 50. Like before 50 and after 50. That's 95, so that's not what I want at all. Another copy image address. Apparently it's the biggest at 90%. Yeah, they got a lot of the old icons down there. Is running to Bard every time you need to change traits? Dude, 1000%. The Bard is like one of the worst things. Oh, God. I'm so happy they changed that. Oh, I totally remember. Yes, you had to go to the Bard every time you had to change traits. Oh, what a bad idea. I'm so glad you can just do it on the landscape. God, this is exciting. I don't know why, I'm just having so much fun looking through all this. No, that's modern stuff. Come on, come on. 2008 Minstrel, show up. Where are you, 2008 Minstrel? I require your services. Level 50. Shadows Mark gameplay 04. That does look like an old bit of gameplay, but that picture's a little too small. That's a 65 Runekeeper. Hey, and look at that. So they're in Barad, or they're in BG. That's Lieutenant. That's a fun boss fight, by the way. You can get better icons? What is this? Is this an old Mischievous Glee from 2007? This is actually funnily enough, this is the current Mischievous Glee icon. This is the current one, actually. That's the same one. I don't know. Now I'm just straight up tripping down memory lane. I think Minstrel probably more than any other class got a visual overhaul. Like just straight up more than any other class. They got redone and redone and redone. For a lot of their visuals, unlike the spells and icons and stuff. I feel like Guardian didn't change that much. Like, hold on, let me see. Do that. Let's see. I'm just gonna see Guardian. I don't think Guardian changed that much. Guardian. No, that's not 2008. This is not 2008. That's also Champion. Just for the record. Copy image address, put that there. Yeah, so all the Guardian, this is level 50, Cap. Who's in block stance, 5% block, hell yeah. So this guy's got 29% block. That's so stupid. Oh, yeah. Also, I love fire, common, then shadow. Just completely out of order. Oh. That's funny. Yeah, 29% block, classic guardian, and every skill looks exactly the same. Also, you got the rift potions and the old potion icons. Ooh, baby. And when destiny points used to be the currency in PvP. Damn, that's an old picture. There's another level 50 Hobbit Guardian. 23% crit and parry. Might be in parry stance for that one. More people posting pictures of their guardians. Ooh, there's a 29.7% block chance guardian. This guy's got some stats, man. I think that's all I'm going to get from guardian. See if I can find some other characters. What's another one? Burglar? Sure. Maybe Burglar's changed. Got some images different. This is in Moria, early Moria. This person actually has a UI mod, which is interesting. They got all sorts of stuff, little things flipping up. Oh, what the hell is this button? Dude, what the hell is this one? I've seen that before. Is that Startling Twist? Did they change Startling Twist into this? Oh my god! And there was the eyeball because there was the stance that you couldn't stealth in. That's why this stance and this stance are on a shared cooldown. They're the same cooldown because stealth, and this was Trickster stance, I think, that used to be in the game. So you had to enter Trickster stance and it gave you different powers, but then you couldn't stealth. Oh shit. I forgot about that game, that aspect of it. And you have burglars with 26% evade chance walking around who would then use their touch and go to get 50%. Oh man. Traveling through time. There's a man burglar that I can't read any of the stats because they're covering it up with power. Yeah, I think that's definitely Startling Twist right there, which is the stun for burglars. Oh my god. I think that's all I'm going to find. Man, yeah, I think that it was, in fact, Minstrel that went through the biggest amount of overhauls. Overall. Oh. Shoot. Where is those Warden images? Look at that other stance. I forgot. Look at the stances. There was in the fray. I don't think it was called Assailment. There was, what were the stances? There was in the fray. And there was two others. There's like a power regen. There's a mana regen one. A power regen. There's and a life regen, a morale regen stance. And they're here. And you were in the power regen stance. What is this? Yeah, Startling Twist. That's it. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It looks way better now, by the way. The icon is way better now. But I kind of do love it. There's just like this like dude in the helmet who's like, oh! Because it's a twist. Oh, shit. Where's Champion? Champion has a bunch of vestigial abilities. Or not vestigial, but like gone abilities that don't exist anymore. TPS target dummy. 115. No. Champion traits. 100. Nope, too new. Yeah, the champions had Ardor and Glory. This guy's level 65, so they should be on his track, but that doesn't exist. Yeah, dude. There they are. Wait, where on this website did I get that picture from? Anyway, copy image, address. Yep. Hell yeah. You got Glory Stance and Ardor Stance. Because you had Fervor Stance, but then you had Ardor Stance. And Glory Stance. Blade Storm. What the hell was this one? Oh, man. There's Ebbing Ire. The old Battle Frenzy? Is that still this? Is Battle Frenzy the same? Yeah, if you bought those at any time, that was a great deal. Oh, and do you remember Controlled Burn was a separate stance on a cooldown, and so you were on Fervor, and then you pressed Controlled Burn, and it was a special stance that you would switch to, and then when Controlled Burn ran out, because it was only for a duration, you had to swap back to another stance. You had to remember to swap back. Yeah, Rising Ire and Ebbing Ire to manage aggro. Also, every champion got access to sudden defense. Oh, man. What a trip. Yeah, I think Ardor Stance is probably one of my favorite icons. I don't know. There's something about, like, the placement of the green on the edges. I kind of just love it. And the facial expression by this person, I really like this icon. Much more than Fervor. I personally prefer Ardor to Fervor in icon style. And then Glory is just great. You got, like, this elf who's just, like, radiant. And there's light beams coming in from the side of the screen. That's just magic. I have no idea what this ability is. And I don't know what this ability is. Because this is Bladestorm. This is Rend. And I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. And I don't know what this is. This currently is the icon for the buffed Great Cleave. So in the trait tree. The upgraded Great Cleave looks like this. Oh yeah, when you used to have to cast Flurry like an idiot. Or you could just get the Os Dunhuth set for level 65, which made it so that when you entered Ardor, or while you were in Ardor Stance. Was it Ardor Stance? No, it was while you're in Fervor Stance, you always had Flurry active, and you would put on the set, turn on Fervor Stance, then take off the set and put on other stuff, and it would keep Flurry on the whole time until you died. Gave crit rating, the C+? Yeah, this one. Yeah, I don't remember that skill. Oh, man. I need more old champion pictures. Dude, how did I find this? This is another old minstrel image. Oh, that's too small. Wait, what website did this come from? This is an interface picture. Oh, this is an interface picture. So this is an example to show off the special interface. And now it's got a good image of everything. I always thought that the piercing cry icon here looked like somebody wearing a Santa hat because of the color. Yeah, when they took that away. The old, I love this image. This shield image, I'm so sad they retired this one. This one was awesome. I love that shield image. The different tails! Yeah, you had the Tale of Heroism or whatever. Or where it's friggin' Titanic. I forgot about that one. That one's awesome. This does not look like this anymore in game, by the way. Because you can't click the tails like you used to. Damn. Or when this was a full group quest that you had to run, and everyone's out of power. Classic Lord of the Rings. Everyone's out of power. Oh. That's great. They have more of these? Oh, Hunter abilities. I think these all are exactly the same. Yeah, Hunter hasn't changed an icon even a little bit. Other than, like, managing your focus, which is still just down here. I think it's all exactly the same. And there's a level 40 Hunter. Look at those stats. Granular. Player and quest. That's Minstrel. That's still Minstrel. God damn, dude. That's so exciting. Agile Rejoiner? Oh! Agile Rejoiner! I forgot about Agile Rejoiner. After you parry. Where is that? Where's the Hunter? Hunter with full focus. Isn't that Swift Stroke? This. Where is Agile Rejoiner? Is that Scourge? Scourging Blow. I don't think Agile Rejoiner... Oh, Shift 5? Oh, yes, right here. Yeah. This skill. Which I think turned into modern day Riposte. Yes, Agile Rejoiner is very gone. We don't have that anymore. You don't really need it, but it was such a cool concept that after you parry, even though they don't really parry, but this guy's got 11% parry, so he's parrying all the time. After you parry, you get that back. I think, hold on, I think champion, oh, that's DDO Wiki. LotRO Wiki. I don't have that bookmarked because I'd never use it. Class. Champion. Champion. I think that's Riposte. No, Sweeping Riposte is not the same skill. Different icon. Very different icon. Yeah. So we don't have Agile Rejoiner anymore. Unfortunately. Yeah. Cool icon. This probably is somewhere. I don't know where, but this probably is somewhere. Oh, damn. That is so cool. Ultimate Champ Gear? Level 50. Look at this guy. Purple cloak. This guy's talking Ultimate Champ Gear, and he doesn't even have the crit earrings. You guys remember the old crit earrings that you had to get? That gave like 90 morale and like 30 vitality, and everyone was like, oh, you gotta get the crit earrings from a jeweler. And how all the weapons gave light damage. Good times, man. Good times. What other classes exist? Yeah, Hunter didn't really change, Burglar didn't really change, and then Lore Master, I think? I think Lore Master changed a lot. If I'm being honest. It's level 60 Lore Master. Come on, Lore Master. Lay it on me. Guy's 58, so that's 2 new. $65. It's a Guardian at level 115. There's an old picture from Uragarth that is impossible to look at. Yes, Agile Rejoiner. Oh, it was Agile Rejoiner Heal Chance. Right. Agile Rejoiner Heal Chance. Right, it didn't always heal. That makes sense. God damn. Oh, yes, there are a couple obsolete Lore Master skills. Specifically, the Signs of Battle for your pets. Sign of Battle Rage and Sign of Battle... whatever, the defense one. I think that's it, though. I don't think Lore Master's changed too much. I think Lore Master's pretty much the same. In terms of, like, icon style and design. There's this Legolas-looking one. I don't know what the deal is with this. I don't remember that skill. But so far, everything looks pretty much the same. Yeah. Damn. That was quite the trip down memory lane. Well, thank you for coming with me on my trip down memory lane, but that is going to be the end of the live stream because I have to go. I got to make dinner and do some other stuff. So thank you for all those of you who joined me for the past 9 hours of super fun Lord of the Rings Online content. As you can hear, the music in the background is playing because unfortunately, whoop, somebody went to login screen because I wasn't actually touching the keyboard. But that was a really fun trip down memory lane. Look at all those icons and all those old stats. That was so cool. I enjoyed that so much. I had so much fun. Man, looking at that. Oh, what is this? Guardian? Oh, is this an old thread? Oh, yeah, post your Guardian. Level 49. Oh, people post their stats on the forums. All their virtues. Okay, it took longer than the after time. You take a screenshot of the stats window open. Never thought of that. Come on. Oh, everyone's just typing it out. Yeah, post your Guardian. Post your Guardian. Look at that. This guy, look at this idiot. Taking a picture? Pfft, no way, man. Post your Guardian. What an idea. Ooh, look at that. These guy's a dwarf. 21% block chance? What a rube. 19% shadow chance? This guy's gonna get eaten by the World Eater. Average repair cost 600 silvers. Oh yeah, Guardians had to deal with the repair cost. What a crazy idea. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I had a fantastic time. I'm walking away from the stream. If you like what you saw, make sure you follow the channel, because that way you get to know every single time I'm live streaming. Sometimes I am. Most of the time I could be. So just know. Also, there's a schedule on Twitch. So if you ever want to see ahead of time, schedules on the Twitch channel, also in the Discord, so you can check that out. But if you're like, man, I can't follow a schedule. I can't even read. What do you expect me to do? Ding that bell for notifications, and then directly to your phone, you'll get notified every single time I turn on my live stream. How cool is that? But if you're sitting here and you're like, man, but what if I want to watch it like 2 years from now, and I don't want to watch it now because I'm busy, I want to watch it 2 years from now? Consider subscribing. Every single subscriber helps support what I do and allows me to keep doing this every single time. So if you like the content, consider subscribing. And with that being said, if you want to catch me while I'm offline, check out my YouTube channel for some fun content and other videos that I make at youtube.com/shrimptom. But that's all I have for today, so thank you for watching. So please have a nice day, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see all of you tomorrow. And I'm not going to make a joke about seeing you tomorrow, because I can't see you, because that would be silly to make that joke every time. I'm still looking at these damn pictures. Holy shit, this is a trip down memory lane. I think if there was a LotRO Classic, I would probably log in a little bit. And then get frustrated and quit. So if somebody knows of a LotRO Classic server, hit me up. Holy crap. Even just to like look at old icons. Just gaze. There's gotta be just like pages upon pages of screenshots, you know? Just like hanging around. People's old characters and what have you. Level 60 Ultimate Lore Master gear. It's a 6,000 health Lore Master at level 60? What is this? Straight up blows my mind. Wow, that's actually a crazy number. Holy crap. Oh man, and watching people looking at old screenshots and seeing people describing their characters as leet. And then making me want to uninstall the video game. Oh, the old captain icons. How Warcry used to be a separate skill from Routing Cry. Oh, snap.